in turn, mutual attraction, which seems to place male and female in a symmetrical position. Ontologically, these are two parts of the same individual, and the male's drive toward the female, which, through a physiological dissymmetry, places the principle of attraction on one side, and the force of movement on the other. The female is like the magnet, the male like the metal. The woman is passive, since it's toward her that the male directs itself, but she is also a principle of movement, since she is the side of the pleasure that attracts, which ensures moreover that the greater strength on the masculine side is softened and mitigated by the desire to protect. In any case, in this natural dynamic, to describe it, Basil makes only a very distant allusion to the scripture. The scheme of reference is borrowed from natural history. One sees that the feminine part is in a privileged strategic position. Locus of attraction, but herself immobile, the woman can interrupt this movement that is inscribed in nature from the beginning. Such is the role of the virgin, to be the point of rupture in this general process of attraction. But why would such a rupture be necessary, since, if one is to believe Basil, this attraction results only from the will of God? Because souls that in themselves are equal and identical in nature, hence without sexual differentiation, are affected by the movements of the body to which they are connected. They receive, as it were, the impregnation of their corporeal sex, becoming masculine or feminine, and they can accede to the love of the incorporeal God only by breaking off these affections. Basil gives two forms to this rupture, both of which, although each in a different way, are based on the idea of a certain equivalence between pleasure as a principle of attraction between the sexes, and pleasure as a general form of darkening or weighing down of the soul by the body. Basil first explains that pleasure, hedon, is generically unique, that consequently it's necessary to dominate not only the pleasure that drives us to the union of the sexes, but also all the others as well. And since the flow of pleasure doesn't cease to come and go, to become agitated and bring its disturbance through the five senses and even to tangible objects, and from these, turning back on the soul, it is necessary, and this will be a crucial component of the art of virginity, to watch these entrances and exits and channels, to stay vigilant at the gate of the senses. A whole economy of these pleasure flows must be constructed by focusing one's attention on the boundaries of the body and the outside world, on these organs of perception and what they may perceive. An economy of the gaze, which mustn't be directed haphazardly to everything the eyes can capture, an economy of hearing, which mustn't attend to everything that is said, but to what it would be useful to learn. What is recommended, in short, is a selective closing off of the body to the external world, in response to a danger intrinsic to the pleasure urges that disturb and in a certain way sexualize the soul. Now, among these senses that need to be closed at least partially, there is one to which Basil gives a central importance. It's the sense of touch. For two reasons, he says, the sense of touch is more powerful than the others for giving rise to the pleasures of sex. It is also important for tasting, which Basil seems to consider a kind of touching, and food and drink are among the most important factors for stimulating the sexual pleasures. Second and foremost, the sense of touch functions as the general form of all the senses. In each of them, it is touch that imprints the soul with the image of the external things whose different kinds touch the body. It is what makes them spread through the body and trouble the soul. The sense of touch constitutes the general medium, as it were, of the whole corporeal sensitivity. It is more or less present, more or less active, more or less determinant in every form of sensation. So if one intends to control the movement of the pleasures that stream through all the sensory channels, one should pay the most attention to touch. Avoid contacts, a precept that must be understood in the precise sense of the word. Basil cites several applications of this: avoid embraces, contacts between men and women, even brothers and sisters, while those taking place between two persons of the same sex are without danger. 9 But it should also be understood in a more general way: reduce the strength of the body, weaken its responses, make sure that its impulses don't move the soul too forcefully, due to its excessive vigor. And more generally still, avoid the contact of the body as a whole, as the site of all contact, with the soul. This theme of separation between body and soul, their reciprocal isolation, returns in different forms throughout the text: image of the soul that must carefully close its windows, instead of being like the prostitutes who keep theirs wide open and always show themselves there; 10 of the master of the house who keeps his door locked shut when the soldiers try to get in to find lodging; 11 of water and oil that must stay separated to avoid being troubled. 12 Let the soul and the body remain carefully separated, therefore, by keeping them both in their place, in their role, and in accordance with their use, one will make peace reign between them. 13 But for Basil, these different procedures of separation of the senses with respect to sensible things, of the body with respect to the world, and of the soul with respect to the body are only one side of the art of virginity. A whole other aspect concerns the soul itself and the work it must do on itself. That the purity of the body is nothing without that of the soul is a very traditional theme to which Basil gives several forms. That of the dual purity, one must bring as much attention to bear on the movements of the soul as on those of the body. If through fasting we cut off the passions of the body, but leave the soul agitated by its own weaknesses, by envy, hypocrisy, and the movements of the other passions, we will not make the body's abstinence useful to virtue. And if we cleanse the soul of its passions, but we give the body over to the passions of the belly and other raptures, even without the disorder of indecency, we cannot make our life perfect in virtue. 14 That of the fundamental purity of the soul, which constitutes the primary and determining element compared to the integrity of the body, for if the soul is free of corruption, the body also is preserved without corruption, but if the soul has been corrupted by bad thoughts, even if the body still appears to be without corruption, no purity will be found in its absence of corruption, since it is corrupted by impure thoughts. 15 Finally, regarding physical castration, Basil puts forward the principle of the sinful intention. Not only is there no merit in physically making oneself a voluntary eunuch, but such a one is to be considered a sinner because he refuses to ensure the virginity of his own soul, and hence he consents to the desire without allowing himself the act. The removal of parts denounces the adultery of the one who mutilates himself. Therefore, if he has disarmed himself by cutting off the instrument of adultery, so that people think he doesn't fornicate with his body, but he fornicates in his intention. 16. So a specific effort of purification is necessary, in addition to all the abstentions, separations, and closures required by the purification of the body. Basil first raises the question of the persistence of images. Objects that strike the senses may very well disappear, but their image remains in the soul. They are like those flaming javelins that carry fire to the target where they stay stuck, or they imprint a trace that remains, as if on wax. Therefore, since it's not possible to keep the eyes of the body always closed, one must take care not to retain such images. It wouldn't serve any purpose to fast if one continued to cultivate those thoughts. What soul could be called virgin if it kept the one that it loves in an embrace with the incorporeal hands of thought? The body, which is always mingled with the soul and which follows its movements, would thus be corrupted by it and would accompany it in its dreams. 17 So it's necessary to work constantly to erase such images and replace them, on the wax of the soul, with meditations on holy things with their figures or characters. 18 But one must also consider that acts can be committed in the soul. An act is not necessarily done by the body. However, here Basil is not referring to a juridical conception that would make the complete intention equivalent to the implementation of the idea itself. He is utilizing a physiology of the soul according to which thoughts will be inscribed on the soul's table, where they will not be erased, even if forgetfulness or inattention shrouds them in darkness. Every thought is an act, and remains an act in the soul, inasmuch as its pattern subsists there. Basil resorts to a comparison with the signs of writing. One who learns them inscribes them in one's soul and doesn't need to actually write in order for the words to remain there. Without this inscription, how could one write what one desires to write? In the same way, thoughts are entered like so many marks in the soul. And when death comes, and the soul is set free, then all this abbreviated writing of thoughts, which had remained veiled, will appear in the light of day. And none of the acts of thought, even the most secret ones, will escape the eyes of the one who sees all. The soul that wishes to remain virgin must continually watch over even the most secret activity of its thought. Finally, purity of the soul cannot be ensured without a constant vigilance concerning what it harbors within it that may be deceptive. It always runs the risk of being fooled, of being taken by surprise. This may happen through the interplay of resemblances and contrary natures that hide beneath analogous forms. Basil takes up the Greek adage that vices are closely akin to virtues and reinterprets it in terms of the devil's tricks. At the door of each virtue, the devil has placed a door of vice that looks just like it. You think you're knocking on the first one and it's the other one that opens. So those who meant to be courageous reveal themselves to be fearful. 19 But there can also be deception through proximity. The soul believes it loves the Lord and becomes enamored of his servants, or it begins by loving the beauty of a soul, but as the latter is manifested through the bodies that one looks at, the voices one listens to, the soul comes to love, instead of the soul that speaks, that by which it speaks. 20 Somewhat as if, instead of loving a musician, one fell in love with their instrument. We have seen how important these 3 points: persistence of images, spontaneous movements of thought, and illusions and resemblances were in spiritual direction. Basil gives a justification, a model, and a sanction for this degree of vigilance in regard to these points, by emphasizing the principle of total visibility of the soul. A visibility that is materialized by the table where all movements produced in the soul are inscribed in durable marks, but a visibility that is actualized in 3 ways. In the future, death will deliver the soul's truth and reveal it on the day of eternal light, but God can always see into the depths of our soul. No movement, no matter how secret, can elude him. 21 And the guardian angel is also always watching over the soul, for the virgin *1 he is always the guide that will lead the soul to the bridegroom. 22 And beyond him, one must think of the armies of all the angels and the spirits of all the fathers. They are all watching everything, everywhere, down to its least folds. Therefore, the soul is not only visible but actually seen. This gaze, or rather these countless gazes, are not its own. The soul will ensure its virginity if, to the extent possible, it strives to see itself and watch over everything that takes place within it, in the same manner as all the other gazes that scan its secrets without obstruction. During the period when Basil of Ancyra is writing, the monastic institutions are in full development, but in a more general way, a whole regulated, carefully designed, and controlled practice of asceticism has spread. It is hard to say whom exactly the treatise he addresses to Litoios is meant for. But the advice he gives and the unsystematic prescriptions he proposes focus on the same essential points as the spiritual direction and examination of conscience that will appear in slightly later texts. Through this treatise, one sees the practice of virginity, which had been extricated from the principle of continence and defined as a positive spiritual experience, being organized as a type of relation to the self that concerns not just the body, but also the relations of the body and the soul, the opening of the senses, the movement of pleasures through the body, the agitation of thoughts. One also sees it open onto a domain of internal knowledge where it is a question of sensation, of images and their persistence, of everything in the soul that can escape others or oneself through the effect of delusion or the subtlety of the process. Finally, one sees it being inscribed in a relation to the power of the other and to the gaze that marks the individual's subjugation and an objectification of their inner being. By pointing to these processes in connection with Basil of Ancyra's text, I'm not suggesting that they appear there for the first time, nor certainly that this is where the transformation that gave rise to them occurred. I have taken a bit of time with the text only because it attests to the existence, in the middle of the 4th century and in an ill-defined pastoral practice, of a rather well-developed technique of the self. I have also focused on it because one sees a whole domain, involving the body and the soul, sensations, images, and thoughts, being constituted in which it is considered necessary to intervene in order for the exclusion of sexual relations to take on the positive meaning expected of it, the essential practical correlate of that abstinence. It is evident that while the practice doesn't involve either the totality of the body or the soul, it is operative in both, from the grasping of an object by the senses to the most secret impulses of the heart. 2. Cashin's analysis is very different from that of Basil of Ancyra. Its frame of reference is constituted by monastic practice, the cenobium for the text of the Institutes, which is concerned with beginners for the most part, and the monastic life for the conferences, which talk about much more advanced spiritual experiences. In any case, Cashin's views, the rules and prescriptions he puts forward, apply to a form of life in which the renunciation of every form of sexual relations has already been carried out. So at his level there is no longer any reason to consider the privileges of the state of virginity over that of marriage. It's a question of elaborating on the implications of the choice that was made. Cashin rarely employs the word virginity. It appears twice in the conferences, and in both instances in contrast with marriage, regarding Elijah and Jeremiah, who might without blame have taken advantage of lawful matrimony, yet they preferred to remain virgins. 23. And in reference to the foolish virgins and the wise virgins, who are all called virgins because they have no spouses, but the first practice only the virginity of the body. 24. The term used is chastity castitas, which in Cashin covers most of the questions or themes that Gregory of Nyssa, Basil of Ancyra, Chrysostom, and in a general way the Greek fathers connected to the practice of virginity and the interior rules of that state. Just as his predecessors had done for virginity, Cashin distinguishes chastity from continence. In the Institutes, he bases this distinction on the traditional usage of the Greek words, and at the same time he takes note of the hierarchy of values between the two terms. We do not deny that there are also continent men in the communities. Such a thing can easily be done, we know. In reality, they are two very different things, to be continent, that is incrates, and to be chaste and, so to speak, to pass to that state of integrity or incorruption that is called hagnos, a virtue that is scarcely attributed to any but those who remain virgins in their flesh and in their minds, as were Jeremiah and Daniel. 25. Between the two notions, there is the difference of the positive and the negative. On the one hand, external abstinence in regard to sex, on the other a motivation of the heart. Purity of the flesh resides less in the deprivation of women than in the integrity of the heart that keeps the holiness of the heart free of corruption through the fear of God or the love of chastity. 26. In the conferences, Cashin returns to this distinction and comments more extensively. He gives it the same fundamental value. Continence is a refusal, a rejection. Districtio, chastity, a positive force that uplifts and that is sustained by the delectation it takes in its own purity. 27. Thus, the pagans are capable only of continence. Socrates was not chaste, though he refrained from consummating the love he felt for boys. He did violence to his bad desire and to the delight of his vice, without banishing them from his heart. 28. Yet this opposition is not exempt from a certain ambiguity. Cashin describes the reign of continence, in fact, as a moment that must last for as long as the slightest traces of the carnal passions remain. So long as there remains an attraction to voluptuousness, one is not chaste but only continent. So long as we feel the rebellions of the flesh, let us recognize that we are still under the miserable scepter of continence, tired out from continual battles, whose outcome necessarily remains in doubt. 29. Compared to these stresses of continence, chastity appears to be an end state in which one would no longer have to combat the urges of carnal concupiscence. 30. Then, and only then, the soul can become the dwelling place of the Lord, which is never in the battles of continence, but in the peace of chastity. 31. Now, Cashin emphasizes throughout his work, and it's precisely the theme of the 22nd Conference on Chastity, the fact that the struggle against the assaults of the flesh can never be considered finished. We also have a body, which is a poor beast of burden. 32. Not only do the attacks resume when one believes them defeated, but, as will be seen, their menace has a positive value for virtue. Sometimes they are the blessing of God, who does not want us to doze off in the tranquility of the soul. So that chastity as a spiritually different state than continence constitutes an ideal point toward which one must advance indefinitely, without being sure that it is completely attainable. 33. But Cashin also depicts it in relation to continence, a negative attitude of refusal, as a positive force that overlays the latter, sustains it, animates it, and transforms simple abstinence into a movement of ascension toward God. One cannot control or banish the desire for present things, if in the place of harmful penchants, that one aspires to do away with, one doesn't put salutary ones. We want to rid our heart of the lusts of the flesh, for all its incontinence, let us hand the place over to spiritual joys. 34. Hence chastity is to be conceived in terms of a state and in terms of a combat, a tranquility that nothing can trouble any longer, but it's already no longer a human virtue or an earthly one. It seems to be, rather, the privilege of heaven, the particular gift of the angels. 35. And also a force of confrontation that demands ardor and passion if one is to triumph, plus a desire that is not completely unrelated to the very desire that it strives to combat. To attain chastity, says Cashin in a remarkable text, let everyone be passionate, with the same love that is seen in the miser devoured by greed, the ambitious man driven by his thirst for honors, in the man consumed by his passion for a feminine beauty, when, in the grip of an excessive impatience, they seek to satisfy their desire. 36. In spite of his many points in common with the major theorists of virginity of the 4th century, the distinction that Cashin establishes between continence and chastity reveals a rather different landscape. It is dominated by the notions of purity of heart and spiritual combat, which are especially meaningful in the monastic life from which Cashin, following Evagrius, draws his inspiration. 1. Purity of heart. Cashin never makes use of the vocabulary of marriage, which was so constant from Methodius of Olympus to Chrysostom, to designate the state of virginity in its plenitude. It's true that he sometimes uses terms that come close. Among the main ones, there are 4 that we can note. Cashin speaks of the union that joins the soul with God, 37 of the fusion that makes it melt into him, 38 of the Lord's sovereign entry into it, 39 of a movement by which he grasps the soul and takes possession of it. 40. However, it's not the sexual union of 2 individuals that serves as an implicit or explicit model for this experience, but the act of understanding, connaissance, considered as a relation between gaze, object, and light. For Cashin, the soul joined to God is not the bride to be finally reunited with the bridegroom. Rather, it is the gaze that is not distracted from the point on which it has fastened, that remains so firmly attached in this way that it no longer sees anything else. When he speaks of the soul that melts into God, Cashin is not thinking of the bride absorbed in the spiritual union, but of the act of contemplation that is at one with, the same thing as, what is contemplated. As for the presence of God in the soul he takes possession of in its entirety, Cashin is not picturing the presence of the Lord on the marriage bed, but the descent into the soul of the beam of light that illuminates it, leaving no part of it in the shadows. Recall that the monastic life whose art and discipline Cashin defines has contemplation as its goal. One who renounces the world seeks to attain that principal good which is established in theory, that is, in contemplation. When the soul has entered that state, it will have no other food than the knowledge of God and the joy of His beauty. The knowledge relation underlies the soul's relation to God. And even at the moment when the relation becomes a junction, a fusion, a possession, it's still in the form of knowledge, or more exactly according to the model of the gaze and the light, that Cashin theorizes it. Consequently, for him chastity doesn't have the same role that virginity has in the authors I spoke of previously. For them, it was a matter of preserving integrity that would allow the soul to reach the bridegroom without ever experiencing any defilement. For Cashin, the role of chastity is to ensure a purity of heart or a purity of mind that makes the knowledge relation possible, such that there is no cloudiness in one's gaze, nothing shadowy escaping the light, no stain to mar the transparency. In sum, Cashin, like Evagrius, replaces the series virginity integrity spiritual nuptials that one finds clearly developed in authors like Basil of Ancyra with the series chastity, purity of heart, contemplation. The relation of chastity is developed, then, according to 2 axes. First, chastity appears as an essential prerequisite of spiritual science. No one can hope to arrive at the latter if one doesn't start by practicing the chastity that results in purity of heart. From the beginning of the institutes, Cashin, in explaining the meaning of monastic dress, shows that the girdle, which signifies the desire to destroy all the seeds of lust, attests to the ascetic's ardor for spiritual progress and the science of divine things that purity of heart gives. 41. But it's in the 14th conference, that of Abbot Nesteros, that Cashin gives this theme its full scope. Spiritual knowledge demands purity of heart and chastity in the very general sense that it is incompatible with agitation of thought, the disorderly movement of the imagination, and any concern with the things of the world. If you would prepare in your heart a holy tabernacle of spiritual knowledge, purge yourselves from the stain of all sins, and rid yourselves of the cares of this world. For it is an impossibility for the soul which is taken up even to a small extent with worldly troubles, to gain the gift of knowledge or to become an author of spiritual interpretation, diligent in the reading of holy things. 42. But much more precisely, chastity as control of the carnal passions in the strict sense is indispensable to spiritual science. The latter, like a perfume, cannot subsist in a soiled container. A jar once permeated by evil smells will more easily contaminate the most fragrant myrrh than receive from it some sweetness of capacity to please. Purity is corrupted more speedily than corruption is made pure. So then, if you are anxious to win the incorruptible fragrance of Scripture, begin by turning your effort to winning the cleanness of chastity from the Lord. 43. Finally, it needs to be understood that the chastity of the body is the first form of a series of chastities the mind must take on in order to advance toward spiritual knowledge without ever losing sight of it. One must renounce fornication of the body if one means to understand the Scriptures, but it's also necessary to stay well away from that fornication constituted by pagan ceremonies, the soothsayers, the omens, and from that other fornication which is the observance of the Judaic type of law, and from that other one still, that consists of heresy, and finally from the one that makes thought stray however little from God, on whom it should always stay focused. And as these different fornications are excluded and the mind becomes chaste in a more and more spiritual sense, the meaning of Scripture will emerge from its mysteries and will appear with increasingly spiritual values. 44. The practice of chastity and the comprehension of the Word grow in spirituality simultaneously. Cashin goes so far as to say, in the Institutes, that chastity, in its perfect form, suffices for understanding the Scripture. He speaks of Theodore, who owed his knowledge of the text not so much to a studious reading he understood just a few words of Greek as to purity of heart alone. 45. But this purity of heart is connected to knowledge according to a very different orientation, reflexively, involving the soul itself, its folds and its depths. In relation to this knowledge, purity is not simply a condition, it is at the same time an effect. No purity of heart if the soul doesn't watch attentively over itself, on the lookout for the impulses produced within it and blotting out everything that might divert it from its contemplation. But conversely, it's very much owing to purity that the interior gaze can penetrate into the heart's secrets, shining the light there and dispelling its obscurity, thus penetrating with pure eyes of the mind to the foul darkness of vices. We may be able to disclose them and drag them forth to light, and may succeed in explaining their occasions and natures. 46. Now, what needs to be noted in Cashin's analysis here is that the light brought into the heart doesn't illuminate it all at once, ridding it of all the impurities it may contain. Rather, it penetrates the darkness, revealing what may be hidden there. But what hides is impurity, and it is this impurity that one must gradually free oneself from through an attentive examination, a vigilance that never relents, a constant remorse and one's admission of that state. So that, through a circularity that is at the center of this asceticism of self-knowledge, the purer one is, the more light one has for knowing oneself better, the better one knows oneself, the more one recognizes how impure one is, the more one recognizes oneself as sullied, the more important it is to shine the light on one's deepest recesses and dispel the darkness of the soul. Evoking the great spiritual masters, those who never get entangled in hollow debates but have the experience and practice of virtue, Cashin says that purity has taught them this above all, to recognize more and more that they are burdened with sin, for their compunction for their faults increases day by day in proportion as their purity of soul advances, and to sigh continually from the bottom of their heart because they see that they cannot possibly avoid the spots and blemishes of those faults which are ingrained in them through the countless triflings of the thoughts. 47. In a passage of the Conference on Prayer, the soul is compared to a feather, sins weigh it down, purity on the contrary gives it an ontological lightness that allows the slightest breeze to lift it toward the ether. 48. This is a way of emphasizing the fundamental relationship chastity has with light. But you can see that this relationship, in the practice of asceticism, assumes complex forms. Chastity is the condition of access for a comprehension of the scripture, an opening to a spiritual meaning, a righteous direction of the mind, a steadiness of the soul's gaze in the contemplation of God. But this contemplation cannot be approached without a knowledge of ourselves with all our impurities, and in its turn, where would this knowledge draw its light and its strength if not from the Word of God, which shines into us and reveals us as we are without our being able to see it by ourselves. In this way it makes us yield to our investigation and explanation, indigeni nostri et expositioni, and thus breaking the gates of our ignorance, and cutting asunder the bars of vices which shut us out from the true science, will lead us to the substance of our secrets, and reveal to us who have been illuminated, according to the Apostle's word, the hidden things of darkness, and make manifest the thoughts of the heart. 49. So one must think of a twofold process of an illumination of the mysteries of the heart, which is both the condition and the effect of the knowledge of God, and a progression toward the spiritual science that cannot be accomplished without the self-knowledge that it makes possible. And at the pivot point of these two processes, there is chastity. 2. Spiritual combat. The reference to spiritual combat is not absent from the 4th century treatises on virginity. Discreet in Gregory of Nyssa, it is much more frequent in John Chrysostom. It allows for a relation between the effort required by the profession of virginity and the theme of the martyr who goes through trials, triumphs, and receives the crown. 50. In Cassian, the notion of combat doesn't just have a reference value, it commands a part of the analysis. 51. After an exposition of the rules of monastic life, the whole second part of the Institutes of the Synebia presents itself as a treatise on spiritual combat. 52. A battle that, as Cassian stresses over and over, evoking a text from the Epistle to Timothy, 2:15, must be conducted in the proper way and according to the rules a legitimate battle. 53. He is saying that the life of the monk, at least as long as he has not attained the tranquility of the contemplative life, as long as it is still an active life, must unfold as an unbroken combat whose weapons and tactics must be learned. The Institutes form the manual of this apprenticeship. It delivers its general rules, it specifies its particular forms according to the different adversaries that must be fought, and it underscores the need to adapt to the particular situations and forces of each battle. A general discipline that must include a principle of discernment. 54. What type of combat is involved? There is an array of terms that Cassian employs: colluctatio, agon, certamen, pugna, bellum. The first two words refer to the fight of an athlete who encounters a rival and, in order to defeat him, must have followed a training regimen, qualified, and employed the sanctioned moves against the rival that authorize him to finally receive the crown. But the other terms are borrowed from the vocabulary of warfare: rout the enemy, foil the stratagems, rebuff the assault of his troops. On the one hand, the spiritual struggle references the athletic model, on the other the military model. Actually, there is no discontinuity from the first to the second. A long passage of this chapter 5, which, in laying out the rules of the first battle to be waged, against gluttony, outlines the general method of struggle, is characteristic of this dual reference. It begins with a set of allusions to the practice of athletics and games, the training of the competitors, an examination after which the candidates are accepted, the method employed by the javelin throwers, the preparation and practice of the boxers, and so on. 55. But Cassian gradually transitions to the theme of the battle between enemies. The soldier replaces the athlete, against him troops, cohorts of adversaries, that he must force back beyond the territory. There are enemies on the outside, but also enemies within who weaken him through internecine struggles. 56. The intertwining of these two metaphors brings out two essential components of spiritual combat. First, As an athletic trial, this combat involves exercise, training, a will to surpass oneself, to work upon oneself, and the verification and measurement of one's own forces. Asceticism in the strict sense of the term. But as a war against an adversary, and moreover a tireless enemy, capable of every ruse, instead of a rival in an honest game, the struggle is waged against another. Insofar as it is athletic, the combat requires a certain way of relating to oneself. Insofar as it is warlike, it is a relation to an irreducible element of otherness. What is this other, and against whom must the combat be waged? The second part of the Institutes, chapters 5 to 12, lists the 8 necessary forms of combat and the 8 adversaries: gluttony, fornication, avarice, anger, dejection, acedia, vainglory, pride. One will recognize this as an early draft of an enumeration that will become that of the 7 capital sins. 57 But just as we shouldn't blend together capital sins and mortal sins, we shouldn't see in the 8 adversaries designated by Cashin a kind of code of acts not to be committed, or laws whose violation will be punished. There is nothing structural or juridical in the exposition. It helps to recall that Cashin's list derives directly from Evagrius, and that the latter did not intend to draw up a table of faults or prohibitions. He sought to establish a typology of thoughts. 8, he said, are the generic thoughts 58, and those thoughts, insofar as they agitate the soul, disturb its tranquility, or muddy its gaze, are introduced there by the demons, daimoniatius logismoi. That such thoughts assail us is not our doing, therefore, but that of the demons. It is up to us, however, whether they linger or give rise to passions. 59. Cashin doesn't employ the term demon but rather spirit, spiritus, to designate the 8 adversaries into which the spiritual combat is subdivided: spirit of gluttony, spirit of fornication, spirit of avarice, and so on. His use of the great demonology, which was so important in Egyptian monasticism, is rather discreet. It's in the more speculative texts of the conferences that he gives, not the general system of that demonology, but the indications necessary for understanding what these spirits are, what the origin and modes of action of these adverse powers are. 61 Mustn't he think that they penetrate the soul itself and take up residence there? Doubtless between them and the human soul there is a kinship and a similarity of nature, but the soul is impenetrable. The spirits can establish themselves only nearby, which is to say in a body, and more easily in a weakened body that accommodates them. Based on this material insertion, they create impulses which, in their turn, induce thoughts, images, memories, and so on. Insidiously, these thoughts develop in the soul all the more dangerously as their origin is hidden, so that everyone is likely to imagine that they come from within themselves. But that is not all. The demon can see how the soul reacts to such insinuations. Not that its gaze can penetrate the soul's interior, but by being alert in the body, it can observe, according to the movements that are produced there, the way in which the soul accepts or rejects the suggestions it makes. So it can pursue them, intensify them, modify them. It can also completely change its attacks, trying, after one kind of thoughts, a different kind altogether. So there is a complex game between the soul and its adversary, where thoughts are transmitted, repeated, accepted, retried through the intermediary of the body that sends and receives impulses. In these the enemy detects signals that guide its action, and it's in them as well that the soul must recognize the signs of the adversary's presence. Spiritual combat is thus, by definition, a confrontation with the other, a dynamic of impulses that pass from the soul to the body and vice versa, and finally, a task of decipherment in order to grasp what is lurking under the surface appearances of oneself. As for the end of the combat, while it is defined ideally by the tranquility of the soul, its reality is ambiguous. Cashin does mention the possibility of reaching a state where the enemy's assaults, after all its defeats, will have ceased. And he cites certain holy figures who arrived at this summit. But as we've seen 61, such a state can never be considered either a vested right or an unassailable position. Many have fallen who thought they were out of harm's way, and because they thought so. More exactly, because they believed that this protection was due to their own efforts, to their exercises, their progress, and their strength. In fact, though, their self-confidence is what exposed them, their security is what made them vulnerable. Those against whom the enemy can no longer do anything are those who know that they can do nothing against the enemy if God doesn't come to their aid, wherefore it is well for us both to be certified by actual experience, and also to be instructed by countless passages of Scripture, that we cannot possibly overcome such mighty foes in our own strength, and unless supported by the aid of God alone, and that we ought always to refer the whole of our victory each day to God Himself. 62. Consequently, the assaults of bad thoughts can be seen in a very different light. If they subsided, or even if they were always mild, the soul would soon fall asleep in its self-confidence or pride itself on being out of the enemy's reach. Then the enemy's power could defeat it by surprise, leaving it no possibility of resisting. So there is a positive value in the permanence and the intensity of the combat. Therefore, in this perpetual and pressing threat of evil, one must see a blessing, a result of God's beneficence. The conflict that rages in us is implanted by the action and arrangement of the Lord, and in a way this conflict is useful to us, and calls and urges us on to a higher state, and if it ceased, most surely there would ensue on the other hand a peace that is fraught with dangers. 63. Cassion is led in this way to complain about those who are chaste by nature, their lukewarmness endangers them. Free from the needs of the flesh, they fancy that they have no need either of the trouble of bodily abstinence, or of contrition of heart, and being rendered slack by this freedom from anxiety, they make no efforts either truly to seek or to acquire perfection of heart or even purity from spiritual faults. 64. A basic paradox of spiritual combat: it can come to its conclusion only if it continues. If it ceases, it risks leading one to defeat. Its pains, its labor, its miseries are an indispensable blessing. Its reward in the form of tranquility would thus be a formidable danger. One cannot wage it without entrusting oneself entirely to God, and whoever would take refuge in His strength, without fighting with all one's own, would be abandoned by Him. 65. In this way the essential role of the notion of temptation appears. Here again, it wasn't monastic spirituality that introduced the complex idea it constitutes. But monasticism certainly assigned it a very important function and organized some of the most decisive elements of its technology around it. Temptation is not in any way a juridical category, it is neither a transgression, nor the beginning of a transgression, nor even the intention to commit one. First, it is a dynamic element in the relations between the exterior and the interior of the soul. It is the insinuation into the soul of a thought that comes to it from a power other than itself. There is a temptation only because this thought is already present in the soul, a thought belonging to the soul, but in the soul it is the trace of a movement that comes from elsewhere, the effect of an alien will, which in the soul consists of a path laid down by another. Next, it is a dramatic episode in the conflict, a battle, or a phase of the battle that can be won or lost. The temptation can bring the desire along with it, or on the contrary give rise to the fervent will to neutralize it and distance oneself from it. Finally, it is the object of a necessary analysis, for if temptation is indeed an attack against the soul, whether violent or imperceptible, frontal or insidious, this attack may come from the devil, not without God providing that the enemy can thereby lose his grip on the soul, or it may come from God, not without God seeking in this way to test the soul, to exercise and strengthen it, hence to save it. There is always at the heart of the temptation a secret to be uncovered. Satan may conceal himself under the guise of the good, by employing the evil ruses of illusion, but God, His will, and His beneficence are always present in the dangers that the soul risks, even if the soul in its blindness does not perceive this presence. In actual fact, and it's an important fact, in the formation of the Christian ethic, Christianity did not develop the technologies of the soul or the self around the category of sin, even in its broader or internalized sense, but around the notion of temptation, which is at the same time a dynamic element in the self's relations with the exterior, a tactical element of withdrawal or rejection, of generation or expulsion, an element of analysis that demands, in the reflection of oneself on oneself, a recognition of the other and of the interior figures that mask it. The theme of chastity is thus caught between the principle of a purity of heart that links it to the objective of divine contemplation and the task of knowing, and the principle of a spiritual combat that links it, through the notion of temptation, to the need to detect the other in the secrets of the soul. Cashin analyzed the battle of chastity in the 6th chapter of the Institutes, on the spirit of fornication, and in several of the conferences, the 4th one on the lust of the flesh and of the spirit, the 5th on the 8 principal vices, and the 22nd on nocturnal illusions. It appears in the 2nd position on a list of the 8 combats 66 in the form of a struggle against the spirit of fornication. As for this fornication, it is itself divided into 3 subcategories. 67 A classification that is very juridical in appearance if one compares it to the catalogues of sins that one will find later, when the medieval church has organized the sacrament of penance on the model of a jurisdiction. But it's clear that the specifics set out by Cashin have a different meaning. Let's start by examining fornication's place among the other spirits of evil. 1. Cashin completes the classification of the 8 spirits of evil with internal regroupings. He establishes pairs of vices that have special relations, of alliance, and commonality between them. 68 Pride and vainglory, indolence and acedia, avarice and anger. Fornication is paired with gluttony. For several reasons, because they are 2 natural vices that are innate in us and that consequently it is difficult to eradicate, because they are both vices that involve the body's participation, in order not only to form but to accomplish their objective, and because, finally, there are quite direct causal links between them. The excess of food is what arouses in the body the desire for fornication. 69 And, either because it is strongly associated in this way with gluttony, or on the contrary due to its own nature, the spirit of fornication plays a privileged role, compared to the other vices it is in league with. First of all, regarding the causal chain, Cashin underscores the fact that the vices are not independent of each other, even if each of them can be attacked, more specifically, through one of the others. 70 A causal vector links them together. It begins with gluttony, which originates with the body and kindles fornication, then this first pair engenders avarice, understood as attachment to earthly goods, which gives rise to rivalries, disputes, and anger, from which is produced the dejection of sadness, which provokes disgust with the whole monastic life and the listlessness of acedia. Such a concatenation assumes that one will never be able to vanquish a vice without triumphing over the one on which it depends. If we always overcome the earlier ones, the later ones will be checked, and through the extermination of those that lead the way, the rest of our passions will die down without difficulty. 71 At the origin of the others, the gluttony-fornication pair, like a tall spreading tree, 72 must be uprooted, whence the ascetic importance of fasting as a means of defeating gluttony and cutting off fornication. It's where the ascetic exercise has its basis, because it is the beginning of the causal chain. The spirit of fornication is also in a singular dialectical position in relation to the last vices listed, and pride in particular. Actually, for Cashin, pride and vainglory don't belong to the causal chain of the other vices. Far from being engendered by those, they are produced by the victory that one wins over them. 73 Carnal pride toward others through the show that one makes of one's fasts, one's chastity, one's poverty, and the like, and spiritual pride that makes one think that this progress is due solely to one's own merits. 74 A vice connected with the defeat of vices, precipitating a fall all the heavier as it comes from on high. And fornication, the most shameful of all the vices, the most humiliating, is the consequence of pride, a punishment but also a temptation, a test that God sends to the presumptuous to remind them that the weakness of the flesh always threatens them if grace does not come to one's rescue. Because one has long enjoyed purity of heart and body, as a natural consequence, deep inside oneself, one glorifies oneself to a certain extent, but, for one's good, the Lord acts as if he has abandoned him. the purity that gave him so much assurance begins to be clouded. In the midst of spiritual prosperity, he sees himself falter. 75 In the great cycle of combats, at the moment when the soul no longer has to struggle against itself, the goads of the flesh are felt anew, marking the necessary incompletion of this struggle and threatening it with a perpetual recommencement. Finally, relative to the other vices, fornication has a certain ontological privilege, which confers a particular ascetic importance on it. Like gluttony, it has its roots in the body. Impossible to vanquish it without subjecting it to austerities. Whereas anger or dejection are combated by the soul's industry alone, it cannot be rooted out without corporeal mortification, vigils, fasts, work that breaks the body. 76 Which doesn't exclude, on the contrary, the struggle that one must conduct against oneself, since fornication can spring from thoughts, images, memories. The demon through his subtle cunning has insinuated in our heart the memory of woman, starting with our mother, our sisters, our relatives, or certain pious women. We must as quickly as possible rid ourselves of this memory, for fear that if we delay too long, the tempter will seize the occasion to make us think of other women before we realize it. 77 However, fornication presents a major difference from gluttony. The combat against the latter must be waged with moderation, since one cannot give up all nourishment. One must exercise the control necessary for life, lest the body should be injured by our fault and unable to fulfill its spiritual and necessary duties. 78 We have to keep this natural penchant for nourishment at a distance, cope with it, not try to root it out. It has a natural legitimacy. To totally deny it, fatally so, that is, would be to burden one's soul with a crime. 79 On the other hand, there is no limit in the struggle against the spirit of fornication. Everything that leads us in that direction must be extirpated, and no natural inclination can justify, in this domain, the satisfaction of an urge. So it's a matter of completely doing away with a penchant whose elimination does not cause the death of our body. Fornication is the only one of the 8 vices that is at the same time innate, corporeal in origin, and that must be entirely destroyed, like those vices of the soul, avarice and pride. A radical mortification, consequently, which lets us live in our body while liberating us from the flesh. Leave the body while remaining in the body. 80 It's to that beyond nature, in earthly existence, that the struggle against fornication gives us access. It pulls us out of the earthly mire. It allows us to live in this world a life that is not of this world. Because it is the most radical, this mortification brings us, already here below, the highest promise. In the fragile flesh it confers the citizenship which the saints have the promise of possessing once they are delivered from carnal corruptibility. 81 So one can see how fornication, while being one of the 8 components of the table of the vices, is in a special position relative to the others, the head of the causal chain, at the origin of the falls and the combat, one of the most difficult and most decisive points of the ascetic struggle. 2 In the 5th conference, Cashin divides the vice of fornication into 3 types. The first consists in the intercourse of the 2 sexes, commixtio sexus utriusque. The second is accomplished without contact with a woman, absci feminio tactu, which got Onan his condemnation. The third is conceived in heart and mind. 82 Almost term by term, the same distinction is reiterated in the 12th conference, carnal intercourse, carnalis commixtio, to which Cashin here gives the name fornicatio in the restricted sense, then impurity, immundita, which is produced without contact with a woman, when one is sleeping or keeping vigil, and is due to the carelessness of a mind without circumspection. 83 Finally, the libido that develops in the recesses of the soul and without there being any corporeal passion, sine passion corporis. Point 84 This specification is important because it is the only thing that enables us to understand what Cashin means by the general term fornication, to which moreover he does not give any overall definition. But it is important above all for the use he makes of these 3 categories, which is so different from that found in many earlier texts. There existed a traditional trilogy of these sins of the flesh, adultery, fornication, which translated the Greek word porneia and designated extramarital sexual relations, and the corruption of children. It is these categories, in any case, that one finds in the didache: you will not commit adultery, you will not commit fornication, you will not seduce young boys. 85 They are the categories that one also finds in the letter of Barnabas: do not commit fornication or adultery, do not corrupt children. 86 It often happens subsequently that only the first two terms were retained: fornication designating all the sexual faults in general, and adultery those that violate the obligation of faithfulness in marriage. 87 But in any case, it was completely customary to combine this enumeration with precepts concerning lustfulness in thought or in one's gaze, or everything that might lead to the consummation of a forbidden sexual act. Be not a lustful one, for lust leads the way to fornication, neither a filthy talker, nor a brazen eye, for out of all these adulteries are engendered. 88 Cashin's analysis has two particularities: not singling out adultery, which comes under fornication in the narrow sense, and above all focusing his attention only on the two other categories. Nowhere in the different texts where he evokes the chastity struggle does he talk about actual sexual relations. Nowhere are the different possible sins considered according to the act committed, the partner with whom one commits it, their age, their sex, the relations of kinship one might have with them. None of the categories that will constitute the great codification of the sins of lust in the Middle Ages appear here. Doubtless, Cashin, addressing monks who had made a vow to refrain from any sexual relation, did not need to revisit this prerequisite explicitly. It must be noted, however, that on an important point of the cenobium, one that had given rise in Basil of Caesarea or in Chrysostom to specific recommendations, 89 Cashin confines himself to brief allusions: let no person, especially the younger ones, remain with another, even for a little while, or leave with him or hold hands. 90 It's as if Cashin were interested only in the last two terms of his subdivision, concerning what happens without intercourse and without the body's passion, as if he were passing over fornication as a union of two individuals and attributing importance only to elements whose condemnation was previously only secondary to that of sexual acts as such. But if Cashin's analyses omit sexual intercourse, if they operate in such a solitary world and on such an interior stage, the reason is not simply negative. It's that the main focus of the combat is on a target that is not in the domain of acts or relations. It involves a different reality from that of sexual relations between two individuals. A passage of the 12th Conference allows us to grasp the nature of that reality. There Cashin characterizes the 6 stages that mark one's progress in chastity. Now, since with this characterization it's not a matter of showing chastity itself, but of pointing out the negative signs by which one recognizes that it is progressing, the different traces of impurity that are disappearing one by one, the passage offers an indication of what is to be fought in chastity's combat. The first stage of this progress, the monk, when he is awake, is not broken by an attack of the flesh, impugnatione carnali non illitator. Hence no more invasion of the soul by impulses that overwhelm the will. The second stage, if voluptuous thoughts, voluptarior cogitationes, are produced in the mind, he doesn't dwell on them. He doesn't think about what he finds himself thinking involuntarily and in spite of himself. 91. The third stage has been reached when a perception of something in the outside world is not capable of arousing concupiscence. One can make eye contact with a woman without any lustful desire. At the fourth stage, one no longer experiences, during wakefulness, even the most innocent impulse of the flesh. Does Cashin mean to say that no further impulse is produced in the flesh? And that one is then totally in control of one's body? Probably not, since elsewhere he often stresses the persistence of the body's involuntary impulses. The word he uses prefer relates no doubt to the fact that these impulses are not likely to affect the soul and it does not have to endure them. The fifth stage, when the subject of a conference or the necessary follow-up to a reading leads to the idea of human generation, the mind does not let itself be touched by the most subtle consent to the voluptuous act, but considers it with a calm and a pure gaze, a necessary ministry allotted to the human race, and is no more affected by its memory than if he thought of brick-making or the practice of some other trade. Finally, one has reached the last stage when the seduction of feminine phantoms causes no illusion during sleep. Although we do not believe this deception is sinful, it is the indication of a lust that still hides in the marrow. 92. In this designation of the different traits of the spirit of fornication fading away as chastity progresses, there is, then, no relation with another individual, no act, and not even the intention to commit one. No fornication in the narrow sense of the term. Absent from this microcosm of solitude are the two major elements around which the sexual ethic turned, not only for the ancient philosophers, but for a Christian like Clement of Alexandria, at least in Book 2 of the Pedagogus, the joining together of two individuals, sunousia, and the pleasure of the act, aphrodisia. The elements brought into play are the movements of the body and those of the soul, the images, perceptions, dream figures, the spontaneous flow of thoughts, the consent of the will, wakefulness, and sleep. And two poles emerge that mustn't be seen as coinciding with the body and the soul, the involuntary pole of the physical impulses, or of the perceptions that intrude, or the memories and images that supervene and propagate in the mind, invade, call to, and invite the will, and the pole of the will itself, which accepts or spurns, turns away or lets itself be captivated, lingers, consents. On one side, then, a mechanics of the body and of thought, circumventing the soul, takes on impurity and can even lead to pollution, and on the other, a game that thought plays with itself. Here one again finds the two forms of fornication in the broad sense that Cashin had defined next to the intercourse of the sexes and for which he has reserved his whole analysis, the immunditia that, in wakefulness and sleep, surprises a soul inept at monitoring itself and leads it, without any contact with the other, to pollution, and the libido that does what it does in the depths of the soul and about which Cashin recalls the kinship of the words libido and libid. 93. The work of spiritual combat and the progress of chastity, whose 6 stages Cashin describes, can be understood, then, as a task of dissociation. One is very far from the economy of pleasures and their strict limitation, far, too, from the idea of a radical separation between the soul and the body. Such combat calls for a perpetual labor upon the movement of thought, which either prolongs and echoes, or induces, the movements of the body, upon thought's most rudimentary forms, upon the elements that may trigger such things, a labor to ensure that the subject is never involved in waywardness, even through the most obscure and seemingly most involuntary form of will. The 6 degrees through which chastity progresses represent 6 stages that must nullify the involvement of the will. Undo one's involvement in the body's impulses, this is the 1st degree. Then undo one's imaginative involvement, not dwelling on what is in the mind. Then undo the sensory involvement, no longer feeling the body's impulses. Then undo the representative involvement, no longer thinking of objects as objects of possible desire. And finally, undo the oniric involvement, the desire there may be in dream images, involuntary though they are. To this involvement, in which the willful act or explicit will to commit an act constitute the most visible form, but one so reprehensible that it must be excluded when the ascetic work begins, to this involvement of the subject, all the more daunting for being produced in the least voluntary part of him, Cashin gives the name concupiscence. It's against concupiscence that the spiritual combat is directed, with the effort of dissociation, of disinvolvement, that this requires. This explains the fact that, over the whole length of this struggle against the spirit of fornication and for chastity, the basic problem, and basically the only problem, is that of pollution from its voluntary aspects or the indulgences that invite it to its involuntary forms in sleep or dreams. So great a problem that Cashin will make the absence of erotic dreams or nocturnal pollution the sign that one has arrived at the highest stage of chastity. He comes back to this theme often. The proof that we have attained this purity will be that no image deceives us when we are resting or relaxed in sleep. 94. Or again, this is integrity's end and definitive proof, that no voluptuous arousal comes to us during our sleep, and that we are not conscious of the pollutions to which nature constrains us. 95. The whole 22nd conference is devoted to the question of the nighttime pollutions, and the need to exert all our strength to be delivered from them. And several times Cassin evokes such holy figures as Serenos who had reached such a high degree of virtue that they were never exposed to inconveniences of this sort. 96. One could say that, in a code of life where renunciation of any sexual relation was fundamental, it is completely logical for this theme to become this important. One might also recall the value accorded, in groups inspired more or less directly by Pythagoreanism, to the phenomena of sleep and dreams as revealers of the quality of existence, and to the purifications that are meant to guarantee its serenity. Finally and above all, it has to be understood that nocturnal pollution presented a problem in terms of ritual purity, and it's precisely this problem that occasions the 22nd conference. Can one approach the holy altars and participate in *2 the saving banquet, when one has fouled oneself during the night? 97. But if all these reasons may explain the existence of this preoccupation for theorists of monastic life, they can't account for the central place that the question of voluntary-involuntary pollution occupied in the entire analysis of the chastity battles. Pollution is not just the object of a more intense prohibition than the others, or one more difficult to observe. It is an analyzer of concupiscence, insofar as it is possible, for the whole course of whatever enables it, prepares it, incites it, and triggers it, to determine the voluntary part as opposed to the involuntary part amid the images, perceptions, and memories in the soul. The whole work of the ascetic on himself consists in never engaging his will in this movement that goes from the body to the soul and from the soul to the body, and on which this will can gain a purchase, to encourage it to stop, through the action of thought. The first 5 stages of chastity's progress constitute the successive and increasingly subtle disengagements of the will in relation to the more and more tenuous movements that can lead to this pollution. So there remains the last stage, the one that saintliness can attain, the absence of those utterly involuntary pollutions that take place during sleep. Cassin does remark, however, that not all such pollutions are necessarily involuntary. For them, too much food or impure thoughts during the day are a kind of acquiescence, if not of preparation. He also makes distinctions as to the nature of the dream that accompanies the pollution and the degree of impurity of the images. One taken by surprise in this way would be wrong to shift the blame onto the body and sleep. It is the sign of an evil that was incubating internally, to which the hour of the night did not give birth, but which, buried in the deepest part of the soul, the repose of sleep caused to rise to the surface, revealing the hidden fever of the passions that we have contracted by reveling in unhealthy thoughts for days on end. 98. And finally, there is pollution without any trace of complicity, without the pleasure that proves you consent to it, even without the accompaniment of any dream image. This is the point, no doubt, which the ascetic can arrive at after sufficient striving. Pollution is nothing more than a remainder which the subject no longer has any part in. So we must make an effort to restrain the impulses of the soul and the passions of the flesh till the flesh satisfies the demands of nature without giving rise to sensual pleasure, ridding itself of the overabundance of its humors without any unhealthy itching or provoking any combat for chastity. 99. Since what remains here is purely a phenomenon of nature, only the power that is greater than nature can free us from it. Its intervention is called grace. This is why non-pollution is the mark of saintliness, the seal of the highest possible chastity, a blessing one can hope for, but not acquire. For his part, man must do nothing less than remain, in relation to himself, in a state of perpetual vigilance concerning the slightest impulses that may be produced in his body or in his soul. On the alert night and day, the night for the day and the day by thinking of the coming night. Just as purity and vigilance during the day disposes one to be chaste during the night, nocturnal vigilance strengthens the heart and prepares one's forces to observe chastity during the day. 100. This vigilance is the practice of discrimination. We have seen that it is at the center of the technology of oneself as it was developed in Evagrius-inspired spirituality. 101. The work of the miller who sorts the grains, of the centurion who divides up the soldiers, of the money changer who weighs the coins to accept or refuse them. It's this kind of work that the monk must constantly do on his own thoughts in order to decide if they carry temptation. It will allow him to sort the thoughts according to their origin, to distinguish them according to their particular quality, and to dissociate the represented object from the pleasure it could evoke. A task of permanent analysis that must be directed at oneself and, through the duty of confession, in relation to others. 102 Neither the overall conception that Cashin has of chastity and fornication, nor the way he analyzes them, nor the different elements he brings forth and interrelates, pollution, libido, concupiscence, can be understood without reference to the technologies of the self by which he characterizes monastic life and the spiritual combat it involves. Should we see a strengthening of the prohibitions, an increased valorization of complete continence, a growing disqualification of the sexual act, from Tertullian to Cashin? The problem must undoubtedly not be framed in those terms. The organization of the monastic institution and the dimorphism that was thus established between the life of monks and that of laypersons introduced important changes into the problem of the renunciation of sexual relations. Correlatively, they led to the development of very complex technologies of the self. In this way there appeared, in the practice of renunciation, a code of living and a mode of analysis that, despite visible continuities, exhibit important differences from the past. In Tertullian, the state of virginity implied an external and internal attitude of renunciation of the world, complemented by rules of apparel, conduct, and lifestyle. In the great mystique of virginity that developed starting in the 3rd century, the rigor of renunciation, on the theme, already present in Tertullian, of the union with Christ, turns the negative form of continence into the promise of spiritual marriage. In Cashin, who, once again, is much more a witness than an inventor, there occurs a kind of dividing into or drawing back that brings out all of the depth of an interior scene. But this doesn't involve the interiorization of a catalogue of prohibitions, replacing prohibition of the act with prohibition of the intention. It's a matter of opening up a domain, whose importance was already underscored by Gregory of Nyssa or especially Basil of Ancyra, which is that of thought, with its irregular and spontaneous flow, its images, its memories, its perceptions, with its impulses and impressions that are communicated from the body to the soul and from the soul to the body. What is involved, then, is not a code of permitted and forbidden acts, but a whole technique for monitoring, analyzing, and diagnosing thought, its origins, its qualities, its dangers, its powers of seduction, and all the dark forces that may hide beneath the appearance it presents. And if the objective, finally, is indeed to expel all that is impure or an inducer of impurity, it can be attained only by a vigilance that never disarms, a suspicion that must be directed everywhere and at every moment against oneself. The question must always be raised in a manner that will ferret out all the secret forms of fornication that may be hiding in the deepest recesses of the soul. In this asceticism of chastity one can recognize a process of subjectification that pushes a sexual ethic centered on acts far into the background. But two things need to be emphasized straight away. This subjectification is inseparable from a knowledge process that makes the obligation to tell the truth about oneself a necessary and permanent condition of this ethic. If there is a subjectification, it implies an indefinite objectification of oneself by oneself, indefinite in the sense that, never acquired once and for all, it has no end in time, and in the sense that one must always push one's examination of thoughts as far as possible, however tenuous and innocent they may appear. Further, this subjectification in the form of a quest for the truth about oneself is carried out through complex relations with others. And in several ways, because it's a matter of ridding oneself of the power of the other, of the enemy that hides beneath the appearances of oneself, because it's a matter of waging against this other a ceaseless battle which can't be won without the help of the Almighty, who is more powerful than he, and because the testimony of others, submission to their counsel, and permanent obedience to the directors are indispensable to this combat. The subjectification of the sexual ethic, the indefinite production of the truth about oneself, the construction of relations of combat and dependence with the other are parts of a whole. These elements were gradually formulated in the Christianity of the first centuries, but they were bound together, transformed, and systematized by the technologies of the self that were developed in monastic life. Skip notes. *1 Manuscript, Virginity. *2 Manuscript, Appr Okerdu, corrected in 1982, Le combat de la chastité, to participer au. Part 3. Being married. 1. The duty of spouses. In ancient Christianity one doesn't find treatises on marriage like one finds treatises on virginity. Married life as such is not the object of an elaboration that would make it a specific practice and a profession endowed with a special spiritual significance. There is no art, no technique, of married life, if an exception is made of the chapter of the Pedagogus studied previously and about which we noted how close it was to ancient morality. Which is not to say, of course, that there are no reflections on the very principle of marriage, on its legitimacy or its acceptability. All the debates around Encratism, all the polemics with the Gnostics and the dualist movements, are traversed by this question of marriage. The third stroma of Clement of Alexandria, as we've seen, offers evidence of the breadth of these debates, which in various forms continued into the following epochs. But while the question of the right to marriage and of its relative value compared to strict continence and celibacy is raised very early, it doesn't lead to the constitution of an art of matrimonial existence. It is significant, for example, that Tertullian brings up the problem of the principle of marriage in Adversus Martianum, that is, in a text of theoretical dispute against a Gnostic adversary, and that he gives advice concerning married life only through texts relating to ways of living outside of marriage, to virginity or to widowhood, de virginibus vilandis, ad uxorum, exhortatio ad castitatem. Primarily at the end of the 4th century, one sees the development of reflections and texts designed to guide married Christians in their life of marriage and in the relations they maintain as spouses. Much more clearly than before, marriage appears as a Christian calling, and relations between spouses also become a domain of analysis and exercise, on the same level as the relations of oneself to oneself in ascetic existence, although with much less intensity. This evolution can be linked to several phenomena. One should see it, first of all, as a consequence of the extreme valorization of monastic life and the radical renunciation of the world, both as an effect of these and as a counterweight to them. Facing the forms of intense asceticism that risk displacing Christianity's center of gravity outside of urban communities, far from public life, toward limited groups of the elect, there was, in the second half of the 4th century, an effort, particularly noticeable in the East where monasticism had developed, to reinforce the religious meaning of everyday life, and thus counter the dimorphism that risked taking hold in the forms of Christian life. It was no longer enough to say that continence was not precept-based and that it was not indispensable for salvation. It was also necessary to make these values appear accessible to those living the social life, and along with the values, the rules to which they should submit. John Chrysostom often comes back to the idea that there shouldn't be any basic difference between the life of the monastic and that of the married man, for ought the man who lives in the world to have any advantage over the monk, save only the living with a wife? In this point he has allowance, but in others none, but it is his duty to do all things equally with the monk. 1. This text is revealing of a movement that makes a set of values, preoccupations, and practices that had attained a particular scope in the ascetic life flow back toward life in the Christian world. A new rigorism? Perhaps. But in any case, it should be read both as a propagation of the monastic ideal and as an effort to limit the latter's effects to a certain extent. Under its influence, it was a matter of giving a religious intensity to a life that didn't demand such ruptures. At the end of the 4th century, several great pastors were witnesses of this transfer and its agents at the same time. Trained in the ascetic discipline, having practiced monasticism for a time, they had been able, once they were placed at the head of a church, to develop a pastoral practice inspired by this first experience. This was the case of Basil of Caesarea, Gregory of Nazianzus, Gregory of Nyssa, and Chrysostom himself. Under quite different conditions, Saint Jerome and Saint Augustine, in the West, played a similar role up to a point. They promoted the development of a pastoral whose objective was to adapt some of the ascetic values of monastic existence, such as the practices of direction of individuals, to life in the world. Now, this phenomenon cannot be separated from the new relations being established in the same period between Christianity and empire. An institution at first recognized, then made official, the Christian Church occupies more and more easily and visibly functions of organization, management, control, and regulation of society. And for its part, the imperial bureaucracy always sought to increase its hold on individuals, over and above the traditional structures. Point 2. At the intersection of these two processes, one sees a paradoxical effect being produced. Practices and values that had been developed or intensified in modes of living in explicit rupture with the world and civil society came into play, though not without attenuation and modification, in institutional forms sustained or supported by the state organization and the general political structures. A double pressure was produced in this way, one part coming from the reinforcement of the ascetic ideal, outside the traditional forms of social life and even in opposition to them, the other coming from the mutual support that the ecclesiastical institutions and the state structures are prone to give each other. Point 3. The life of individuals, in what it may have that's private, quotidian, and singular, thus became an object, if not of a takeover, at least of a concern and a vigilance that were doubtless unlike those of the Hellenistic city-states or those exercised by the first Christian communities. That there is something new in this it would be hard to contest. It's not the case, however, that it produced a sudden rupture. One of the most striking traits of this pastoral of everyday life is that, on several important points, it is continuous with the philosophical morality that one finds in Plutarch, Musonius, Seneca, or Epictetus. So that, even where the explicit references to pagan authors have all but disappeared, they are noticeably less numerous and less positive. For example, in Chrysostom than in Clement of Alexandria 2 centuries earlier. One can note the continued presence or resurgence of themes characteristic of Hellenistic philosophy. But, firstly, these themes are reinscribed in a particular theological context. They are connected with values and practices whose asceticism, however attenuated it may be, still refers, more or less directly, to the general requirement of dying to the world. Secondly, they center on authority relations of the pastoral type. For these reasons, the elements shared by the philosophical morality of antiquity and the Christian ethic had different effects. To which it must be added that the spread of Christianity, its establishment as a state religion, and the importance of the ecclesiastical institutions. After all, Christianity was the first religion to be organized into a church, gave it a much greater penetrative capacity than the philosophy of antiquity, even in its popular forms. Here again, one mustn't force things. Christianity, especially in its everyday moral exigencies, did not become a code of living recognized and practiced by everyone. It has not been that, moreover, throughout its history. But it carried a requirement of universality, and it relied on an institutional backing that made it something more than a general principle, as the Stoic ethic may have been, for example, a possibility of indefinite generalization actually put into practice. In this ethic, marriage relations between spouses, the constitution and maintenance of the family around the couple is doubtless one of the essential components. The main reason for this is that between the ascetic existence and life in the world, the most salient difference had to do with marriage. You certainly deceive yourself and are badly mistaken if you think there is one set of requirements for the person in the world and another for the monk. The difference between them is that one is married and the other is not. In all other respects they will have to render the same account. For so it will be a matter of defining, in regard to this difference itself and there where the most is at stake, sexual relations between spouses, the set of rules and practices that must be applied so that the least ascetic of these two forms of life is not divested of any religious value or deprived of the hope of salvation. But moreover, the development of the imperial administration and the gradual fading of the traditional powers gave the family, understood as the matrimonial family unit, a more and more important role. They made it appear as the basic component of society and the primary point of articulation between the moral conduct of individuals and the system of universal laws. So that one arrives at this result that can seem paradoxical at first glance: between the intensification of asceticism and the extension of the state structures, the family unit, relations between spouses, the everyday life of the couple, even down to its sexual activity, become important concerns. Weren't they already concerns in the Republic and the laws, or in Aristotle's politics? Yes, certainly. But in a different way. What an examination of the Christian texts devoted to this problem toward the end of the 4th century and the beginning of the 5th shows is that, contrary to what was happening among the classical Greeks, and also contrary to what current interpretations suggest, sexual relations between spouses did not become important insofar as they can and must be procreative. I am saving St. Augustine's conception for a final chapter. Both because it constitutes the most rigorous theoretical framework that makes room for an asceticism of chastity and a morality of marriage at the same time, and because, having served as a constant reference for the sexual ethic of Western Christianity, it will be the starting point for the next study. In the present chapter I will study the art of matrimonial living that can be found at the end of the 4th century in the homiletic literature, which was one of the main instruments of pastoral activity. And to avoid spreading myself thin in this immense literature, I will take the homilies of Chrysostom as my privileged reference. Not without making it clear that he belongs, with the accents that are peculiar to him, to a whole current. Many of the ideas that he formulates concerning marriage also appear in close contemporaries like Gregory of Nyssa or more distant ones like Saint Jerome. Some have their starting point in Origen. So I won't be referring to a Chrysostom founder of a new ethic of marriage, but to a Chrysostom as a witness and example of a pastoral of married life that was already highly developed in the period in which he wrote. Let me add that Chrysostom knew and practiced the monastic life before returning to Antioch, that the texts he wrote during the years following his return are strongly marked by these ascetic practices such as adversus oppugnatoris vitae monasticae against the opponents of the monastic life, that he wrote his treatise on virginity, around 382, under that inspiration, that having exercised various pastoral responsibilities, from the diaconate at Antioch to the episcopate at Constantinople. Most of his work, from 386 on, is devoted to preaching and to homilies. And that, finally, he very often gave advice on how to conduct oneself in the state of marriage. Certain of his homilies, namely the 20th on the Epistle to the Ephesians, the 19th on the First Epistle to the Corinthians, the 10th on the Epistle to the Colossians, the 4th of those commenting on the text Vitae Dominum, and lastly the 3 he delivered at Constantinople right at the beginning of the 5th century, usually called 3 homilies on marriage. 5 constitute veritable brief treatises on the matrimonial state. A lot of very concrete questions are considered: how to raise children with a view to their marriage, how to choose a wife, how the wedding ceremony should unfold, how to behave with one's wife from day to day, what principal sexual relations should come under, and so on. These texts are often counterposed to On Virginity, and to the disparaging formulas it employs against marriage, a long description of its drawbacks, a constant affirmation of the superiority of virginity, the theme that time having come to its end, it is no longer the moment to consider marriage. 6 Here the problem is not to assess the consistency of Chrysostom's thought. I will remind you only in a preliminary way of a number of propositions that one finds clearly formulated in that text that is otherwise so ascetic, that marriage cannot be regarded as a bad thing in itself, in which case virginity would not merit being honored, that God, even if he desires that one abstain from it, does not at all prohibit it, that the good marriage involves relations of friendship that ensure its peacefulness, that the wife has duties in regard to her husband which even the legitimate concerns of mortification do not exempt her from. 7 Despite the shifts of accent and even the new thematic that Chrysostom will develop in his Pastoral of Marriage, one has the pivotal propositions that allow him to link the text without contradiction to his statements extolling the definitive renunciation of marriage. Nevertheless, one can note 2 great axes of tension in this pastoral. The first is characterized by the coexistence, in the conception of the marriage bond, of a complex theology of the relations between the Church and Christ, and a wisdom whose precepts are very close to those encountered in several moralists of pagan antiquity. This tension is clearly evident in certain passages such as that of the 3rd homily on marriage, which speaks of the life force that draws together a young man and a young woman, and of the firmness of the bond that forms between them. Until then, birth and a long habit of shared living had bonded the children to their parents. 8 And then all of a sudden, placed in each other's presence, a boy and a girl, forgetting those attachments, feel a stronger tie forming, in spite of all the years of family existence. In this there is something like a replay of what occurred in early childhood, when the infant learned to acknowledge its parents. Thus the two spouses, without anyone moving them closer, exhorting them, instructing them in their duties, only have to see one another to be united. 9 And, as if they themselves recognized the imperious character and the high value of this sudden bond, the parents don't experience any regret or rancor or pain as a result. Far from it, they give thanks. And referring to the epistle to the Ephesians, Chrysostom adds, Paul remarking on all this, considering that the two spouses leave their parents to attach themselves to each other and that such a long experience then has less influence than this fortuitous decision, reflecting more and more that this isn't a human occurrence, Paul, consequently, wrote, "This is a great mystery." 10 A mystery of which one of the homilies on the epistle to the Ephesians clearly indicates the three visible forms. It has to do with a force that is stronger than all the other forces in nature, more imperious, more tyrannical than those connecting other men or making us desire things, epithumia that paradoxically joins two ordinarily incompatible qualities, duration and vivacity. 11 And further, it is a force that, though it appears suddenly, was hidden deep inside us, it is lurking in our nature, and we're not conscious of it. 12 Finally, to designate the nature of this connection, Chrysostom employs two terms at once, that one finds either together or separately in many of his texts: sundesmos, the tie, the chain that binds together two individuals through constraint or at least obligation. Chrysostom often uses the word desmos in connection with the theme of servitude, and symploke, the intertwining, the blending, that joins two substances and two bodies and tends to form a new entity. How could a force that prevails over nature itself have managed to slip into our own nature without our knowledge? In this love that draws a man and a woman together to constitute a lasting union, in this mystery that St. Paul spoke of, Chrysostom sees the mark of God's will. Of his will, first of all, as the Creator. 13 It's from man and his very flesh that he fashioned woman. Issuing from the same substance, Adam and Eve were substantially unifiable. And their descendants are still of the same substance. No foreign essence can penetrate into ours. Down through the generations, humanity has remained bound to itself, and limited to its own substance. In this relation to the original unity, from whence the human race came without ever leaving, incest plays two roles. Unavoidable at the beginning of time, it is valorized ontologically, since it brings back all individuals to the identity of one and the same substance. By allowing a man to marry his own sister, or rather his daughter, or again his own flesh. 14 God constructed mankind like a tree, and he gave it the same beauty as the great trees have, for all the branches, a single root. As scattered as men are today, by this root they remain united and combined. Blessed incest that makes us all relatives. But its prohibition today is not at odds with this first principle. Rather, it only follows from the latter and multiplies its benefits. Chrysostom explains that by preventing men from marrying their sisters and their daughters, by obliging them to turn this force they have from their common origin to the exterior, God ensures that their affection is not concentrated on one object. The primitive kinship tie is, as it were, reactualized with those who are not our immediate relations. Not being able to marry our sisters forces us to form ties with strangers, that is, to renew our ties with unknown relatives. 15. But the force that connects men and women is not just the trace of an origin. It is also the figure of another union, that which binds Christ and the Church. Redemption in the process of being realized, and no longer creation. After having brought up the connection that establishes itself so abruptly between a man and a woman, breaking the long attachment to their parents, Chrysostom goes on to say that it's in the same way that Christ left his Father and descended to the Church. 16 You know what sort of mystery marriage is, What great things it symbolizes. 17 This idea comes from Origen. 18 It makes marriage the figure representing the tie that Christ establishes with the Church in a perceptible way. He is the bridegroom, he is the soul and he is the head, he's the one who commands. 19 Whereas she is the betrothed, she is the body of his soul and the member of his body, she must obey him. He has come all the way to her, out of love, while men hated him, abhorred him, insulted him. 20 He accepted her with all the flaws she might have, all the impurities she carried, but it was to watch over her, teach her, enlighten her, and save her finally. As a perfect husband, he sacrificed himself for her, enduring every suffering and lacerated 1,000 times. 21 But in return, Christ's tie with the Church serves as a model for every marriage. It's the same obedience that should connect the woman to the man, the same preeminence of him over her, the same task of education, and the same acceptance of sacrifice to save her. The marriage tie owes its value to the fact that it reproduces, in its own way, the form of love that attaches Christ and the Church to one another. The home is a little church. 22. A double theological foundation of the tie between husband and wife, on creation on the one hand and redemption on the other, on the substantial unity of the flesh on one side and incarnation on the other, on the origin of time and the approach of its end. This allows Chrysostom to approximate the value of marriage to that of virginity. Or more exactly, not to conceive of marriage simply as an inability to lead the life of absolute continence. It becomes possible then to give marriage a directly positive value, even if it is not as high as that of a life of continence. Virginity restores the paradisiacal state by realizing an angelic life on earth. The marriage tie does so to a lesser degree for sure, but it recalls creation's unity of substance. Virginity makes the soul the bride of Christ. Marriage for its part is the image of the union of the Church with the Savior. So it should not be surprising to see Chrysostom, who is made by on virginity to look very much like a marriage hater, promise married people merits and rewards that are also quite considerable. A life of marriage, if it obeys the precepts, is scarcely inferior to monastic life. Such spouses will have little cause to envy the unmarried. 23 Or further, if you use marriage in the right manner, you will occupy the first place in the kingdom of heaven, and you will enjoy all the benefits. 24. This spiritual promotion of marriage calls forth a whole range of reflections on married life. It authorizes an art of relations between husband and wife that is on a par with the technique of virginal existence and, without hoping ever to match its high standing, achieves a certain balance with it. Now, what characterizes these rules of married life is their close similarity to those found in the moralists of the imperial era, or in Clement of Alexandria, whose extensive borrowings from those pagan authors we've already noted. In this sense, one has the impression that the theological justification of marriage, while making it possible to avoid the excesses of encratism and especially the consequences of the dualism implied in the rejection of any conjugality, made it possible to give a foundation to a whole ethic of marriage that was already common, and hence to continue the movement, already noticeable in Clement of Alexandria, to adjust the pagan morality of marriage to Christianity. And in fact, except on one major point that will have to be analyzed at length later, the early theology of conjugality centers, in John Chrysostom, on precepts of married life that are strikingly close to those that Musonius, or Seneca, or Epictetus, or Clement of Alexandria had made familiar. Certain accents are altered, most of the expositions are more extensive, and the values of charity are emphasized. But one finds the same basic themes as before. A principle of natural inequality. By creating man first and giving him woman as a helpmate, according to the Genesis text, God made it clear that the man ranks higher, and that he is meant to command. He is the head. Let us take as our fundamental position that the husband occupies the place of the head, and the wife that of the body. Paul assigns each one their place, to one, authority and protection, to the other, submission. 25. A principle of complementarity, giving a positive content to this inequality, which can then be made to function as a principle of order in marital life, and ensure good harmony, whereas marriage might be conflictual otherwise, given that two kinds of affairs share out our life. public affairs and private affairs, the Lord divided the tasks between the man and the woman, to the latter he allotted the government of the house, to the former all the affairs of the state. The man throws the javelin, the woman works the distaff. The one participates in the public deliberations, the other makes her views prevail in the home. He manages the public funds, she raises the children who are in their way a precious treasure. God was thus able to avoid giving the two aptitudes to the same creature, so that one of the two sexes would not be eclipsed by the other and appear useless, and he didn't want to give an equal share to the two sexes, for fear that this equality would cause conflicts and that the wives would raise their claims to the point of disputing the first rank with the men, but reconciling the need for peace with the conventions of hierarchy, he divided our life into two parts, giving the husband the most substantial and serious one and assigning the wife the smallest and most humble one, so that the necessities of existence cause us to honor her, without the inferiority of her ministry allowing her to enter into rebellion against her husband. 26. For this complementarity to work as it should, it's not advisable to marry a woman richer than oneself. Because a man who weds a wealthy woman gets himself a sovereign, if he chooses a poorer one, on the other hand, he finds an assistant, an ally in her. The embarrassment due to her poverty motivates the wife to offer all sorts of care and attention to her husband, makes her obedient and submissive, and eliminates all the causes of disputes. 27. Principle of the duty to teach connected with the respect of modesty. Since he is the head, the husband must guide the wife, serve as her instructor, and train her in the virtues. Let him, from that very evening on which he first receives her into the bridal chamber, teach her temperance, gentleness, and how to live, casting down the love of money at once from the outset, and from the very threshold. Let him discipline her in wisdom, and advise her never to have bits of gold hanging at her ears, and down her cheeks, and laid round about her neck. 28. During that time therefore, during which shame, like a sort of bridle laid upon the soul, suffers her not to make any murmur, nor to complain, lay down all thy laws. When is there then another time so advantageous for molding a wife, as that during which she reverences her husband, and is still timid, and still shy? Then lay down all thy laws for her, and willing or unwilling, she will certainly obey them. 29. If it is the right and duty of the husband to instruct his wife, there is one area, however, where ignorance has to be respected, it's in everything relating to modesty. A counsel of prudence that the ancient moralists also gave. 30. Encourage her bashfulness for a considerable length of time, and do not destroy it suddenly, do not break off this reserve too hastily, as unchanged husbands do, but encourage it for a long time. For this will be a great advantage to you. 31. Principle of permanence of the bond and reciprocity of the obligations. The marriage bond is established once and for all and, barring adultery. 32. It cannot be broken. The civil laws don't rule in that way, but God's law affirms it, says Chrysostom, who on this point again follows the conceptions of authors like Musonius. 33. Many people imagine that one makes oneself an adulterer only by seducing a woman who is under the authority of a husband. And I maintain that any married man who has culpable and illicit relations with a woman, be she a prostitute, a servant, any unmarried person, commits an adultery. Indeed, it is not just the dishonored person, it's also the author of her dishonor whose quality constitutes the adultery. 34. And further, if your woman has come to you, if she has left her father, it is not in order for you to mistreat her, for you to replace her with a vile courtesan. 35. One can understand that this intangible bond, one that is even defiled by an episodic relation with a slave girl, cannot be undone entirely by death. Chrysostom has the same position of prudent disapproval of remarriage as most Christian authors, and as several Neo-Stoic authors. It is not absolutely forbidden, especially if one is young, to remarry. 36. But it's best to await death, remain faithful to one's commitments, stay continent, live close to one's children, and in this way merit a more bountiful share in God's goodness. 37. Principle of an emotional tie that constitutes both the goal and the necessary condition of the good marriage. If a man has to choose the woman he will marry so carefully, a large part of the third homily on marriage is devoted to defining the principles of this choice. It's because one has to be able to love her. By taking the right one, we will benefit by never needing to repudiate her, but also by loving her with a deep tenderness. 38 In a passage of the short treatise against remarriage, which is thought to date from the same period as the one on virginity, he proposes a very down-to-earth interpretation of marriage, making it one of the points in its favor. A man loves what he has authority over, and especially what he is the first and sole master of, as with clothes and belongings. The same must certainly be true in the case of a wife, who is more prized by a husband than anything else. When one is sure he is the first and exclusive possessor, he receives her with eagerness, affection, and goodwill. 39 It's obviously another tone that one finds in the later homilies, and particularly in that imagined speech addressed to a young wife by an ideal Christian husband. There the affection is not framed in a relation of possession and mastery, but in a certain form of soul-to-soul relation, which has several aspects: recognition of the wife's qualities of soul, desire to win her affection, wanting to have the same way of thinking as her, and the definitive union can be established only in the life to come. And since that is the final objective of the marriage, life here below counts for little, and the husband is ready to sacrifice his own life to that end. I gave up everything, and went on till I fell in with the excellence of thy soul, which I value above all gold. I courted thee, and I love thee, and prefer thee to my own soul. For the present life is nothing. And I pray, and beseech, and do all I can, that we may be counted worthy so to live this present life, as that we may be able also there in the world to come to be united to one another in perfect security. I value thy affection above all things, and nothing is so bitter or so painful to me, as ever to be at variance with thee. Yes, though it should be my lot to lose my all, and to become poorer than Iris, and undergo the most extreme hazards, and suffer any pain whatsoever, all will be tolerable and endurable, so long as thy feelings are true towards me. 40 And the text ends, in a very characteristic way, with a formula that is exactly opposite to the one with which an analogous speech in Xenophon opened. In the latter, the husband was pictured as telling the wife that if he had chosen her and if her parents had given her to him, this was with a view to their good home and their future children. 41 In Chrysostom, the husband wishes to have children only when this meeting of souls, prefiguring their union in the hereafter, will be realized. I will want to have children when you have tenderness for me. 42 According to Chrysostom, respecting these principles must constitute the basis of a rule of matrimonial life, of a knowing how to be married. In this way, tranquility of the soul will be ensured, whereas outside loves, especially those with prostitutes, are necessarily poisoned. With such women everything is bitterness and shame, expenditures, humiliations, magic spells and potions. If you're looking for pleasure, avoid the courtesans. By contrast, at home, with your wife, you find pleasure, security, relaxation, respect, consideration, and good conscience. When you have a source of clear water at hand, why go off to a muddy swamp? 43 This peace of soul correlates with the good order and prosperity of the household. When a general has organized his army in a solid way, no enemy dares to attack it. The same is true here. When the wife, children, servants, all work toward the same goal, a perfect harmony reigns in the home. Therefore, let us take good care of our wives, our children, our servants. 44 The bond between spouses constitutes, for the general order of the household, a model that the children and servants will make use of in turn. So that if this bond is strong, and if it is supported by love, moderation, respect, and recognized authority, the whole family will benefit. What sort of persons, think you, must the children of such parents be? What the servants of such masters? What all others who come near them? Will they too not eventually be loaded with blessings out of number? For generally the servants also have their characters formed after their masters, and are fashioned after their humors, love the same objects, which they have been taught to love, speak the same language, and engage with them in the same pursuits. 45 The household, organized on the basis of and around a marital tie itself based on such ethical rules, can constitute the shelter a man needs from the agitations of an external world. A marriage lived according to the rules is not a matter of little importance, and 1,000 misfortunes are in store for those who don't use it as they should. Indeed, the husband who conforms to the marital laws will find in his house, in his wife, a consolation, a refuge from the evils, public or other, that could strike him. Contrariwise, one who treats this one matter lightly and thoughtlessly, when the public place would be without storms, will see only dangerous reefs and rocks when he returns home. 46. Kalen Ho Gamos, the treatise on virginity already said. So beautiful and so important that Chrysostom, who moreover encourages parents not to oppose their children if they want to renounce the world, considers that adolescents must be prepared for marriage. Part of the 19th homily on the first epistle to Timothy is devoted to this theme. The daughters ought to go forth from their father's house to marriage, like an athlete leaves the palestra, trained and exercised. 47. This preparation is what should be given to souls and bodies difficult to tame and that require governors, teachers, directors, attendants, and tutors. 48. The main part of this preparation will consist in preventing boys and girls from having sexual relations before marriage. And for two reasons: because one who is full of reserve before marriage will be more so after, and one who frequented courtesans before marriage will do the same when he is married, but also because, by being reserved like this for this marriage relation which will be the first, each of the spouses will have a keener affection for the other. 49. Preparation for love through chastity, but it would be imprudent for it to last longer, let us marry them early. 50. Or, as Chrysostom puts it elsewhere, seeing how this furnace burns, let us strive to engage them according to God's law, in the ties of marriage. 51. One sees, then, that when Chrysostom, tempering certain aspects of his first writings, places virginity opposite the properly regulated conjugal family, and when he makes it a place of private tranquility as opposed to the public agitations, capable of leading to the good that is desired, there is nothing, in its principle, that is specifically Christian. All these themes were already formulated. Doubtless one must not overlook the fact that Chrysostom reinscribes them in specifically Christian references. He relates the natural hierarchy between man and woman to the creation. In the virtues of marriage, he sees the promise of future rewards thereby. We will be able to please the Lord, spend the whole present life virtuously, and obtain finally the good things promised to those who love God. 52. And for him the prosperity of a well-regulated marital life is the result of a blessing from God. 53. However, there is a difference. It is major that keeps us from placing Chrysostom and all those in the 4th century who make the same analyses as he in a simple continuity with Clement of Alexandria and a fortiori the moralists of antiquity. It is the question of sexual relations within marriage, and more exactly the refusal to make procreation one of the essential ends of marriage, together with the affirmation that sexual relations between spouses are objects of obligation. Marriage doesn't have procreation as its end. Actually, Chrysostom doesn't say things this way. One finds 3 series of formulations. In some of these, enumerating the ends for which God established marriage, he chooses to make no mention of procreation. Why, he asks in the 3rd homily on marriage, did God give men this institution? So that we might avoid fornications, so that we might repress our concupiscence, so that we might make ourselves agreeable to God by contenting ourselves with our own wife. 54. This is the thesis of On Virginity. So marriage was granted for the sake of procreation, but an even greater reason was to quench the fiery passion of our nature. Paul attests to this when he says, "But to avoid immorality, every man should have his own wife." He does not say, "for the sake of procreation." Again, he asks us to engage in marriage not to father many children. 55. But the homilies on marriage don't really say anything different. There are 2 reasons for which marriage was instituted: it's so that we will be continent, and so that we will be fathers. But of these 2 motives, the most important is that of continence. 56. And after explaining the reasons for this importance and the motives that caused God to institute marriage, He concludes that the latter has only one end, preventing fornication. Thus, at the end of the analysis, procreation has disappeared. Finally, one also finds in Chrysostom the refusal to establish a theological correlation between marriage and procreation. Marriage can be perfectly valuable without occasioning any birth, and besides, without the will of God it would not by itself be capable of populating the earth. God could easily see to that without going through marriage or the coupling of bodies. 57. This dissociation is important if one recalls the insistence with which the link between marriage and paidopoia, the making of children, was underscored in all of Hellenic culture. One remembers Pseudo-Demosthenes saying that spouses are made for providing a legitimate progeny and that the state of marriage is recognized by the fact of procreating children of one's own. One also remembers all the philosophers making procreation the fundamental end of marriage. 58. Chrysostom's position is surprising, considering that Clement of Alexandria had taken up this ancient theme as something obvious. 59. But also when one considers that very early, and in a general way in Christianity starting with Augustine, procreation will reappear at the forefront of the theology of marriage and the sexual ethic. It will be defined, next to the marriage sacrament and to fidelity, as one of the treasures of marriage and as primary legitimate finality of the sexual act between spouses. Is Chrysostom an exception? Does he simply mark an episode, a moment of hesitation which the doctrine and the practice will not retain? An exception, certainly not. From origin to him, marriage had been considered not as a function of its procreative ends, but in its hierarchical position relative to virginity and voluntary celibacy. The question of continence, not that of children, was the main focus of the debate. Chrysostom should be seen as belonging to this whole current of thought of which Saint Jerome is the exponent in Western Christianity, and the problem that occupied it is the following: how does one establish a pastoral of marital relations, which can no longer be dispensed with on behalf of a one-sided valorization of asceticism, that is based on a morality of continence? And if this current itself constitutes an episode, it's an important one, for it was there that the matter of sexual relations in marriage was rethought, and as a result, the proposition that procreation is an end of marriage doesn't have the same meaning in St. Augustine and his successors as it had in previous authors, whether they were pagan like Musonius or Christian like Clement of Alexandria. Chrysostom dissociates marriage from creation based on the general history of man, his fall, and his salvation. He asserts in fact that procreation is announced in Genesis at the same moment as man's creation increase and multiply, 60 hence before woman's, before the fall, before the death and sorrow that punishes it. It is earlier, therefore, than the institution of marriage. So what can this God-given precept mean to the unmarried man? We know that Gregory of Nyssa sees it as heralding a generation that would be carried out in the angelic mode and would make it possible to populate paradise the way heaven is populated by angels. Chrysostom sees it rather as an announcement and a promise, the declaration, as early as man's creation, of a possibility that would be realized later. 61 This would be after the fall. Because of the fall? Not directly at least, but in an indirect way, since the fall leads to death, and the production of offspring is given to man as a compensation. It should be noted, further, that this was not in order to fill an earth that death would have soon depopulated, but to give man the image, with the thought of future generations, either of an immortality he had lost through sin, or of a resurrection that would save him. Procreation as an image of the lost immortality is evoked in the first of the 3 homilies on marriage. When there was no hope of resurrection, God gave men this consolation of paternity so that those who would die might go on living in images full of life. 62 The 18th homily on Genesis makes procreation a figure of the promise that after death would come life. At the very moment he was imposing the terrible punishment of death on men, God showed how much he loved mankind, how much he was philanthropo by granting it the succession of children as an image of resurrection. 63 Procreation in the physical sense of the term thus makes sense only in relation to these 2 references that are both situated at the gates of time. And it has no other role than to produce images of it that clearly had no reason for being before the fall, and will no longer have any once the resurrection has come. procreation will have served its purpose. And the precept increase and multiply, which had been formulated as soon as man was fashioned by God, and which consequently dominates time, must take on a new meaning. Henceforth we should apply ourselves to spiritual productions, more beautiful than those of the body. 64. As for marriage, if it is also connected to the fall, it's not in the same way. Whereas multiplication is ontologically based in the creative act, and it is therefore already present in the earthly paradise, at least as a possibility, and the fall is what gave it its material reality as well as its image function in relation to the spiritual realities. Marriage was completely absent from a human condition that had not yet experienced the fall. The text of On Virginity is quite explicit on this point. Fashioned by God, man lived in paradise, and there was no reason for marriage. 65. Yet God had created woman before the fall so that she would be man's companion. But companion in the sense of helper, assistant, boethos, not wife. Even then marriage did not seem necessary. Indeed, one saw no trace of it, they both did without it. 66. Marriage appears with the fall, with the decay of death, ruin, pain, and a toilsome life. 67. In this sense, one can say that it is the consequence of the fall, like carnal procreation. But while the latter is a consolation, marriage is a way of setting a limit to the desires of the body, a barrier against the excesses which the fall unleashed. The homilies on marriage don't modify anything essential in what On Virginity had laid out, a dozen years earlier, concerning the meta-historical moment of marriage, its role in Hebrew law, and the function it still has to serve today. At most they slightly lessen the emphasis that Chrysostom had placed on the condescension of God, bestowing marriage like the food one gives to infants too weak to tolerate an adult diet, like a bitter medicine one has to swallow when one is gripped by illness. 68. Marriage is presented above all as limit and law. It was from the day that concupiscence came into play that marriage was introduced, putting a stop to incontinence, and causing man to be satisfied with a wife. 69. Whereas procreation was a prior possibility become a consolation after the fall, marriage is a law that has its reason for being in the rebellion, after the fall, of the body against the soul, and whose end is to subdue the body's desires. It is thus a habit of servitude. In this way, one re-encounters the odd formulation that figures in the treatise against remarriage. There it is said that marriage cannot be called that from the fact of the sexual union, for then every fornication would merit receiving that name. What characterizes marriage is that the woman contents herself with one man only. 70. In its essence, marriage is limitation. This definition of the role of marriage is important. Instead of situating the matrimonial bond in a general, natural, or social economy of procreation, it situates it, in this day and age at least, since the earth is populated and the ages have come, in an individual economy of epithumia, of desire, or concupiscence. In this sense it connects the ethic of marriage to the preoccupation with asceticism and even the strictest form of continence. Next to virginity, or rather beneath it, marriage is a way of dealing with the question of concupiscence. The latter is at the core of both the morality of marriage and the ascetic procedures of those who have renounced any matrimonial tie. Concupiscence is the object shared by the rules of the state of marriage and the technique of virginity as a practice. What distinguishes the rules of marriage from these techniques, however, is not just that they are more tolerant and they permit with one person what the state of virginity disallows with any person at all. It is also that they have a juridical character. And in several ways. Whereas virginity, as we've seen, is recommended but not precept-based, and it cannot be obligatory, marriage is an obligation for all those who cannot attain the perfection of the virginal state. Marriage is in itself a law. But it also creates obligations. And obligations that refer to what is precisely marriage's reason for being, namely the economy of concupiscence. For if one marries in order to limit to a single person one's desire, one binds oneself in effect to the singleness of the relation, but one also commits oneself vis-a-vis the spouse to allow them to satisfy their own desire with one person only. Since the economy of concupiscence is the goal shared by the two spouses when they marry, it is imperative that each of them play the role expected of them by the other, to reach this goal. So the limitation of concupiscence that is the end of every marriage necessarily entails a mutual acceptance of the sexual act if each of two spouses is to find in marriage the moderate asceticism which they were seeking. In a way that may seem paradoxical, the rapprochement between marriage and virginity, the definition of a theme which they share the economy of concupiscence even though they don't give it the same solution, leads to sexual relations being posited as a strict obligation for each of the two spouses. But with certain provisos attached, of course, and in a regulatory framework. At the beginning of the 19th homily on the first epistle to the Corinthians, John Chrysostom sets out the reciprocal obligations of spouses as regards sexual relations. He gives a commentary on St. Paul's statement, "Let the husband pay the wife what is due to her, in like manner the wife the husband." 7:3.71 Chrysostom presents these obligations essentially as the duty not to introduce into marriage an abstinence and practices of renunciation that are appropriate only to the asceticism of a path devoted to continence. Once marriage is chosen as a form of life, it is not permitted to one of the marriage partners to try to lead the other mode of existence. Either strict chastity, or marriage. Doubtless the symmetry between these types of existence is not perfect, for if it is not allowed for chastity to make an exception in any form whatsoever, by contrast certain abstinences do find a place in marriage. Ritual abstinences with an obligatory character. 72 Voluntary abstinences also, but these should always be decided by common agreement, and not result from the decision of just one of the spouses. And in any case, they should never be definitive. If you want to abstain together with your spouse, let it be for a short time. 73. As for the nature or form of the required acts, given the recommendations of modesty and reserve that Chrysostom often makes, he doesn't give any indication here. No precept concerning possible procreation, no indications about opportune moments, or about forbidden sexual acts. In the fourth homily on the Epistle to the Romans, Chrysostom engages in lengthy considerations regarding the sins of sodomy, role reversals between men and women, and overturning the laws of nature, yet it seems that he is not referring to these marriage practices, but for the most part to male passivity and male prostitution, or to sexual relations between women. In any case, neither in this homily nor in the one commenting on the first epistle to the Corinthians does he appear to be imposing on spouses a particular type of sexual relation that is justifiable because it is capable of being reproductive. It's not the morphology of the relation that is determinant for him, but a principle of formal and juridical equality. Whereas in all the other areas there is a difference and hierarchy between the man and the woman, whereas the wife ought to fear her husband and obey him, in the area of sexual relations on the other hand, there should not be any inequality. Let man have the advantage in all other matters, but in matters of continence, no, on this point, one should not distinguish the more or the less, their right is the same. 74 Here Chrysostom is obviously employing a political and juridical vocabulary. He rejects pleonexia, more power, more authority on one side than on the other. He posits the principle of isotomia, equality of privileges. The obligations he assigns to spouses constitute, therefore, a kind of political equality as far as sexual relations are concerned. The rights of one determine the duties of the other. However, Chrysostom doesn't base the system of obligations only on a symmetry in the power of decision and a community of will. Its form is that of a political equality. It is grounded in an idea of property. Referring to St. Paul's text, according to which the husband's body doesn't belong to him but to the wife and vice versa, he makes the obligation not to refuse oneself to the other the consequence of a mutual appropriation of bodies that would be brought about in marriage. An appropriation that can create two situations, depending on whether the accent is placed on the fact that there is property, or on the fact that this appropriation involves the bodies of human beings. In the latter case, one is led to the model of slavery, but for many reasons among others, that the isotomia of marriage implied an equality of free individuals. 75 This theme of slavery remains relatively elusive. 76 And metaphorical. On the other hand, the idea of an appropriation leads to that of a debt. One whose body has become another's property owes them something, namely the use of their body. Chrysostom notes that to designate this obligation St. Paul employs the expression ophelomein taimen, and that ophel relates to debt. The duty between spouses is a debt. And it's this juridico-economic theme that causes Chrysostom to speak of fraud in reference to those who shirk this duty. Doubtless it should be noted that the explanation he gives is strangely weak. You don't steal from me, he says, if I consent to your taking an object that belongs to me, but taking by force from someone who doesn't consent is to steal. One might expect that from such a principle it would follow that each marriage partner would have the freedom to refuse themselves to the other. But if one recalls that marriage has effected a transfer of property, one sees that, for Chrysostom, the one who refuses oneself to the other does them violence, they take or retake by force that of which marriage had made them the owner. This is why, quite logically, he gives as an example of this kind of fraud women who, without the consent of their husband, decide to practice chastity. They commit a grave sin against Justice 77. The model of property and debt is very important in Chrysostom. He uses it several times, weaving together the theme of marriage's economic exchanges and the principle of this property transfer of the body. Sometimes he brings out the double merger that, in marriage, makes a single being of two bodies, and a single possession of two fortunes. You are just one being, one life, and you still speak of thine and mine. God made common to us things more necessary than riches. 78. Sometimes, too, he makes the point that if the husband can consider his wife's dowry as his own, his wife is justified in thinking that her husband's body belongs to her. Is it not strange that the dowry she brings to you is the object of your solicitude, and that you carefully avoid distraction from that, and that those treasures, much more precious than a dowry, by which I mean continence and chastity, and your own person, you squander and corrupt them? To this analogy, wife's dowry/husband's body, Chrysostom immediately adds a remark that is even better at showing how inadequate such a comparison is to his own conception of the double mutual possession. If you manage to meddle with your wife's dowry, it's your father-in-law that you must answer to, but if you sully chastity, it's to God that you must give account, God who instituted marriage and from whom you have your wife. 79. The fact is that once producing offspring is no longer on marriage's horizon, the link between a physical union and the circulation of possessions can be handled only by a questionable analogy. Chrysostom's recourse to the latter shows, however, his desire to emphasize the presence of a formal and juridical type of obligation. For him, there is a right that is internal to marriage, is absolutely symmetrical as concerns both spouses, and derives from the mutual ownership of bodies. But why does Chrysostom conceive of marriage as a transfer of property, rather than as a union, fusion, constitution of a single being, a theme that he evokes several times but that would not be capable of establishing a juridical type of bond? Precisely because the body subsequent to the fall is the site of the excesses of concupiscence, and because, when one marries in order to set a limit to those excesses, one asks that the other ensure this limitation. Each becomes the master and possessor of the other's body, insofar as they can control its concupiscence. And by refusing, one makes oneself responsible for the troubles that the other's concupiscence may produce. Chrysostom describes those troubles in two ways: domestic disorder, discord, disarray in the household. We've seen that the good organization of people and things rested on the couple entity. Chrysostom shows that it partly depends on the respect for justice in sexual relations. Great evils are born when it is transgressed: fornications, adulteries, domestic troubles are its consequences. A husband frustrated in his rights stirs up quarrels and causes his wife 1,000 problems. 80. But more deeply, one who refuses the equilibrium of justice in marital relations makes oneself guilty of the trouble in the other's soul, in their desires, their temptations, and their difficulties controlling them. Because marriage has put one in the position of contributing to one's spouse's salvation. At the bottom of this appropriation of bodies, there is this transfer. Here it's no longer the objective of a shared progeny that justifies the debt of bodies contracted implicitly by the spouses when they marry, but rather each one's responsibility vis-a-vis the sins of the other. So the fruit of which it is a question is spiritual, it is each one's salvation through the other. A salvational chiasmus. On this precise point, Chrysostom can employ the word agape in the double sense of marital love and charity. One has to recognize that on this theme the treatise on virginity doesn't express exactly the same positions as the later homilies. Chrysostom does already insist on the wife's obligation not to evade her marital duty, even for reasons of continence. The wife practicing continence against her husband's wishes is deprived of the rewards for continence. She is also responsible for his adultery and is more responsible than he. Why? Because she pushed him to the abyss of debauchery by depriving him of legitimate intercourse. 81 But he gives an extremely limited meaning to this obligation, a concession to a physical need that calls for indulgence and that should not meet with a unilateral refusal. 82 But it is not a question of giving a spiritual value to this concession. Not by living dutifully with him as a wife will she be able to save her husband, but by pointing out to him life according to the gospel, something that many women have done. Moreover, without being married. 83 The help that spouses can contribute to each other doesn't involve that, even if it must still be respected. I do not say she is of no help altogether in spiritual matters, indeed no, but I do assert that she successfully accomplishes this not when she is involved with marital concerns but when she progresses to the virtue of the holy men while adhering to her feminine nature. 84 The sexual relationship between spouses. In this treatise where the life of marriage is presented in a negative light, appears as something that must subsist, nonetheless, when one is sufficiently detached from marriage and is with one's wife as not having one. 85 By contrast, in the later homilies this fulfillment of duty is not an unavoidable remainder that must still be observed between spouses when they have shed all the other aspects of married life. It has a twofold value, spiritual, since it manifests a bond of charity, and moral, since it ensures a good understanding that has an impact on the whole order of the household. When marriage is thought of as a vocation, a state that deserves and calls for a specific technique, then the marital relation is no longer a residual constraint that one doesn't have the right to get out of, it is part of the labor for mutual salvation. Once again, Chrysostom is not taken here as the inventor of this way of analyzing marital relations and the state of marriage. He is the witness of a thought that has many of the elements that are already found in Origen. And just as Origen supplied some of the basic principles that would later be cited by the institutions of monastic life, he also very clearly formulated some of the principles of the Christian ethic and spirituality of marriage, before the latter in its concrete forms gave rise to reflection and specific prescriptions. 86. Chrysostom's homilies, in any case, manifest the existence of a pastoral of married life in which sexual relations are strongly linked to this notion of ophel, of debitum of duty debt, which in Christianity will become a fundamental category for thinking, justifying, codifying, and distributing marital relations according to a system of rules. During the Middle Ages, a huge juridical edifice will be constructed making spouses appear as legal subjects in complex relations of debts, demands, acceptances, and refusals. At least as much as the great sexual prohibitions, this code will contribute to the juridification of sexual practice, and at the same time will give the religious institution access to the most secret relations between marriage partners. Now, what needs to be underscored if one intends to explore the history of this strange notion is that it does not derive from the idea that marriage has procreation as its end except in a secondary, lateral way, and because, after the fact, it could use this as a pre-established support. On the contrary, it was when Christian thought detached marriage from this end, so readily acknowledged since pagan antiquity, that this notion of duty debt began to take form in a clear way. The eschatological theme of an end of time when it's no longer necessary to think of progeny is no doubt fundamental. But by itself it could not have constituted the support for this notion if marriage had not been inflected by monasticism, the life of virginity and the art of conducting oneself within it, and the Church with its ever more numerous and deeper connections with the state and imperial society had not developed a pastoral of marital existence, for shepherding it and showing spouses how to conduct themselves within it. And this art of matrimonial life organized itself around the same question as that of the life of continence, how to manage, combat, and vanquish concupiscence, in a struggle that is integral to life itself. In a way that is paradoxical only at first sight, epithumia, desire, concupiscence, is what constitutes the raw material which the arts of monastic life and married life have to process. With this difference, in the one case, one must act with oneself alone and in the form of a spiritual combat with one's own thoughts, in the broad sense of the word, in order to give it no possible outlet, the involuntary pollution during dreams constituting the purest form of this impurity, as it were, to which God alone can put a definitive end, and, in the other case, there does exist a legitimate, although joint, outlet, but it has to be seen that this legitimacy stems from the fact that each one thereby enables the other to escape the temptations of their own concupiscence. This is to say that the theme is still and always that of the relationship with oneself, with the nuance that, in the case of marriage, this relationship is not managed apart from one's relation to the other. One must bear in mind, however, that in the case of monastic virginity, there is a form of relation to the other that is just as indispensable, the bond of spiritual direction. The symmetry between the art of monastic life and the art of matrimonial existence should not be overestimated. The differences are legion, of course. And on the specific theme of concupiscence, it has to be noted that monastic asceticism will give rise to practices of constant self-monitoring, of decipherment of one's own secrets, of an indefinite search in the depths of one's heart, of an elucidation of those things that may be a delusion, an error, and a deception on the part of oneself, whereas the precepts of matrimonial life will take the form of a jurisdiction much more than of a veridiction, and that the theme of debt will give rise to an endless work of codification and a long reflection of jurisprudence. The dimorphism is already apparent in texts like those of Chrysostom. It will become more and more so, profoundly marking the way sexual behaviors are thought of and regulated in the West, in terms of truth, but in the form of a secret deep inside oneself to be elucidated indefinitely if one intends to be saved, and in terms of law, but as much in the form of a law of debt and of obligations as in that of prohibition and transgression. This dimorphism is still far from having disappeared, or at least from having exhausted its effects. But it seems to me that at its origin one must not continue to find the juxtaposition in Christianity of an ancient law of marriage and the more recent forms of a complete renunciation of the world. It was the movement to constitute, in the exercise of pastoral power, a technique of marital life inferior to that of monastic life, but not unrelated to it, that led at the same time to making the concupiscence of each spouse, and not the sharing of progeny, the essential form of the marital relation, and to organizing between these two solitudes an intersection of responsibilities and a linkage through debt. Even in the dual form of marriage, the basic problem is what to do with one's own concupiscence, hence it is the relation of oneself to oneself. And the internal law of marital sex was first organized as a way of managing through the other this fundamental self-to-self relation. 2. The good and the goods of marriage. Virginity is superior to marriage, without marriage being a bad thing or virginity an obligation. Saint Augustine received this general thesis from a tradition that was already clearly formed before him. It runs through his whole oeuvre. He develops it in the two groups of texts he devoted to the problems of marriage and of virginity, in the first years of his bishopric, when he felt the need to discuss both the Manichaean-inspired arguments, in De Continentia, around 396, and the propositions of Jovinian, in De Bono Coniugale, 401, or De Sancta Virginitate, 401, then at the time of his anti-Pelagian polemics, 15 years or so later, when he bases himself on the superiority of strict and total continence, acknowledged by his current adversaries, particularly Julian of Eclanum, to argue that concupiscence is an evil. 1. A passage of De Sancta Virginitate clearly situates the general principle, at least in a negative way. It's the same one, with perhaps different emphases and polemical edges, that one can find in Gregory of Nyssa, in John Chrysostom, or in Jerome's Adversus Jovinianum. Some, by aiming for virginity, have thought marriage hateful even as adultery, but others, by defending marriage, would have the excellence of perpetual continence to deserve nothing more than married chastity, as though either the good of Susanna be the lowering of Mary, or the greater good of Mary ought to be the condemnation of Susanna too. Against these two errors, Augustine asserts that marriage and virginity are not to be differentiated from each other as evil is from good, or assimilated. As two equivalent goods, they are to be evaluated and separated as a lesser good compared to a greater good. Two heights in the same landscape, but one of which is higher than the other. Whoever therefore shall be willing to abide without marriage, let them not flee from marriage as a pitfall of sin, but let them surmount it as a hill of the lesser good, in order that they may rest in the mountain of the greater, chastity. 3. From this general conception of two unequal goods, Augustine draws conclusions that as such are in line with the already constructed doctrine. Let me quickly indicate them in order to better define St. Augustine's own particular development of these themes. Since marriage is not an evil, it cannot be prohibited in any way, nor can virginity be imposed, despite its excellence. The Apostle's phrase, "If you are free of the marriage bond, do not seek a wife," should not be understood as a prohibition, but rather as a counsel. How could virginity be called holy if it were nothing more than the observance of a law decreed for everyone, and if it were not freely chosen by those who lawfully could have married? One can seek a wife, therefore, but it is better not to. 5. One must not understand the superiority of virginity as the advantage it might give in the life of this world. It brings a certain tranquility, whereas marriage is necessarily in the service of the present age. This is true perhaps, although one has to bear in mind the different battles of the life of continence. But one would be wrong to avoid marriage only to keep from being strained by earthly cares. 6. Which virginity is free of. If it is preferable to flee the disadvantages of marriage, this is not because they disturb the soul's repose, but because they divert it from what its object should be. They compel one to think less of the things of God than is enough for the obtaining of that glory, which shall not come to all. 7. Doubtless it is possible to find, in the marriage bond, the possibility of a marital holiness, but it is less, because of that portion of cares which are concerned with worldly pleasure. Whatever attention of the soul, therefore, is expended on these things by which she would have to please a husband, the unmarried Christian woman ought in a certain way to gather and concentrate on that earnest purpose by which she is to please the Lord. Assuredly she is by so much the more blessed by how much the more she pleases Him. 8. If the privilege of virginity is tied to this possibility of concentrating and directing the intentio animi, this is because its end consists in establishing a certain relation with God, which is incompatible with the state of marriage. The absence of corruption that characterizes the life of the angels, which will reward the elect and will enable one to see God face to face, is what the life of virginity aims for. Virginal chastity and freedom through pious continence from all sexual intercourse is the portion of angels, and a practice, incorruptible flesh, of perpetual incorruption. By presenting in their flesh something that is no longer of the flesh. 9. Those who devote themselves to a perfect continence prefigure in a certain way a hereafter in which marriage will no longer exist. In this other life, virginity, which has more merits, will receive richer rewards. Like Cyprian or Athanasius, Augustine 10 takes up the parable of the sower in the Gospel of St. Matthew. Some produced 100 times what was sown, others 60, and others only 30, and he applies it to the merits and rewards of virginity compared to marriage. Moreover, he proposes several possible interpretations of the parable, that virginity produces 100-fold, widowhood 60, and marriage 30, or martyrdom 100, virginity 60, and marriage 30, or again, martyrdom plus virginity 100, virginity and martyrdom separately, 60. Doubtless Augustine doesn't wish to attach too much importance to these symbolic calculations. The gifts are more in number than to allow a being distributed under those different degrees. But one has to recognize a diversity between them. Men would be brash indeed to attempt to set God's choices in the matter. Yet it is plain both that those differences are many, and that the better are profitable not for the present time, but for eternity. 11. None of these points can be regarded as specific to St. Augustine. However, substantial differences appear immediately in the use he makes of these themes. In a word, one can say that, in speaking of marriage or virginity, Athanasius, Gregory of Nyssa, Basil of Ancyra, and Chrysostom were mainly interested in defining modes of living, in describing each one's struggles, dangers, and rewards, in assessing their relative value, in marking their respective place in the Christian community. Further, in this comparison of techne, it was evident that the strong point, or element of reference, was constituted by virginity as the most perfect state to which one might accede in this earthly existence. Even Chrysostom, who, in the same period as Augustine, outlined a rule of marital life, doesn't avoid relating it to the difficult art of continence, which for him retains not only its ethical and ontological superiority, of course, but also a methodological privilege. He defines good marriage practice as the least bad management possible of a desire against which married people don't have the strength or the courage to undertake a radical struggle. The texts of St. Augustine don't follow exactly the same direction. First, there is a shift of accent toward marriage. Once again, though, Augustine never considers marriage to be equivalent, let alone preferable, to an authentically practiced virginity. It is, and will always remain, of lesser value. But Augustine focuses on this lesser and rethinks its meaning up to a certain point. On one hand, he tries to define what value there is in marriage that is directly positive, the place it has, and perhaps has always had, in creation, the basis it finds in the ecclesiastical community, so that the lesser value of marriage is not to be understood as the diminution, the partial devaluation, of the high value of virginity. Marriage has its own distinct value, even if it is not the highest. Further, he concentrates most of his technical reflection on marriage, the rules to be observed therein or the right conduct to have. Which is not to say that one doesn't find numerous and precise indications on the practice of chastity in the Sermons 12 or again in certain anti-Pelagian 13 polemics more than in De Sancta Virginitate, where praise of chastity, against the disciples of Jovinian, takes precedence over the art and manner of living in continence. But it is apropos of marriage in De Bono Coni Uguli, later in De Nuptiis et Concupiscentia, or in Contra Julianum that Augustine develops a technique and rules of conduct appropriate to a form of life. Up to a certain point, one can speak of an inversion of methodological priority in favor of marriage and the technique, the art of conducting oneself in a manner proper to the matrimonial state. But for Augustine the main concern is undoubtedly beyond the scope of the comparative definition of two types of existence. And what distinguishes him from his predecessors and contemporaries is his overall objective, defining the general framework that enables one to conceptualize both the practice of virginity and that of marriage, their respective positivity and their difference of value. Through the hierarchy that separates virginity and marriage, through the different behaviors required of them, what Augustine constructs is the general theory they both are seen as deriving from. In a word, in going beyond the comparison of the virgin and the spouses, the continent Christians and the marriage partners, which had largely been developed prior to him, Augustine makes manifest, not a third figure, or a composite figure, but the fundamental element underpinning the other two, the subject of desire. Before analyzing the constitution of a theory of concupiscence in the next chapter, we'll look more closely at the first aspect I've mentioned above, the shift of accent toward marriage and the definition of a positive good that, while not allowing marriage to outshine virginity, establishes it as worthy in its own right. This shift is shown, in Augustine, in a conception of the Church as a spiritual body, in the exegesis of biblical texts dealing with the creation and existence before the fall, and finally, in the elaboration of a system of rules capable of actualizing the good that is peculiar to marriage in the life of spouses and in their relations. It isn't necessary to be virgin, or renounce marriage, or practice an absolute continence to belong to the Christian community, even if the Church reserves a special place for virginity. Augustine repeats this after so many others, strongly emphasizing the idea that, as valuable as marriage is, as holy as virginity may be, what surpasses both is that they are joined in a single community and they coexist in the oneness of the Church. The whole is finer even than the finest of its components, the faithful as a body, form the members of Christ and the temple of the Holy Spirit, wherein assuredly the faithful of both sexes are understood. Thus, there are married women, there are unmarried women also, but distinct in their merit, and as members preferred to members, while yet neither are separated from the body, because certain several created things were better than other several things, but all of them together better than any several. 14. But if the coexistence of virginity and marriage is finer than virginity alone, this is because it's not enough to say that marriage too is a good, but attenuated and somewhat lesser, for this implies that it is a kind of subtraction from the excellence of virginity. One must assume that between them there is something other than a simple juxtaposition, a correlation that has meaning and value, a correlation whereby marriage finds a supplement in virginity, and the latter finds a complement in marriage. The modes of living may very well be distinct in the communities of Christians, but in the community which the Church constitutes there must be a necessary linkage of marriage and virginity. From Origen or Methodius of Olympus to Chrysostom or Jerome, virginity was never dissociated from certain modalities of spiritual union. It was defined by the refusal of any marriage, be it the institutional one that connects an individual to another human being, or the general one that attaches them to the world of the flesh. But this renunciation had a bond with Christ as its correlative, at the same time its effect and its condition, its reward and its warrant. The virgin soul was the fiancée and the bride of Christ, and countless spiritual fruits would spring from this union. In St. Augustine, the relations between virginity, marriage, and spiritual fertility are much more complex. Both because they assume other forms than simply the virginity, betrothal to Christ correlation, and especially because they are involved in all the relations of God to His Church, of the Church to Christ, of Christ to the faithful, and of each of the latter to the whole community. Going beyond the characterization that isolates virgins compared to the other faithful, beyond the differences of status that mark married people, those not yet married, those who are widowed, those who lead a life of continence, those who have pledged themselves to it through vows, beyond the question of forms and rules of life, St. Augustine brings out, through everything that ought to constitute the Church as a unique spiritual reality, relations that assume both virginity and marriage, betrothal and integrity, maternity or paternity, and absolute chastity. It is not a matter, then, of characteristics that might affect individuals and that designate them as virgins, or spouses, or parents, but of a tight fabric of spiritual ties where each of the elements is at the same time, in relation to others, virgin and spouse, parent and child. So that virginity and marriage, at this level, are not set against each other as two alternative ways of living but are joined together as permanent and simultaneous aspects of relations that form the Church as a spiritual unity. Conceived in this way, and in the form of fertile virginity or virginal marriage, there is no difference of value between virginity and marriage. But it's against the background of this conception of the spiritual relations between God and man that St. Augustine will establish and explain the hierarchy that must be respected between virginity and marriage understood in the carnal sense. The whole first part of De Sancta Virginitate is informative on this point, especially if one consults the huge group of sermons on the theme of the Virgin Church 15 for clarification. An immense web of spiritual relations and kinships beyond those of blood are represented. Marriage and virginity and motherhood are never separated, their reciprocal implication is constantly recalled by such expressions as virginally connubio spiritualiter conjugatus, virginum sponsus, and virginitas fecunditatem non impedit, fecunditas virginitatem non addimit 16. In a summary way, the numerous and tangled relations mentioned in this passage can be outlined as follows. So Christ is the Son of a Virgin. 17 He was born to her, physically, corporeally, and not simply to preserve an integrity which a man could have violated, but as the fruit of a virginity that, voluntarily, had been dedicated to the union with God. 18 A virgin himself, he is the husband of the Church, virgin itself, which is bonded to him in a spiritual union, but he is also, and more especially, in this Church, the bridegroom of the virgins who are joined to him by virgin wedding vows. 19 Mary, the eternally virgin mother of Christ, is not virgin simply of body, but also spiritually, since she is pledged to God and has given birth to Christ as he willed, thus serving as model for all the souls that, dedicating their will to God, cause God to be born in themselves. 20 Now, all those who do God's will are, already on earth, the brothers of Christ, who came here to show that will and the right path to follow. Therefore, the Virgin is also the sister of Christ. 21 But she must be considered Christ's daughter as well, for all who believe in him are his children and deserve to be called, as St. Matthew says, the bridegroom's children. 22 As for the Church, it is the Virgin of Christ, united to him in a spiritual way. 23 Corporeally, it can be said to be virgin only because of some of its members, whereas it is not if one considers those of the faithful who have married. 24 As Christ's virgin bride, the Church is the mother of Christians, since it is she who causes them to be born to the Spirit by receiving them into baptism. 25 But as the community of saints constitutes the mystical body of Christ, by forming them, by giving birth to them, the Church is also in a sense the mother of Christ, as are those who do the will of the Father. The Church, in the saints who shall possess the kingdom of God, in the Spirit indeed, is altogether the mother of Christ. 26 And it should be added that any pious soul individually is a daughter of Christ, since it was given birth to out of the latter's nuptials with the Church, and a sister of Christ, since like him it does God's will. 27 And the mother of Christ, since it gives birth to him within itself, being in the image of Mary who does what the Father wills. 28 So St. Augustine describes a web of spiritual relations that reproduce and reverse themselves, making each of the four elements of the ensemble Christ, Mary, the Church, the souls virgins and spouses, progenitors and children. Marriage, fertility and virginity don't define the position or the intrinsic quality of any one of them, but make it possible to describe the different relations that each maintains simultaneously with all the others. So one can say that, in the system of spiritual relations, marriage and virginity cannot be dissociated, and their non-dissociation is manifested by their fertility, but neither of these two terms can be regarded as superior or inferior to the other one. Now, from this reciprocal implication of marriage and virginity in spiritual relations, St. Augustine doesn't draw the conclusion of a sameness of spiritual value between corporeal virginity and the marriage tie. On the contrary, he counters the Jovinianists, and later Julian of Eclanum, with the principle of a strict hierarchy. The reason is that actually, for him, physical virginity may well represent spiritual virginity, but virgins are in fact the manifestation in the world of virginal relations that produce spiritual fruits. Virginity of body cannot truly exist and deserve the name virginity unless it is sustained and motivated by virginity of heart or of mind. It is itself honored not because it is virginity, but because it has been dedicated to God, and, although it is kept in the flesh, yet is it kept by religion and devotion of the mind. And by this means even virginity of the flesh is spiritual, sealed and preserved as it is by continence and piety. For, even as no one makes an immodest use of the body unless the sin has been before conceived in the mind, so no one keeps modesty in the body, unless chastity has been before implanted in the mind. 29 On this condition, physical virginity will bring forth the things it is capable of and which are promised to it. In itself, it will give birth to Christ. By its example, it will give rise to the same Christ in the heart of others, and in the Church it will give birth to new offspring for Christ by calling souls to convert. On the other hand, what marriage produces are not spiritual fruits. From the physical union of a man and a woman only human beings are born, not Christians. They can become members of Christ and children of God only through the spiritual operation of the sacrament. They who in married life give birth to children after the flesh, give birth not to Christ, but to Adam. 30 It's possible, therefore, to say that women who have refused marriage and dedicated themselves to God have taken on one aspect of the role of Mary, both virgin and the mother of Christ, virginity, corporeal as well as spiritual. But it is not possible to say symmetrically that women who have married and had children have taken up the physical and spiritual motherhood of Mary, for the Virgin gave birth to Christ through God's intervention. Through the operation of nature, the married woman gives birth to human beings that are not Christian. And only this virginity of heart that connects her to Christ in the Church and makes her offer her children to God allows her to be spiritually a mother, the Church giving them birth, through this, that in a spiritual manner she is the mother of the members of Christ, of whom also after a spiritual manner she is the Virgin. And unto this holy birth mothers who have not borne Christians in the flesh are workers together, that they may become what they could not give birth to in the flesh, they only contribute, however, wherein they themselves become virgins and mothers of Christ, that is to say, in faith which works through love. 31 Hence there is not a symmetry between virginity and carnal fertility. Or further, transposed and manifested in the flesh, the connection of virginity and spiritual nuptials is undone, and marriage, procreation according to the body, cannot be considered as an inheritance of Mary's motherhood, whereas the chastity of those who have vowed to forego marriage here below is, like the Virgin, dedicated to God. So married women would not be justified in saying to virgins, "You are virgins, we are mothers, for what is wanting to you in children, let your virginity, that has been preserved, be a consolation, for us, let the gain of children make up for our lost virginity." 32. So in a way, Augustine has expanded, and multiplied, themes that existed prior to him, that of virginity as a union with the bridegroom and that of the Church as Christ's bride. He has woven a whole set of relations that join together, in a spiritual manner, virginities that are spiritual as well. He has described the myriad fruits of these nuptials that, while not being corporeal, are nevertheless something different than a pure symbol. He has placed marriage and virginity inseparably at the level of relations that constitute the spiritual unity of the Church. Whatever the inferior place that marriage must occupy in life on earth, there is a figure of spiritual marriage that cannot be dissociated from virginity. Which shows that it is not at all the very form of marriage that constitutes a lesser good, but rather whatever led it, in the story of our fall, to be what it is in this world. Hence the question, what are marriage's connections with the fall? Is one to think that before the fall there was just one form of spiritual union which virginity in its own way would reproduce in this world? Mustn't one suppose that marriage, with the physical union that it includes, existed already? And that it was not introduced, but modified by the fall? 2. Like Origen, most Christian exegetes had denied that there were sexual relations in paradise and that the first couple may have procreated physically before the fall following carnal intercourse. Gregory of Nyssa conceded that the humans had received the right to and the possibility of multiplying as soon as their creation, not, however, as the result of a sexual act, but of an intervention that is not known to us any more than is the action that populated heaven with angels and caused the countless beings to proliferate. Why, then, was the difference of the sexes marked as early as creation and the order given to the man and the woman to multiply? The answer, according to Gregory of Nyssa, is that God in his prescience knew that man would fall, a means was given to him in advance by which he could perpetuate his kind beyond the death that was to be his condemnation. 33 In this type of exegesis, one sees that the sexual act is part of the fall and its consequences. It belongs to a block that includes the first sin, death, and procreation. It depends on the initial disobedience, which determined its realization, in the existence of the first couple, and even its possibility, in God's foresight. It is linked to procreation, which is its end and its reason for being. It is linked to death, since it is one of the forms of that corruption which deprives men of their immortality. Finally, it is inseparable from desire, epithumia. Indeed, desire is what provoked the fall. Desire in general, the desire for pleasure and not the sexual appetite. 34 The taste for the earth's pleasures instead of for the contemplation of God is what introduces corruption and death. The desire to perpetuate oneself is what impels men to procreate. The sexual act belongs, therefore, either as a consequence or as a means, to a group of four elements that lead to it or call for it. In this interpretation, which was traditional in his time, Augustine will bring about a displacement and a dissociation. He will move, if not sexual intercourse then at least its lawful possibility back from the fallen world to paradisiacal existence as it left the hands of the Creator. but this could be accepted only provided that the sexual relation was freed from everything that constituted the stigmata of the fallen existence. Augustine was able to complete this meta-historical requalification of the marital relation, with all the dissociations it implies, only in stages. De Genesi contra Manichaeos, written shortly after his baptism, is still close to the theses of Gregory of Nyssa or of Chrysostom. Paradisaical man, with his body of fresh clay, is described there as being endowed with celestial qualities that make him incorruptible, free him of any physical need, spare him all the disorderly urges of the soul, and make him inaccessible to concupiscence. 35 Augustine then encounters the same problem as his predecessors. What meaning should be given, in this existence without sin, without death, and without lust, to these affirmations of Genesis, that God created man and woman, 127, that he told them to increase and multiply, 128, and that the Creator gave the woman as a helper to the man, 218. How does one avoid relating this theme of helper to that of the birth of a progeny that would derive from the difference of the sexes? And consequently, how does one not make allowance for sexual procreation in the immortal existence without corruption that obtained in paradise? Augustine, like his predecessors, appeals to the resources of spiritual interpretation. Formally, however, his position is ambiguous, or, to be more precise myself, it permits two interpretations, since it says that these Genesis texts can also be understood spiritualiter, which authorizes one, at least by default, to interpret them carnaliter. But, in fact, Augustine develops only the spiritual meaning. The help that the woman should bring to the man is interpreted as a relationship of command and submission. Hence the relation that is based on the differentiation of the man and the woman doesn't go by way of sex itself. Casta conjunctio. As for increase and multiply, Augustine interprets this as referring to spiritual fruits, intelligible and immortal joys, says the first text of De Genesi contra Manichaeos 36, or good works of divine praise, 37 says the second. Clearly, the most difficult aspect of such an interpretation is the exact meaning to be given to the theme of the help which the man gets from the woman. Why is the contemplation of God not sufficient for Adam to produce the countless fruits of joy? Why did he need someone else in order to sing God's praises? In De Catechizandis Rudibus, Augustine proposes an interpretation through the relations of glorification and imitation. If God can draw glory from man, this is, of course, not due to the fact that man was molded in clay, but to the fact that he resembles him, and resembles him not only because he was made in God's image but because, with his reason, he freely imitates God's wisdom. In the same way, a man in turn is glorified by a woman if the woman follows him, imitates him, and reproduces the example of wisdom that he gives her. And God is glorified all the more as his image in turn becomes a model. 38 As in De Genesi contra Manichaeos, Augustine doesn't absolutely rule out the carnal and material interpretation that conjectured sexual relations before the fall. He doesn't imagine it directly, but in presenting the spiritual interpretation he is careful to note that what it excludes is the idea that before the fall the woman may have been a helper as concerns carnal concupiscence. How could she have been a helper in this sense when both of their bodies were not yet corruptible? It is clear that in this exegesis, a place for sexual relations free of concupiscence remains open, as well as for a proliferation that would not be a compensation for the mortality of the body. But Augustine doesn't say a word about this possibility. He never refers to it. However, on the basis of later texts, it appears retrospectively that here the textual silence hollows out a space, as it were, for other possible interpretations. The beginning of De Bono Coni Eugoli is unusual in that it offers a set of these interpretations without saying which one is correct. It's plain to see, however, that the very content of the book and its analysis of the good of marriage imply a preference for one of the hypotheses, which Augustine still chooses to consider as equally plausible for the purpose of exegesis, without the need of further scrutiny, no detailed examination of each one, no definitive opinion about this one or that one. So the passage is presented as the indication of the different and numerous interpretations that have been given concerning the increase and multiplication which the first couple were ordered to undertake before the fall. The hypothesis of physical but non-sexual procreation is close to the interpretation suggested by Gregory of Nyssa, but he was referring to the enigmatic multiplication of angelic spirits. Augustine considers three models of non-sexual procreation, all three of which concern bodies and bodies in this earthly world: God's creation of the first man and the first woman, the formation of Christ's body in the womb of the Virgin, and lastly, an example that should speak to unbelievers themselves, the reproduction of the bees. These three procreations were or still are accomplished sine concubito, and through a beneficent act, munus, of God. Following the lesson of these examples, one may suppose, then, with some believers, that God could enable the first couple to physically procreate without sexual intercourse. The second interpretation is well known. It's the one that understands this multiplication in a mystical and figurative sense. The multiplication that was proposed, prescribed and promised at the same time actually represented the progress of the Spirit and abundance of virtue. In this case, there would not have been real childbirth before the fall, the latter having brought death. Progeny would have been given to man so that he might perpetuate himself in spite of everything. This is the interpretation that we've encountered in Gregory of Nyssa. The third hypothesis, which St. Augustine cites as being supported by some, is undoubtedly less common. The creation would have given man an animal body, not a spiritual one, thus he would have been subject to dying, but if sin had not intervened, this mortality would never have become a death. Humans would have directly rejoined their spiritual destiny. In sum, they would have gone immediately from the earthly paradise where they had the world at their disposal to the heavenly paradise where they contemplate God face to face. Mortals escaping death, animals of reason and innocence, men would have been perfectly capable of having children, and conceiving them in the animal manner, that is, through sexual intercourse entium per concubitum, until, according to the word, the earth would be filled with a progeny that would not have been destined to replace the ancestors but to live side by side with them. In this interpretation, the sexual relation, in the strictest physical and animal sense, therefore becomes entirely possible in paradise. It is neither the consequence nor the cause of the fall, it is inscribed in human nature by the creative act itself. Is it therefore cleared of sin, and of concupiscence? And is it likewise exempted from death? One might think so, after a cursory review, since the increase of human beings would take place without the intervention of death, and continue up to an adequate peopling of the earth. A deathless procreation, a multiplication that no loss would restrain. However, it should be noted that before his exposition of the three interpretative possibilities, Augustine proposes something that doesn't seem to be one of the views that can be held and have been held in fact, but rather a general principle: through sin, men took on death as their condition, and there cannot be any sexual union, concubities, except between mortal bodies. Now, it's this general principle that one finds in the three interpretations, taking into account a specific modulation for the third one. There, too, the concubities is connected with the possibility of death, with mortality, which forms part of human nature as it was created. It thus existed, as a possibility, prior to sin, which simply introduced the actual condition of death for the human race. In such an interpretation, before the emergence of sin, corruption, and death, before the links that connect them to each other, mortality and the sexual relation were originally and simultaneously present, both of them implied in the animality of the created being. It is this third interpretation that is finally taken up and developed in De Genesi ad Litteram, the writing of which begins shortly after De Bono Coniugale, but will be finished much later, then in the 14th book of the City of God, and in the anti-Pelagian texts that are roughly contemporary with it. The third chapter of Book 9 of De Genesi ad Litteram comments on the passage, or rather the phrase of Scripture, Genesis 2:18, where God says in speaking of the man, "I will make him a helper suitable for him." Once again, it is the nature of this help that poses the problem of the possible existence of sexual relations in paradise. In Book 3, Chapter 21 of the same text, Saint Augustine had commented on increase and multiply. Although this order, he explained, seems to have been realizable only through concubities, one can imagine another mode of multiplication. It would not involve the concupiscence of corruption, and would result from a feeling of piety. What this question fails to address is the question of whether this other mode excludes concubities, and hence one of those mysterious interventions to which the Lord could have and still can have recourse, or whether it involved a concubities having the particular feature, surprising for those who are familiar only with fallen man, of not being accompanied by concupiscence, but an altogether different urge of the soul. 39 This uncertainty is resolved. Such a thing was doubtless possible in Book 9 of De Genesis. What might be the nature of the help which God destined the woman to provide? 5 times in the course of this book, footnote the same reply is given, for engendering children, 3,5, for procreation, v9, for generation, 6,12, for the gestation of children, 8,13, for producing offspring, 11,19. Which means that here Augustine completely abandons the idea that this help was of a spiritual kind and was meant to contribute to the joys of contemplation or prayer. 40 Now, since nothing in the Genesis verse in question directly authorizes this affirmation, Saint Augustine bases it on reasoning. Or rather on two reasonings. One goes by way of elimination. 41 What might the woman have been good for in paradise? For working the ground? Assuredly not, because work was not necessary then, and in any case a second man would have been more effective. To make it so that the man was not alone, that he might live and speak with someone, convivere and colloquy. Not for that either, because one knows very well that a man's best companion is another man, and that if a certain inequality was necessary for the tranquility of this companionship, a pact between these two men based on the preeminence of the first one created would have sufficed. Not for company, not for labor, the woman's help must have had to do with children, then. The other reasoning consists in showing the advantages of progeny for the first humans and a peopling of the entire earth. 42 It should be noted that Augustine doesn't make direct use of the text increase and multiply to make paradisaical procreation the simple application of this precept. He tries to show that before the fall, apart from death, and independently of the concern for replacing those who disappear, the proliferation of the human race was a thing to be sought after. Indeed, by multiplying, humanity would increase the beauty of the earth. And how would the multiplication of righteous men not have been, before the fall, a very great embellishment if one considers four things: that the animal species themselves add to the beauty of the lower world, that even corrupt men are still better than the animals, that a mankind of numerous sinners, maintained in peace by the example of a few decent men, is something beautiful in itself, and finally that the men born of the first parents without the sin of the latter would be both immortal and righteous. So proliferation is in itself, and not in compensation for death, a good. And what better means to form this societas on the surface of the earth than the birth of successive generations starting from just one man? Through this multiplication out of a single trunk, humanity can cover the surface of the earth to the extent God intended, and maintain the unity by which the Creator meant to distinguish it at its very origin. The 14th book of the City of God, devoted to the consequences of the original sin and concupiscence, opens precisely with this theme. The unity-multiplicity of the human race and humanity as a societas, held together by resemblance and kinship in peaceful relations, appear to be the end that God was pursuing as early as the creation, before any sin and any fall and any death. God, desiring not only that the human race might be able by their similarity of nature to associate with one another, but also that they might be bound together in harmony and peace by the ties of relationship, was pleased to derive all men from one individual, and created humanity with such a nature that the members of the race should not have died. 43. Summarizing, the three basic scriptural elements on this subject being the creation of two distinct sexes, the prescription of growth and multiplication, and the addition of the woman as a helper for the man, it seems that the earlier exegetes focused most of their effort on the first two. They wanted to avoid not only the presence of the sexual act, but even its possibility before the fall. For this they had to postpone till later the use of a differentiation of the sexes whose significance and effects needed to remain virtual up to the moment of sin. They were obliged to give multiplication a spiritual meaning, and consequently, the third element had to be left vague. The woman's help remained a theme with no precise content. For Augustine, on the other hand, it is this element that gives direction to the analysis. By attempting to narrow as much as possible the meaning to be given to this help, by attempting to define the man-woman relation, apart from any sin and prior to the fall, by trying to establish the likely form and purpose of their association, Augustine, through successive eliminations, is led to attribute a physical, corporeal, carnal signification to the order given to the first couple to multiply, and an immediately actualizable value to the originary differentiation of the sexes. From the fact that the assistant given to the man was that other which the woman is not only a being who resembles him, not only someone inferior to him, but someone whose resemblance inferiority takes the form of sexual difference, Augustine deduces that this otherness had the function of founding and developing societas spread over the entire earth, that is, a multiplicity of individuals interconnected by an identity of nature and a kinship of origin. The multiplicity of successive births was not introduced into the history of the world to compensate for the limits of death, but rather, according to Augustine, by the originary privilege given to a society as an adornment and a beauty added to the world. It was for the sake of man's relations with his fellows that the woman was joined to him as a helper. For planting the seeds of humankind, the seeds of the race of his countless future companions, a man needs the fertility of a plot of ground. 44. The marriage of the first couple implied for Augustine something different than a spiritual relation. It assumed at least the possibility of a physical union, which was indicated by the originary differentiation of the sexes and which promised the physical procreation of progeny. Sexual relations and generation no longer belong in an unequivocal and necessary way to the economy of the fall. They already have a place, with the couple formed by the first humans willed by God, in the order of a creation not yet corrupted by the fall. Augustine will never renounce this thesis. One finds it fully set out in the 14th book of the City of God. God created the first humans, male and female, he inscribed their sex in the flesh, and this was in order to engender children and thereby to increase, multiply, fill the earth. He thus created them as we see and recognize today the diversity of the sexes among men. 45. One also finds it in the anti-Pelagian writings, without the different polemical contexts, or the need to reply to objections, ever modifying it in its essentials, and the diversity of the sexes relates to the organs of those who engender, and their union relates to the procreation of children, and fecundity itself relates to the blessing of marriage. 46. But if the union of the sexes had a rightful place in paradise, with the first couple, to what system of rules should it be subjected in today's world? 3. Whether or not it was the first great Christian systematization of marital life and its internal relations, de bono coniugale has remained in any case the basic reference concerning the moral theology of marriage for medieval and modern Christianity. 47. Its authority has been cited to maintain the two-part theory of the goods and the ends of marriage. The goods of marriage that ensure its value, which is next to but beneath continence, offspring, the faith that unites marriage partners, the sacrament that marks them in a permanent way. The ends of marriage, which codes the use of marriage, make it possible to define the prohibited and permitted sexual relations, procreation and the remedy for concupiscence. This theoretical edifice is very well known. Obviously, it would be completely incorrect to say that its basic elements are not found in St. Augustine. One re-encounters them in numerous passages of his work. 48. It is also erroneous to claim that they don't correspond to the text of de bono coniugale. The end of this treatise, which summarizes the whole, is quite explicit. Marriage is therefore a good among all the peoples and in all of humanity because it is the basis for begetting children and for the pact of a chaste fidelity, but, so far as pertains unto the people of God, it adds the sanctity of the sacrament. All these are goods, on account of which marriage is a good: children, faith, Sacrament 49, and in another passage, Augustine does speak of the two ends that will later be cited regularly, liberorum procreandorum causa and infirmitatis invisem excipiendi causa. Point 50. Of course, this schematic formulation doesn't really take into account either the development of the texts, or the substantial revisions that Augustine contributed to the Christian understanding of marriage, to the analysis of it that can be brought to bear, and finally to the system of rules that should govern the conduct of spouses. As we've seen, Augustine gives marriage a double backing, that of the origin, since it is part of the creation, and that of the Church, since it is one of the spiritual forms that constitutes it. It is thus a good alicid boni. Point 51. A good in itself, which means that it is not a good only by comparison, better than the evil of fornication. However, marriage is not a good by itself. Referring to a traditional philosophical difference, Augustine distinguishes between what is desirable by itself, and what is desirable for something other than itself, that is, for one of those ends that don't need to relate to any other. He draws up the following table. An end for itself, wisdom, sapientia, a good that relates to that end, the knowledge, doctrina, that isn't desired for itself but for attaining wisdom. An end for itself, health, salus, goods that relate to it, drinking, eating, sleeping. As for marriage, which, like knowledge, food, and sleep, is not its own end, what good does it relate to? To friendship, which, just like health and wisdom, is desirable for itself. Point 52. All of De Bono Coniugale is placed under the aegis of this notion that appears already in the first lines of the text. Friendship is an end that exerts a considerable force on man, because of his very nature. The individual in fact is an element, a part of the human race, and he is, in himself, as a man, a social being. Point 53. Friendship binds him to this whole which he belongs to by nature, and marriage is desirable as what makes it possible to form, multiply, and firmly establish these ties of friendship. This theme is nothing very new. It is completely familiar to ancient philosophy. And it is also present in many Christian authors. We encountered a version of it in Chrysostom's homilies. Yet it's on the basis of this conception of societas and amicitia that Augustine fashions his theory of marriage and marital relations, and introduces a number of decisive elements into it, essentially on 3 points: on the role of marriage in the general economy of salvation, on the nature of the marriage bond, and on the principle of regulation of sexual relations between spouses. 1. When Chrysostom, in texts exactly contemporary with De Bono Coniugale, saw in marriage a way of establishing a social tie between men, he was designating a usefulness that could be called episodic. Marriage had its role to play between the fall and salvation, after the fall, to repair the ravages of death or console men for them, before salvation, whose imminent arrival makes the multiplication of humans useless henceforth. For him, the value of marriage belonged to a time which is that of law and death. A time that is coming to an end. De Bono Coniugale articulates the periods of human history and the necessity of societas in a different way. In a word, it frees the latter of its episodic function and its temporary status. It makes it a constant and no longer a moment, but the drama of the relationship between God and man brings crucial modifications to this constant. As we've already seen, if the human being was created man and woman, this was for the sake of a societas whose necessity was inscribed in the very nature of individuals destined to belong to the human race. The societas did not wait for the punishment of death to become necessary and to make marriage a good. But is it still written into our present? In the time of the Incarnation, does it have enough of a future to recommend marriage? Isn't its natural role a thing of the past? De Bono Coniugale does in fact speak of the moment when the proliferation of the human race will no longer be required, for knowledge shall be destroyed. Thus also this mortal begetting, on account of which marriage takes place, shall be destroyed, but freedom from all sexual intercourse is both an angelic exercise here, and something that continues forever. 54. A formulation like this one is quite close, even in its wording, to those of Chrysostom, Gregory of Nyssa, or Basil of Ancyra. but a distinction must be made between two different ideas in the theme of the age of continence. The idea evoked in the text just quoted, indeed, it's a matter of the end of time, when in fact physical relations will no longer have their place because the heavenly city will admit of only spiritual relations. And the idea that is expressed several times in other passages 55 where it's a question of the current situation of the human race. Augustine characterizes it as a fact and a task. As things stand, the earth is already abundantly populated. This was done, and is still being done, by a large number of people, married or not, who did not practice continence. In this way they offer a great resource of successions. The task consists in forming saintly friendships from among all these humans, and in constituting in this manner, little by little, throughout all the nations, a vast spiritual kinship, a pure and holy society. The present is to be thought of less with a sense of urgency than by taking the long view, less as an imminent ending than as an equilibrium to be slowly moved forward. De bono coniugale does not announce the entry into an age of virginity, where marriage, necessary heretofore, will have to be abandoned. It shows instead, while of course maintaining the horizon of the end of time, the existence of a period, ours, in which the proliferation of the human race, thanks to physical unions, will be the necessary material, as it were, for the multiplication of spiritual kinships. Virginity and marriage can thus be brought together, each in its place, on the principle that the whole of which they are related parts is even more excellent than the finer of the two. In this way Augustine profoundly alters the periodization that was rather generally recognized before him, a moment of paradisiacal virginity, in the innocence preceding the fall, then a time of marriage and fecundity, under the law of death, then a return to virginity, when salvation comes and time ends. The overview that emerges in De bono coniugale is quite different. It doesn't alternate virginity and marriage in a cycle, it notes instead the different ways of constituting the societas, which in any case is the end of the human race. There was at first the possibility, in paradise, of a societas that was spiritual and corporeal at the same time. Then came the time when men propagated the race, some defeated by passion, victi libidine, others the patriarchs led by piety. The latter, if they had permission, remained continent, but if they married and sought sons of their marriage, this was for the sake of Christ, in order to distinguish his race after the flesh from all nations. 56 Today the distribution is different. The division is no longer between impious proliferation and holy procreation, but between those dedicated to spiritual relations and those who, unable to achieve continence, continue to populate the earth. All of them prepare the future city, the first by multiplying spiritual relations, the others by yielding to the law of marriage that symbolically projects the coming unity of the heavenly society. 57 Finally, the fourth age is that of the city itself. There, the multiplicity will no longer be that of the proliferation of human beings, issued from their sexual unions, and the unity will no longer be that of couples constrained to practice a single marriage. The multitude of souls will join together and be of one heart and one spirit in the unity of God. All relations, of a spiritual kind thenceforth, will converge toward Him alone, and in this manner, after the peregrinations here below, the societas for which the human race was destined will attain its final reality in the unity of the heavenly city. Hence Augustine no longer relates the value of marriage to that absolute good, virginity, which characterized the initial state of humanity and the last point in time. He relates it to societas as the universal and constant end. And if marriage has not always had the same form, or the same role, or the same obligations, if it has not always stood in contrast to virginity in the same manner, this is because before and after the fall, before and after the Savior's coming, the human race has not advanced in the same manner toward the future city. 2. The privilege given to societas enables a characterization of marriage centered on the notion of the bond. Before anything else, marriage is an association, and as such, a basic element of society. Now, should it be understood that it owes its value to the natural act of procreation that it permits in rightful forms, or to a juridical structure that binds the spouses in regard to each other? Is the marriage bond the condition of a kinship or the result of a pactum? The analysis of de bono coni eugoli is more complex than simply a choice between these two terms. One mustn't minimize the role of procreation and descendants in the Augustinian problematic of marriage. We'll see its importance further on. And it's a fact that if there were no offspring, hence no succession in the generations, the human race could not be held together, in its contemporary and successive elements, by a connectio societatis. 58. Considering the whole human race and its destiny, the necessity of marriage cannot be conceived without progeny. But taken in itself, and as a joining of two persons in a relation, the marriage bond can't be considered as being dependent on progeny and procreation. By itself, marriage constitutes society's first link, and this bond is not less strong than that of birth, as the Creator showed by drawing the woman from the man and by signifying the strength of their union by the side he extracted from the one to form the other. 59. Even before any procreation, marriage is by itself a good, in that it establishes between the husband and the wife a relation that has the threefold characteristic of being natural, of joining two different sexes. 60. And of forming a combination of friendship and kinship into a basic element of society. 61. It follows, then, that if procreation furthers this bond and that, with certain restrictions, it is good that this is the case, it is nonetheless not a requisite condition and its absence doesn't compromise the marriage. And Augustine supports this with two examples in point. Marriage between old people exists, even if it's not possible for them to procreate, or their children are already dead, in any case the bond subsists, independent of progeny. 62. In like manner, the marriage cannot be undone when, undertaken for the sake of having children, it has remained sterile in spite of the spouses. 63. De bono coni eugoli regularly gives the name pactum or foetus to this relation, words whose juridical connotations are evident. 64. Looking at things more closely, Augustine develops his analysis in two registers. He refers, in fact, to the theme of a bond that receives an institutional sanction, either through legal rules or through divine law. Sometimes civil law is invoked as being indicative of the right form of the marriage tie. Thus, Roman law manifests the exclusive character of this tie, since it forbids the husband to take a second wife as long as the first one is still living. 65. Other times the religious laws uphold just principles which the rules of society don't take into account, thus they disallow, unlike the civil laws, the remarriage of a husband whose wife has committed adultery. 66. But Augustine also brings the pactum into play in another register, that of the relations between souls and between bodies, an attachment of souls that constitutes an ordo caritas between spouses, independent of physical ardor, and often even with an inverse intensity relative to the latter, but also a physical attachment, in the sense that each of the marriage partners reserves their body for the other. In the famous passage of the first epistle to the Corinthians, the wife's body is not in her power, but in that of her husband, and similarly the husband's body. 7:4. One sees in general the affirmation of the right of each spouse to have physical relations with the other, but Augustine, at least in one of his two mentions of it, ascribes a somewhat negative signification to it. It would express the prohibition against violating the marital pact, as that happens when, moved by his own passion, or that of another, the husband has relations with a different woman, or another man's wife. 67. Non-betrayal, rather than possession, such ties are of the order of fides. This order is not unrelated to the law, of course, and often converges with it. 68. But it can still not be reduced to it, as is immediately shown by the example of fides given by Augustine, whether, in an affair, it's a matter of a fistful of straw or a heap of gold, the faith that guarantees truthfulness is exactly the same and has the same value. It should be understood that fides sustains the agreement, that it is manifested in the exactness with which it is observed, but it is not of the same nature as it. And as far as the sins that may be committed against it are concerned, it has different effects from the agreement as a thing protected by the laws. Using three examples, Augustine shows clearly that for him fides is not the same as the pactum, at least if the latter is understood in a purely juridical sense. These examples are instances of adultery, which is both a category of law and a breach of fides. It would seem at first glance that the condemnation of adultery manifests a match between the juridical connection and the attachment of fidelity. But each of the examples cited by Augustine shows the extent to which they are different. Let's imagine a wife who has left her husband for a lover, a rupture of fidelity. But for her now, and for her morality, does it make any difference whether or not she stays faithful to her lover? From the viewpoint of the juridical pactum, it makes no difference, since the only pact that existed, the one connecting her to her husband, was broken. And yet one can say that, while she was dishonest, she is less so if she stays attached to her accomplice than if she again changes partners. But she is more honest if the one for whom she abandons him is her husband to whom she returns. As one sees, fides modulates the sin according to degrees that the violation of the pactum doesn't recognize. Picture now a man and a woman living together. They don't seek to have any children without doing anything criminal to prevent a birth. They have made the commitment of fidelity and will honor it till one of them dies. To this union that no juridical document sanctions and is therefore cohabitation, one can give the name marriage as long as the fidelity is respected. Thus, from the standpoint of morality, fides alone can have the same effects as having had a pactum recognized by the law. Lastly, think of a man and woman who aren't married. They have a transitory liaison. For his part, the man is only waiting for an occasion to find a rich and honorable woman. But the woman intends to remain faithful to her lover, and once she's dropped, she practices continence. One can't say that she hasn't sinned since she's had relations outside of marriage. But could one call her adulterous? And if, during the entire time of her relationship, she didn't do anything to keep from having children, isn't she better than a good number of matrons, who are not adulterous but use marriage only to satisfy their concupiscence? These examples 69 show very clearly the non-coincidence of fides with something that would be a purely juridical bond. Even where it seems to have the same form and the same consequences, speaking of adultery, it brings in elements that are irreducible simply to a legal obligation. Positive obligations, the attachments of the soul, the commitments with regard to oneself, the respect that one owes to the other, but modulations of the sin, which make it possible to rank behaviors, relative to one another, which the form of the law would lump together. This time, Augustine doesn't make this a trait peculiar to Christian marriage. It can constitute a good of marriage among all peoples and all men. 70 On the other hand, what belongs only to the union of Christians is the fact that it is a sacrament. The meaning this word takes in de bono coniugale is not easy to grasp, perhaps, because Augustine is obviously not talking about the sacrament of marriage as it will be understood much later in medieval Christianity, and yet he likens it to the sacrament of ordination that is conferred on a cleric. But the very manner in which the comparison is made, plus a quotation that Augustine borrows from the first epistle to the Corinthians, helps one grasp what makes Christian marriage a sacramentum. The scriptural text says that a wife must not separate from her husband, but if she does, she must remain unmarried or reconcile with him. 1 Cor 7:10, 11. For Augustine, this passage illustrates the sacrament and not the fidelity to which St. Paul must be referring when he speaks of the power that each of the spouses exercises over the other's body. This is because fidelity assumes reciprocity, hence the word pactum that is applied to it, even if this means giving it a non-juridical value. When one of the two spouses breaks this bond, how can the mere duty of fidelity still hold? Whereas if the wife is separated from her husband, Augustine is obviously not thinking of an adulterous wife, but of one who has left her husband after the latter's adultery, or one who has been repudiated by him. The sacrament takes away her right to enter into another union. With the exclusive bond that it establishes with another person, and them only, marriage continues to obligate each of the spouses, even when the other, on their own initiative, has broken it. It's a matter of a personal stamp in a way. This is the meaning of the parallel drawn between marriage and ordination. The latter is invoked by Augustine only in one of its aspects. Once consecrated, someone who has received the sacrament of the order may well not have received any flock, or could have been relieved of his office, but he remains ordained and the sacrament stamps him for all time. 71 Now where might this mark come from? Certainly not from a juridical tie that is not apt to impose on an individual a constraint that persists once it has been undone. And certainly not from a fidelity that implies a reciprocity of intentions. But from a seal that is applied by God and that binds an individual to their state of marriage, for as long a time as God himself has not called the spouse back to him. In the city of our God, where, even from the first union of the two, the man and the woman, marriage bears a certain sacramental character, it can no way be dissolved but by the death of one of them. 72 In sum, the marriage bond as it is described in De Bono Conjugale differs from a juridical connection in two ways, by its fidelity and by its sacrament. Both of these can be called goods of marriage in that they are not limited to ensuring what each spouse can seek for themselves, but they bring each one into a societas. A society where their soul and their body are connected to one another by the attachment of fidelity. A society in which God causes them to participate individually and definitively through the indelible seal of marriage that he places on them. 3. We should return now to that question of progeny which seems to become quite secondary once the essence of Christian marriage is defined by the bond of fidelity and the mark of the sacrament. Augustine says explicitly and repeatedly that progeny is one of the three goods of marriage, one of the elements that, while leaving marriage beneath continence, allows one to recognize that it is good, if not by itself, at least in itself. Yet the formulations of De Bono Conjugale, like subsequent texts, give this third good a particular position. On the one hand, Augustine says and shows by his analyses that it is, in fact, less important than the others. In our marriage the holiness of the sacrament has more value than the fertility of the womb. 73 It is less constitutive of marriage than the other two goods, since the absence or disappearance of offspring doesn't undo the marriage, and conversely the intention to make children cannot be what transforms a liaison into a marriage. 74 But on the other hand, there's an abundance of statements saying that procreation is the goal, and even the only goal of marriage. In all the nations marriage has the same goal, the procreation of children. 75 Generation is the reason weddings were instituted. 76 The explanation is to be sought no doubt in those two notions of a good and an end of marriage. If one recalls the general theory of good 77 one easily understands how progeny can be regarded as a good of marriage next to the sacrament and fidelity. Remember that marriage is a desirable end, but as a means to another end, which is valuable in itself, friendship or the connection that naturally attaches humans to each other as parts of the same humankind. Procreation is a way of connecting individuals and thus of producing or developing the societas. But it must be emphasized straight away that progeny don't establish this connection in marriage as sacramentum or fides. These are properties of the marital bond, they are integral to it. Progeny can be only an effect of marriage, one of its consequences. And the marriage tie, which in itself forms a component of society, finds in its offspring a means of developing beyond itself the relations necessary to this society. Progeny is an objective which marriage takes as an end that it also attains just by being a permanent bond between individuals. But it should be added that, without this procreation, the marriage tie alone would not suffice for the development of a society on the scale of the human race. The first couple would have remained the only one in the world. One can say, then, that proles is in itself a good of marriage, since it links individuals, that it is not an indispensable condition for this, since marriage can exist without it, that it is an objective of marriage, since it is a means for marriage to attain its end, society, that progeny is even its sole objective, as opposed to the sacrament and to fidelity, which are themselves an intrinsic part of the marital bond, and seeing that it is indispensable for joining individuals together in one human race. But the role of procreation in marriage is further complicated from the fact that it can't be dissociated from the status of sexual relations. Not only because those relations are indispensable to proles, of course, but because determining progeny as the goal serves as a regulatory principle for sexual relations, the continuity of society is guaranteed by the children, the only worthy fruit, not of the union, concubitus, of man and wife, but of their carnal intercourse. 78 For Augustine, the necessity of proles is clearly what explains that the conjunction of two individuals in marriage coincides with an act between a man and a woman. But it would be a mistake to reduce Augustine's analysis to nothing more than the subjection of the sexual relation to the possibility and the obligation of having children. Far from finding in his texts a unitary block constituted by marriage, sexual relations, and procreation, which was the case in certain moralists of the Hellenistic and Roman epoch, or in Clement of Alexandria, one can note a number of dissociations and incongruities. I'll focus first on the way de bono coni eugoli spins the question of the impurity of sexual relations. 79 Leviticus's prescriptions had often been used by the Christian authors to show that every physical relation harbored something evil or sinful within it, since it called for purification rituals, even for lawfully married spouses. Augustine replies to this with two arguments. One of them has a general scope: what is impure is not of itself a sin, women's periods are impure, and corpses are as well, where is the sin? The other argument is specific to the sexual relation: semen, certainly, is impure. But it is impure like everything that is still raw, incomplete, combined with elements that will have to disappear in order for the definitive and complete form to appear. So that, understood in this way, the prescriptions of Leviticus don't refer to the impurity of the sexual act itself, but rather to the semen. They concern only that which the semen must shed before serving its purpose. Finally, they have a symbolic value: they show man that he needs to cleanse himself of this formless life, by assuming the form of the doctrine and the science. Thus Augustine, while justifying the ritual practices, avoids giving a negative character to the sexual act itself. He continues to frame it in terms of its natural usefulness to the development of humankind: what food is to the conservation of the man, sexual intercourse, concubitus, is to the health of the race. 81. That the sexual act is not bad in itself doesn't mean that it is acceptable in all its forms and in every case. Augustine brings several sorts of limitations to bear. Some already belong to the ancient morality. The others are more specific to Christian doctrine, prescribing temperance and rejection of every form of excess. But how is temperance defined? It means staying within the bounds of natural use. 82. And for Augustine, as for ancient tradition, this natural use is the sexual act if it has the form that may lead to procreation. But with respect to this natural use, two types of sin can be committed, between which Augustine doesn't establish a very clear division, though he does posit a big moral difference between them. On the one hand, there is simple quantitative excess. It is the excess one indulges in by going beyond the necessity of propagation, things done and pleasures taken that are not simply those required by the natural sexual act, but which accompany it or prepare it. On the other, there are the acts contrary to nature, which are exemplified by the use of a part of the wife's body that is not meant for that. 83. The first of these faults are rather minor. The second kind, however, are very serious. While maintaining this hierarchy, Augustine condemns them with a formula that one might find in the philosophers of antiquity: marital honor is chastity in procreation. 84. But he also brings into play other principles for regulating the sexual act. The very ones that Chrysostom pointed to during the same period. They open up the possibility of legitimizing sexual acts between spouses that don't have any procreative end, provided that each of the partners is intent only on helping the other avoid greater sins, those they commit either outside marriage, or against the rules of nature. Here it's no longer a question of the natural end of marriage, but of the consequence of the personal tie it establishes and the type of obligations it entails. This concern for the other's concupiscence, with a view to the help they need for their salvation, forms the basis of marital duty. It is significant that St. Paul's text about the wife's body being in the power of the husband and vice versa is not construed by Augustine as the expression of a right of possession of which the sexual act would be the direct consequence. 85. If one of them can demand the body of the other, and if the latter cannot withhold it from them, this is not because they are its sovereign owner, it's that for them it's a matter of not running the risk of falling into sin. They owe one another a mutual servitude of support for each other's weakness, in order to shun forbidden relations. 86. In sum, Each one owes this service, this servitude, not as a function of the partner's power over one's body, but of one's weakness in regard to one's own body. From this principle, Augustine draws certain general consequences that were already well known. No one can dedicate oneself to perpetual continence without the other's consent. Augustine establishes the hierarchy that will have so much importance subsequently and will give rise to so many difficulties. Marital sex for the purpose of procreation is completely exempt from sin. Having sex to satisfy concupiscence constitutes a venial sin. As for acts that are committed outside or against the marriage ties, fornication or adultery, or those within marriage that are against nature, they are mortal sins. But Augustine goes much further in the codification of sexual relations between spouses. The problem is that the very idea of a venial sin being attached to having sex when this is done only to satisfy concupiscence is not clear. For isn't marital duty designed to make sure that even independently of procreation, one can give the other's concupiscence enough to satisfy it without falling into sins that may be serious? So a distinction must be brought in between the one demanding that they be rendered the marital duty and the one rendering it. The latter, insofar as they consent in order to keep their partner from falling into a serious sin, doesn't commit any sin, even a venial one, since they are only applying a rule deriving from the state of marriage. 87 But the one demanding it? Augustine's position seems less clear. On the one hand, he speaks of a venial sin 88 by those who are under the yoke of concupiscence, hence, it seems, by those who demand the duty for any other end than procreation. But on the other hand, he cites the tolerance granted by the Apostle to those who insist too strongly that the duty be done. 89 Consequently, those are the ones who would commit a venial sin. Should we understand, then, that those who demand the duty with the intention of avoiding the risk of a mortal sin would not be committing any sin at all, but would be just as innocent as those rendering the duty, something that seems difficult in itself, but which constitutes the only solution compatible with the idea of the venial sin incurred by those who demand it with too much insistence. As for the two spouses who by mutual agreement demand the marital duty of one another, Augustine's text is tricky to interpret. It comes right after the statement absolving of any sin the spouse who renders the duty to keep the other from sinning, but if both are set under such lust, they do what is plainly not a matter of marriage. However, if in their intercourse they love what is honest more than what is dishonest, that is, what is a matter of marriage more than what is not a matter of marriage, this is allowed to them on the authority of the Apostle as a matter of pardon. 90 It seems possible to understand that the marital act, if it is performed on both sides on account of the concupiscence of each of the two, deviates from the strict rules of marriage, and consequently can become a serious matter. Yet it can remain within veniality's limits of indulgence on one condition, that one keeps to what is honest, that is, to acts delimited by the intention to procreate, although this intention may not be present, or in a general way to what is not a matter of marriage, which is to say the possible birth of offspring and the fulfillment of one's duty. In fact, here de bono coniugale is providing the rudiments of a jurisprudence of sexual relations between spouses that, especially in the second half of the Middle Ages and up until the 18th century, will assume a considerable importance. It will help to constitute an extremely complex code of marital sexuality. A whole ensemble of social and cultural conditions will be necessary for its development. This will also require that certain notions that de bono coniugale effectively contains be reshaped or at least completely formulated. These notions pertain to the way marriage qualitatively transmutes sexual relations and the pleasure they produce. Two series of passages in particular are significant. First, there are those concerning moderation of the libido. At the beginning of the treatise, it is said that the marriage bond transforms the evil of concupiscence into a good. And this transformation is explained by the effect of internal moderation that would result from the intention to procreate, even where the sensuality is most intense. The marriage bond compresses sensuality in its transports when, at the moment of union of the man and the woman, it brings a sort of modesty into their passion and tempers them with parental affection. There is interposed a certain gravity of glowing pleasure, when in that wherein husband and wife cleave to one another, they have in mind that they be father and mother. 91 later, Augustine further accentuates this idea that the right use of marriage constitutes a break for concupiscence. He goes so far as to say that, well-tempered, pleasure in marriage can be something not involving libido at all. It's the same with concubitus as with food, both are not without carnal delight, delectatio carnalis, which yet being modified, and by restraint of temperance reduced to its natural satisfaction, cannot be regarded as lust, libido. 92. In the Retractationes 93, Augustine will revisit this passage, asserting that he wasn't talking about an erasure of libido through marriage, but that he meant that use of the libido, if it is good and correct, is not itself a libido. This clarification or correction is very much in line with the theory of concupiscence that he must have developed in the interim. But it doesn't seem that it is actually present in de bono coniugale. The principle according to which there is no sexual relation without concupiscence since the fall, and that only the use constitutes the moral difference, is not found in the analysis contained in de bono coniugale. A second series of texts proves this. They relate to the patriarchs, whose irregularities with respect to monogamy presented such a problem for Christian exegetes, as we know. When they married, when they procreated, those patriarchs, according to Augustine, were not defeated by concupiscence. 94 They experienced a natural pleasure, to be sure, just as today the saints of the New Covenant take pleasure in eating bread, but in them there was not a bit of irrational and criminal concupiscence. 4. Knowing that procreation was necessary in order for the race of the Lord to be born, and that their descendants would belong to the prophetic economy, dispensatio prophetica, their desire, desiderium, was spiritual. To explain the spiritual form of this desire, Augustine employs a spiritual term, that of sacrament. The prophet's desire was in keeping with the sacrament of the age. 95 The use of the word here is explained by an earlier passage where the prophetic sacraments are the visible marks under which the future salvation had concealed itself before the Saviour's coming. The prophets bore these signs. Their conduct itself showed the seal of God's will. Here there's an overlap with the concept of the sacrament evoked in the same text in reference to Christian marriage. And it seems that one can say that the marriage of the patriarchs, and this is its superiority over marriages today, was a sacrament in its entirety, the sign in each one of a present and future spiritual kinship. One can say in broad terms that in the marriage of the prophets, the sacrament erases every trace of concupiscence, whereas in the marriage of today's Christians, it is attenuated, diminished, and modified. But the possibility and the form of this modification remain enigmatic, which obviously makes several elements of the codification that Augustine intends to apply to sexual relations between spouses rather uncertain. An economy of concupiscence in marriage is still lacking. Or, in other words, a definition of the marriage bond and of the rules of living that ought to characterize the marital state cannot be completed without a theory of libido. As long as the main focus of the preoccupations and analyses was virginity or continence, rules of abstinence in an economy of purity were sufficient. But when it becomes necessary to define a technique of living and of marital relations based on certain principles, a theory of concupiscence and of an economy of desire is what is needed. And Augustine will set that up by supplying a definition of the difference which the fall introduced into the sexual relation, by specifying the forms that characterize libido in fallen man, and by drawing a strict distinction between libido and the use of libido. In this way he will happen to give the basis both of a general conception of desiring man, and of a meticulous jurisdiction of sexual acts that will have a profound effect on the morality of the Christian West. 3. The libidinization of sex. The physical union of the sexes, when it takes place in marriage with procreation as its end, is therefore free of fault, inculpabilis as de bono coniugale says. 1 Is there more to be said? We have seen that it had its place, in the creation of the human being, before sin and the fall. Even if it didn't have any reality then, it was the work of God who provided it for the constitution of a human race as a society. In today's marriage, it still has this role, since it is necessary for procreation, and this procreation is one of the ends and goods of marriage. This being the case, can it not be considered a good itself, a good originally placed by God and maintained after the fall? Isn't one tempted to pass from the bonum conjugal to a bonum sexual? A brief evocation, in the city of God, of the sexual act in its form and its unfolding reveals the nature of the problem. In that passage Augustine faithfully reiterates the classic description of the sexual climax with its three essential points: a physical paroxysm that one can't control, a tremor of the soul which is overwhelmed by pleasure despite its resistance, a final eclipse of thought that seems to resemble death. The desire, libido, by which the shameful parts of the body are excited is not satisfied with taking possession of the whole body and its outward members, but also makes itself felt within, and moves the whole man with a passion in which mental emotion is mingled with bodily appetite, so that the pleasure is the greatest of all bodily pleasures. So possessing indeed is this pleasure, that at the moment in which it is consummated, all mental activity is suspended. The conclusion addresses the situation rather simply: what friend of wisdom and holy joys, sapientiae sanctorum gaudiorum, who, being married, would not prefer to beget children without this desire, libido? The formulation is worth noting: the friends of wisdom who would wish to be spared this violent infirmity are undoubtedly also the pagans who have tried to practice the virtue that the Christians who seek heavenly joys in addition to the wisdom of their faith practice. Augustine clearly indicates that he is referring to an ancient idea that the sexual act is a physical event with effects so dangerous to the body and the soul that it is better to refrain from it as much as possible. Perhaps he has in mind the passage in Hortensius that he cites moreover in Contra Julianum 3: what injury to health is not produced by sensual pleasure? Where its action is the most intense, it is the most inimical to philosophy. Who can follow a reasoning or think anything at all when under the influence of intense pleasure? The whirlpool of this desire is so great that it strives day and night, without the slightest intermission, so to arouse our senses that they be drawn into the depths. What sensible man would not prefer that nature had given us no such pleasures at all? One is thus placed before an alternative. Either grant that humanity, perfect on leaving the Creator's hands, already knew this rage of the senses, this weakness of the soul, this little epilepsy that mimics death, things inconsistent with the sovereignty of a creature to which all the others must be subjugated. Or disregard this act's resemblances to a shameful infirmity and see only what has been natural in it from the founding of the human race. Either, already at the origin, the human body manifested an intrinsic weakness, an evil that belonged to its nature, or else today's sensual delights come down to us with an innocence the body owes to its initial state. It is this alternative that Augustine reproaches the Pelagians with having artificially constructed by placing the choice between a Manichaeism that denounces the evil inherent in the creation, and their own thesis that sees relations between a man and a woman after the fall as simply the effect of a natural appetite, appetitus naturalis, for which they go out of their way not to designate by the terms libido or concupiscence. 5. Actually, it was not a matter, either for Pelagians in general or for Julian of Eclanum in particular, of exonerating all sexual relations on the basis of their original nature and of accepting them in every case. Augustine acknowledges the continence practices of his opponents. 6. But what is decisive in this debate is determining the point at which and on behalf of which the boundary between the acceptable and the unacceptable comes into play. Where is the dividing line? Once it's not a question of refusing all sexual acts because they're considered bad, and when it's not enough to say that one tolerates them as long as they take place within marriage. Julian of Eclanum has a known position. His characterization of the natural appetite at work in sexual relations is very much in keeping with the whole philosophico-medical tradition. Its genus is the vital fire, its species, the genital urges, its mode, marital action, its excess, the intemperance of fornication. 7. And starting from there, it was easy for him to mark the point of ethical division. By reason of its genus and species, this appetite is the very work of the Creator fashioning the human body. For this reason it cannot be a fault. By its mode, it pertains to human volition, and if the latter follows the mode that is set for it, that is, marriage, it is innocent. Finally, only in regard to its excesses, that is, when the intention is bad, can one speak of evil. So it is excess that defines what is blameworthy. This notion of excess is important, both because it leaves the very nature of desire intact, having evil begin only with the too much, and because it allows a lot of flexibility in determining the acts that may show that the limit has been exceeded. Now, this was one of the most frequent ethical categories in antiquity, set in opposition to temperance and moderation. It had often been taken up in the entire Christian morality. And it must be emphasized that Augustine has recourse to it in De Bono Coniugale, carnal intercourse, concubities, when one uses it as a condition necessary to generation, is, he says in that text, without fault. But it falls within marriage and its goodness only when it respects this limit. If it comprises something more, if it goes beyond this necessity, it no longer belongs to reason, but to concupiscence, libido. 8 One can suppose, therefore, that the evil begins with excess, that short of this limit, there is not yet any libido, and hence there can be a naturalness that, when it remains non-excessive, cannot be called bad. In the elaboration that Augustine undertakes later, and especially starting at 412 to 413, he is concerned both with escaping the alternative which the Pelagians were attempting to construct, and with freeing himself from an ethics of non-excess. 9 If the first aspect of his effort is obviously crucial for the development of Christian theology, the second is essential in the history of our morality. By giving marital procreation so much prominence in creation and among the present-day ends of marriage, he had partly freed the sexual relation from the ethico-religious disqualification of impurity. But by moving the dividing line, and by inscribing a certain form of evil in the sexual act itself, he taxed it with a negativity much more essential than the mere external limit of excess. The enormous discussion with the Pelagians that Augustine will engage in for more than 15 years introduces us to a moral system and to rules of conduct in which the great categories that were fundamental for antiquity and early Christianity, impurity and excess, will not disappear, of course, but will begin to lose part of their leading and organizing role. To escape from the Pelagian alternative, or, more generally, to pull free of an overall disqualification due to impurity and a purely external demarcation determined by excess, Augustine had to carry out two operations: tracing a dividing line within the sexual act, prior to excess, that could take account of the evil inhering in the act, but also defining the mechanism by which the fall was able to introduce this potential into a natural sexual act which had no acquaintance with it up to that point. In sum, it was necessary to establish the meta-historical event that reshaped the sexual act in its original form, so that from then on it would necessarily include this evil that is evident, as it was to the philosophers, when one looks at how it unfolds, to rediscover what can be called the libidinization of paradisiacal sex. He also needed to define a theory of concupiscence of libido as an internal structural element of the sort that we're familiar with today. And it was on this basis that Augustine was able to sketch out a morality of sexual conduct no longer polarized by the theme of virginity and continence, but centered on marriage and the obligatory relations it requires. And this morality, predicated on the notions of consent and use, will relegate the themes of impurity and excess to a somewhat reduced role, in favor of juridical models. It seems necessary to try to piece together the general outline of this elaboration from what appears in the texts written in the course of the polemic with the Pelagians and Julian of Eclanum, at least during this period: the 14th book of the City of God, De Nuptiis et Concupiscentia, Contra Duas Epistulas Pelagionorum, Contra Julianum, and the Opus Imperfectum. In his reply to two letters of Pelagians, Augustine explains that one can imagine the use of sexual relations in paradise only in four forms: the humans giving in to their desire every time it presents itself, which is ruled out, for this would make slaves of God's creatures; the humans restraining their urges and combating them till the appropriate moment, which is also incompatible with the paradisiacal bliss; the humans, at the necessary moment, by their own volition, and according to the anticipations of a just prudence, bringing forth the desire libido that leads to sexual intercourse and accompanies it; finally, the humans, in the total absence of libido, making the organs of generation, like any other member of the body, obey the orders of the will. 10 Only these last two possibilities can be retained as being reconcilable with the beauty and goodness of God's work, and even then, the next to last one seems to be a concession that Augustine granted to his adversaries. For the moment, let's leave aside the meaning of this concession. Hence Augustine prefers to define the sexual relation in paradise as an act from which libido is excluded, at least insofar as it is a compelling force. Now, if this absence is assumed, what would the sexual act consist in? In a natural and spontaneous unfolding that nothing would disturb? Not at all. The text says it without any ambiguity. One must imagine an act whose every element is placed under the exact and unfailing control of the will. The human beings could, and in fact did, intend everything that took place therein. The sexual relation without libido is completely occupied by the volitional subject. This idea doesn't appear for the first time in this text. Augustine has invoked it often. For example, it already appears in De Genesis ad Literam, at least as a hypothesis. Why not believe that these first men, before sin, could command the generative organs in order to beget children, just as they command the other members which the soul moves without any difficulty and without the goad of pleasure so as to apply them to some task. 11 The idea is developed more at length in the 14th book of the City of God. It draws on 4 groups of references. Concerning what happens in the human body, where the will can command the arms and legs, all the members formed by rigid bones, like the hands, the fingers, the feet, but also, Augustine is careful to note, members that only have flesh and nerves, or even internal organs such as the lungs which one makes voluntary use of to breathe or shout. 12 Concerning what happens in animals, which God has made capable of twitching their skin at the spot where a fly has bitten. 13 Concerning what can be seen in certain persons who can move their ears or scalp at will, mimic bird cries, sweat, weep, lie as if dead and feel nothing from the blows they're given. 14 Finally, concerning the skill of craftsmen in making the movements they need in their trade, do we now move our feet and hands when we will to do the things we would by means of these members? Do we meet with no resistance in them, but perceive that they are ready servants of the will, both in our own case and in that of others, and especially of artisans employed in mechanical operations, by which the weakness and clumsiness of nature become, through industrious exercise, wonderfully dexterous? And shall we not believe that, so also should the members have discharged the function of generation? 15 Let us not imagine man, in the sexual union of paradise, as a clueless being moved by the urges whose innocence is guaranteed insofar as they are beyond his grasp, but as a skillful artisan who knows how to use his hands. Ars sexualis. If sin had left him the time, he would have been, in the garden, a diligent sower, one without passion. The field of generation would have been sown by the organ created for this purpose as the ground is sown by the hand. 16 Paradisiacal sex was obedient and reasonable like the fingers of the hand. Actually, it does appear that Augustine was led in his discussion with Julian to amend the idea of a sexual relation that would have had the same voluntary progression as an action by the hand, and would then have lost the possibility of self-control, as a punishment for the fall. The example of body movements that don't have the form of voluntary acts and haven't been classed among the consequences of the fall, plus Augustine's not wanting to imagine in the days after the creation a body fundamentally different from ours, inclined him to grant a sexual activity at the origin that may have been set in motion or interrupted at will, that would not therefore have escaped the orders that were given by reason, but which, in that framework, could have had its own pattern of events. This is hypothesis 3, which he conceded to the Pelagians in his reply to their letter, and which he will accept rather easily in the 4th and 5th books of Contra Julianum. There very well could have been carnal urges before the fall, the senses may have been stimulated, but this stimulation was subject to the empire of the will. 17. Whether it was a matter of a voluntary act or of a carnal urge controlled by the will, in any event sexual relations at creation did not include that tremor that now overwhelms the body and the soul, characterizing their present-day libido. 18. The latter consists not in some substantial impurity, not in a certain exaggeration of their violence, but very precisely in the involuntary form of the urge. The decisive point, the one that, as concerns sexual relations, separates the creation from the fall, and through which consequently the moral line of division should pass, is the one where the involuntary suddenly usurps the place of the voluntary. At that point, one will find the mark of the original transgression and the fall, or more exactly, of a restructuring of the relations of obedience and control between self and self that hinge on it. The obligation that God had placed men under by forbidding them the fruit was slight. All the more serious, therefore, was their rebellion. And in his beneficence, God didn't want the consequences of this disobedience to be a definitive punishment, or an abandonment of man to spiritual or material forces that would dominate him forever. He meant it to be exactly fitted to the sin, to man's powers, and to the possibility of salvation. He made sure that it would be the reproduction in man of the disobedience that caused him to rebel against God. The punishment consequence of the fault is not placed between the soul and the body, between matter and mind, but in the subject itself, henceforth in rebellion against itself, body and soul included. Fallen man did not fall under a law or a force that subjugates him entirely, a size Zion marks his own will that divides, turns back against itself, and escapes from what it may itself will. This is the principle, fundamental in Augustine, of innobo identur reciproca, of disobedience in return. The rebellion in man reproduces the rebellion against God. Can the change brought into the sexual act be understood on the basis of this principle? One might refer to the exegesis that Augustine proposes in the passage in Genesis where it is a question of sex after the act of disobedience and God's punishment, since shortly after the sin was committed, the first humans made a gesture of modesty. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. 19. A comparison of the successive interpretations that Augustine offered of this passage is revealing. In Genesis contra Manichaeos 20, the awakening of this modesty is defined as the passage from a simplicity which is the same as innocence to a perversity that affects the gaze itself and is conveyed by it. On their nudity, the man and the woman focus perverse eyes because, being already and henceforth inhabited by evil, they recognize what now perverts human nature and shames their pride, their cunning pride, which is to say, the very principle of the sin into which they have fallen. 21. In the relation of the eyes that have just opened to the sex that must be covered, the latter appears as a general perversion of human nature. Later, in De Genesi ad Litteram, Augustine insists on the necessity of not simply giving this opening of the eyes the figurative interpretation of a loss of innocence. It should be understood that, by means of a pre-existing gaze, there was the discovery of a physical reality, and this reality was new, owing its existence only to the fall. This something, a penalty for the sin and a first manifestation of its countless consequences, was obviously not sex, already there and already seen, it was its urges, whose involuntary spontaneity they had never experienced. Such urges are linked to the gaze in two ways, provoked by it and a spectacle for it. Once they had violated the precept, totally stripped of that interior grace which they had offended through an arrogant act and a prideful love of their own power, they cast their eyes on their bodies, membra, and felt a rush of concupiscence that was unknown to them, ec motu eoquem non noverant, concupiverant. 22. And they couldn't help but blush from this movement, because it was the same carnal urge that pushes animals to copulate, because it is the manifestation which now the law of the members opposes to the law of the Spirit. 23. And it is the consequence of the transgression of the precept. 24. This interpretation of the opening of the eyes as the perception of a new reality is taken up again in the later texts. Book 14 of the City of God is explicit on this point. It must not be imagined that the humans before the sin were blind. Hadn't Eve herself seen that the fruit was good to eat and pleasant to look at? They were capable, therefore, of seeing their own bodies. But must we accept that they did direct their gazes to their sex? No, for the latter was clothed in a vestment of grace, a vestment that, on the one hand, prevented their members from rebelling against their will, and to which, on the other hand and consequently, they didn't pay any attention and didn't seek to know what this clothing might conceal. 25. But with the transgression and the withdrawal of grace, The punishment is revealed, it is the disobedience in return, physical reproduction, in the body and very precisely through the sexual members, against the human will to insurrection by which man had risen up against God. Now, this revolt draws the gaze and the attention to it, when they were stripped of this grace, that their disobedience by reciprocity, reciproca inobedientia, might be punished, there occurred a completely new and shameless movement of their members that made their nakedness indecent, made them observant, and filled them with confusion, facit ad tentos reddit confuses. 26 Under the regime of grace, the inattention of the gaze and the voluntary use of sex were connected, making it so that the latter was visible without ever risking being naked. The fall, on the other hand, connects the eye's attention and the involuntary character of the movement so that sex is naked, but such a degree of shame, such a feeling of humiliation after so deceptive a pride, that one tries to make this pride the sign and effect of the physically invisible rebellion. In short, sex springs forth, arisen in its insurrection and offered to the gaze. 27 It is for man what man is for God, a rebel. Like Adam, God's creature, this creature of man, risen up before him and against him, sensed that it should hide itself after its disobedience. So one can define that something which, with the fall, modified the innocent use of sex that would have been possible in paradise. It is not a new organ. The differentiation of the sexes already existed and the transgression did not render it bad. 28 It was not an act, it already had its place, its function, and it still preserves that function. The involuntary form of a movement is what makes the sexual organ the subject of an insurrection and the object of the eye's gaze. Visible and unpredictable erection. Let us note, of course, the fact that libido conceived in this way is characterized essentially by male genitality, its forms and its properties. It is phallic from the origin. Augustine is quite aware of the possible objection and he tries to find the counterpart, in the woman, of the indecent motion that shames the man by pointing out her internal rebellion, and hence her fall from grace. It was not a visible movement the woman covered, when in the same members she experienced something hidden but comparable to what the man experienced, both of them covered what each one felt at the sight of the other. And perhaps because he sensed what was artificial in the symmetry that had the woman covering what was invisible to her, and no doubt also to preserve the already evoked theme of modesty in regard to mutual desire, Augustine adds in the same passage, the man and the woman blushed, either each for each, or the one for the other. 29 In any case, the visibility of the male organ is at the center of things. And it has to be noted, moreover, that this interplay manifests man's entry into the reign of death. Death relative to the grace that God has withdrawn from him, death also in this world, since death now becomes a fatal illness, death, finally, as we'll see, since it is through the indispensable role of sexual union in childbirth that the original sin is passed down from generation to generation. In the involuntary movement of the sex organ and the visibility connected with it, man must recognize death, for in the first stirring of the disobedient motion which was felt in the flesh of the disobedient soul, and which caused our first parents to cover their shame, one death indeed is experienced, that, namely, which occurs when God forsakes the soul. 30 Before, most exegetes saw in physical death the explanation if not for the first appearance of the two sexes, at least for their use. For Augustine, the sexual act didn't have to wait for the passing away of the generations to be practiced, but the involuntariness that now haunts it signifies a spiritual death of which the end of earthly existences, one after the other, is also a manifestation. The body that escapes man's will is also a body that dies. The withdrawal of grace both removes this control and actualizes death. 31. Augustine gives the name libido to that movement which traverses and sweeps along every sexual act, that makes them both visible and shameful, that ties them to spiritual death as to their cause, to physical death as to their accompaniment. That movement, or, more exactly, its involuntary form and force. Libido is what specifically marks the sexual acts of fallen man, or, using the words of another vocabulary, libido is not an intrinsic aspect of the sexual act that would be tied to it analytically. It is an element which the transgression, the fall, and the principle of reciprocity of disobedience tied to the act synthetically. By identifying and defining this element, by locating its point of emergence in meta-history, Augustine establishes the basic condition for separating that convulsive block, in terms of which the sexual act was thought, from its intrinsic danger. He opens up a field of analysis while sketching out the possibility of a government of behaviors on a completely different basis than the alternative between abstinence and a more or less willing acceptance of sexual relations. 2. So the fall provoked what could be called the libidinization of the sexual act. Either one supposes that the latter would have been able, without the transgression, to unfold without any libido, or that it would have strictly obeyed the will. The libido, in any case, is manifested today in the form of the involuntary. It appears in that supplement that emerges beyond volition, but is only the correlative of a defect, and the effect of a fall from grace. This stigma of the involuntary in the sexual acts subsequent to the transgression has two main aspects. First, there are all the disappointments by which the sex organ can frustrate the intentions of the subject. In Adam, the rebellious member had announced itself by an abrupt springing forth. Among the men of his line, it is manifested by inopportune failures as well as by unseemly movements. The involuntary of the fallen sex organ is the erection, but it is also impotence. A passage of the City of God says it plainly. While the other organs, in their respective functions, are in the service of the mind and can be moved by the sign of the will, the same is not true of the sex organ. Even those who delight in this pleasure are not moved to it at their own will, whether they confine themselves to lawful or transgress to unlawful pleasures, but sometimes this lust importunes them in spite of themselves, and sometimes fails them when they desire to feel it, so that though lust rages in the mind, it stirs not in the body. Thus, strangely enough, this emotion not only fails to obey the legitimate desire to beget offspring, but also refuses to serve the passion to climax. 32, which Augustine translates with a remarkable expression, the libido is sui juris. 33. But Augustine also sees the form of the involuntary in the impossibility of separating the sexual act from those movements that one doesn't control and from the force that propels them. However wise one may be, and however just and reasonable is the goal that one has in the union of the sexes, however mindful one shows oneself to be of the law of God and the example of the patriarchs, one can't ensure that it takes place without the uncontrollable tremors that mark the ineradicable presence of libido in the human being. In this world, no right intention, no lawful will can break the link between it and the use of the sexual organ. Even within marriage, the conjugal act doesn't depend on the will, but on a necessity without which, however, in the begetting of children, it is impossible to arrive at the result that same will seeks. 34, which explains that the end of marriage may very well be known by all, its celebration may very well be solemn, the legitimate act of the spouses, while aspiring to be known, yet blushes to be seen. 35, the distinction between sexual union and movement of the libido, which reflection and exegesis enable one to establish in theory, escapes the will, however, and cannot be realized in practice. To those organs meant for procreation from the origin, but troubled since the fall by movements from which they cannot liberate themselves, human beings, notes Augustine, give the name nature. 36. Natura, sui juris, are we to understand, then, that the libido stems from a nature that is foreign to the subject itself, that it is imposed on it as an external element, and that the fall dispossessed the subject of its own flesh, as it were, to the point that the latter acts without it? That therefore one couldn't blame it for what is happening in it? Should the libido be considered independent of the subject? If it is a nature, how can one not bring God to account and hence be led either to make it the creation of a bad god like the Manicheans, or else, like the disciples of Pelagius, to not see anything intrinsically bad in it? In sum, if it is sui juris, how can this natura be imputed to the subject? To answer this question, Augustine had to define on the one hand the relations of the libido to the soul, which satisfies the principle of imputability, and on the other to determine the status of the libido relative to sin, which makes it possible to establish what can be imputed. 1. In regard to the first point, Augustine's thought evolved. Very schematically, one can say that up through Quaestiones ad Simplicianum 37 he places the point of origin of the movements of concupiscence in the body above all, in a body smitten by death and dominated by the principle of evil. Their involuntary character is tied to the fact that they are carnal, in the sense that they mark the body's power over the soul. But beginning with the texts that follow and especially De Genesi ad Litteram he attempts to place the principle of concupiscence and the starting point of the involuntary that pervades it in the soul itself. A passage of the City of God which immediately precedes his analysis of the sexual movements sets the general framework of the explanation. 38 Augustine recalls the principle that there can't be any fault unless it has been preceded by a bad intention. Now, this volition, the source of all sin, the origin of the first transgression and hence of the fall, consists in a movement of the soul that, turning away from God, fastens onto and takes pleasure in itself. It is this movement, freely carried out by the two first humans, that introduced concupiscence and its involuntary movements into the world. Human nature is debased as a result. But what meaning should be given to this debasement? 39 What had been made by God and had just left his hands was able to be corrupted by man. How can a willful transgression by a free soul have as its consequence involuntary movements in a body whose nature has been determined by God? The explanation that Augustine proposes has to do with the two facets of the creative act. There was creation of a nature, but that was a creation out of nothing. Which means that man owes the fact of not being nothing to God alone. He gets his being from God's omnipotence and it alone, and by turning away from God's will, he turns away from the very thing that causes him to be. Hence, in debased nature, one must not see the corruption of what was made by God, but the degradation of the being that one derives from him, a degradation that becomes more and more pronounced as one abandons him and finds satisfaction in oneself. Now, nature could not have been depraved by vice had it not been made out of nothing. Consequently, that it is a nature, this is because it is made by God, but that it falls away from him, this is because it is made out of nothing. But man did not so fall away as to become absolutely nothing, but being turned towards himself, his being became more contracted than it was when he clave to him who supremely is. Accordingly, to exist in himself, that is, to be his own satisfaction after abandoning God, is not quite to become a nonentity, but to approximate to that. 40. By turning away from God, and refusing to obey him, man thought he was becoming the master of himself, he believed he was emancipating his being. He is only falling away from a being that only sustains itself through the will of God. The interior rebellion of the body is the consequence of that volition which, by wanting its own being, turns away from what makes it be, makes it fall when it tries to rise, and weakens it when it thinks it is on the verge of self-mastery. The involuntariness of concupiscence is not to be thought of as a nature opposing the subject, or confining it, or dragging it downward. It is not the body freed of all control and escaping the soul, it is above all the diminished being, the lack of being of the subject whose will finds itself willing the opposite of what it willed. A volition turned back against itself, a divided will, through a failure to be what it wanted to be in wanting to be self-willed. In the movement of the libido that splits and accompanies the sexual act without being separable from it, one mustn't see the sudden emergence of a nature external to the subject, and which, freed from the latter's control, would invoke its own laws without the subject being able to do anything about that, but rather the size Zion which, dividing the entire subject, has made it will what it doesn't will. So a just condemnation followed the transgression, such that man, who by keeping the commandments should have been spiritual even in his flesh, became fleshly even in his spirit, and as in his pride he had sought to be his own satisfaction, God in his justice abandoned him to himself, not to live in the absolute independence he affected, but instead of the liberty he desired, to live dissatisfied with himself in a hard and miserable bondage to him to whom by sinning he had yielded himself. Doomed in spite of himself to die in body as he had willingly become dead in spirit. 41. So one mustn't imagine the line separating the voluntary and the involuntary passing somewhere between the soul and the body, or between nature and the subject. From the origin, it is placed within the subject. Better, one mustn't imagine two regions separated by a border. What is involved is a will whose voluntary deviation from what maintains it in being allows it to exist in the element that tends to destroy it, the involuntary. The comparison with animal sexuality is illuminating. Augustine takes it up in the Opus Imperfectum. Julian of Eclanum had asserted that animals experience sexual lust, and that there's no denying that this concupiscence is naturally good, or that God is the author of these urges in them. Either it must be recognized that this concupiscence is naturally good, or else that God intentionally created evil. Augustine answers by saying that the evil of concupiscence doesn't exist in animals, not because it is voluntary, but because the involuntariness that characterizes it is not in them a rebellion. It doesn't marcasize Zion between the desires of the flesh and those of the spirit. Concupiscence of the flesh is a punishment insofar as it exerts its control over man, not insofar as it exerts its control over the animals, because in them the flesh never lusts against the spirit. 42 Sexual acts in animals may have the same form, but they never stem from the same concupiscence. Or rather, the specific character of human concupiscence consists in the fact that its resemblance to that of the animals is the result of a rebellion and of a division of the self against the self that are completely foreign to animal nature. The subject was not confined by the fall in an animal nature with its own laws. The involuntariness of concupiscence, which takes the form of animal movements, is embedded, due to the fall, in the present structure of the subject. Here one touches on an important point in the history of the subjectification of sex and the formation of desiring man. Augustine is obviously not the first, either among the Christian authors or generally among the authors of antiquity, to have stamped sexual desire with the seal of the involuntary. This was even, as we've seen, a commonplace. But this involuntariness was defined either as a modality or part of the soul, the urges of which it was a matter of limiting or controlling while preserving the hierarchical privilege of the others, that is, as a passion, a pathos which, coming from the body, risked compromising the sovereignty of the soul over itself. Now, Augustine's analysis doesn't make concupiscence a specific disposition in the soul, or a passivity that limits the soul's power, but the very form of the will, which is to say, of that which makes the soul a subject. For him, it is not the involuntary as against the voluntary, but the involuntariness of volition itself, that without which the will cannot will, except precisely with the assistance of grace, which alone can liberate it from that infirmity which is the very form of its willing. One understands, then, why the fact that concupiscence is sui juris does not exclude its being imputable to the subject. Being of our will, it is, by that very fact, sui juris, and conversely, our will can escape concupiscence only by ceasing to be sui juris, and by recognizing that it can will the good only due to the strength of grace. The autonomy of concupiscence is the law of the subject when it wills its own will. And the subject's powerlessness is the law of concupiscence. This is the general form of imputability, or rather its general condition. 2. However, this possibility of imputation needs to be clarified. The preceding analyses do show that concupiscence is not an autonomous power in the soul, nor a force coming from the outside to pose as its weakness. It is of the soul, in the very precise sense that it is constitutive of the present form of the latter's volition. It is a law of sin. 43. But if it characterizes the structure of the will, it seems very difficult to impute it as one would impute a sin to the one who has committed it. Can the will be guilty of being what it is? But if it isn't, how can it be reproached for something coming from it that is just the effect of its nature and yet is held to be a sin? The anti-Pelagian treatises develop this debate very extensively in connection with original sin and baptism. There is no question of going back over that long argumentation here. It's only a matter of showing, in this interplay between the original sin and subsequent sins, the role that Augustine has concupiscence play and the way he makes room for the juridical principle of imputability. Concupiscence is said to be a sin, but in a manner of speaking. 44. And what, exactly, is this manner of speaking? Before baptism, the law of sin can be called, in every soul, actual sin, meriting therefore the punishment that awaits all those who haven't been baptized. Augustine gives several explanations of this actuality. One of them can be termed originary and synchronic. In Adam, all men exist in the seed state, works of God. These seeds don't contain any evil, but they took part in the act of transgression and, as a consequence, they did not stay clear of the condemnation. They are born therefore as bearers of that sin, having taken part in the act and the punishment. 45 Another schema is that of permanent resurgence. Augustine illustrates it with the example of the olive tree, which he often cites. An olive tree may very well have been carefully cultivated by the gardener, but it will still give rise to wild olive trees whose fruits are as bitter as if nothing had been done. 46 It's the same with mankind. The baptism may well have regenerated individuals, but those who are born from it are still under the law of sin. They are still marked by the operativity of the first transgression. But one also finds in Augustine another schema, which is that of successive actualizations and their linkage. In truth, it's not a matter of a schema distinct and apart from the others, but rather of their unfolding in time. There cannot be, in fact, any birth without the sexual union of the parents, and that union, even when it takes place within marriage and in pursuit of ends that have been set for it, cannot be carried out without the involuntary movements that constituted, as we've seen, the first stigma of the fall. And that concupiscence, a mark of the first transgression still today, transmits to every soul that comes into this world the form that characterizes it, the law of sin that before baptism exists in the soul as an actual sin. This argumentation that Augustine goes back to very often is important in the history of moral theology and of the Christian ethic. Two main themes emerge from it in fact. One concerns the place of sexual concupiscence. For Augustine, it was not the effective cause of the original fault, it was only the consequence. But through the temporal chain linking all the sexual acts that cause the generations to be born, it is the medium for actualizing the original sin in every man. You'll recall that it was a matter of debate, it would continue to be subsequently, whether the consumption of the forbidden fruit by the first humans should not be understood in a sexual way. Augustine manages to place the sexual act at the center of the economy of the original sin and its consequences, but as a permanent vehicle of its immediacy down through the human generations. Relative to that initial transgression, it is in the position of a consequence that doesn't fade away and of a cause that always renews it. And only at the end of time, when man will have been emancipated from the deathly body that he owes to his own wrongdoing, will that sexual concupiscence by which the first transgression is actualized in each person disappear from the world. Our being the products of our forebears' sex links us, back down through time, to the transgression of the first among them. But one can also see another theme taking form in Augustine's arguments, one that is perhaps even more important, because it didn't remain tied to Christian theology alone. It became established, for reasons that will need to be examined later, as one of the constants of Western thought concerning sex. This is the theme of a fundamental and durable connection between the form of the sexual act and the structure of the subject. According to the Augustinian schema, if every individual coming into the world is a concupiscent subject, this is because they spring from a sexual relation whose form necessarily includes the shameful part of the involuntariness that bespeaks the punishment of the first transgression. Conversely, if it isn't possible to use marriage, even for the best ends, without bringing into play in the sexual act those movements which we can't control, this is because every man since the fall is born as the subject of a concupiscent will. In sum, the truth of man's subjective being is manifested in the very form to which every sexual act is submitted. This form, consequently, while bearing the mark of a failure, a defeat, an originary event, is not to be attributed to some foreign nature, but in fact to the structure of the subject itself. Whereas in the Platonic conception, desire carries the mark of a division that sends everyone in search of a partner, whether of the same sex or the different one, so that the defect is the lack of the other. here the defect is the degradation and the diminished being that are due to the transgression and that are marked in the subject itself by the physically involuntary form of its desire. The libido, in the sense in which Augustine often employs this word without any explanation, that is, the sexual form of desire, is thus the trans-historical link that connects the originary transgression of which it is the consequence to the presence of that sin in every individual. And in everyone, moreover, it is how the involuntary form of the sexual act and the infirm structure of the subject are bound together. 3. Concupiscence, as the active presence of the original sin in every man, is therefore in a certain way a sin. It is imputable to him and it is reprehensible in him. It is what justifies the damnation of those who die unbaptized. Then what is the effect of baptism? Certainly not that of erasing concupiscence. It is evident that it continues to exist not only in Christians in general, but in the most saintly ones as well, just as it also subsisted in the patriarchs themselves, when they were obliged to beget children as God ordered them to. 47 As to what baptism washes away, a crucial passage of De Nuptiis et Concupiscentia explains it quite clearly. It is the reatus of the concupiscence, the fact that it can be imputed to the individual who carries it and that for them it constitutes a current culpability. Carnal concupiscence is remitted, indeed, in baptism, not so that it is put out of existence, but so that it is not to be imputed as sin. 48 It's a juridical type of operation, therefore, which baptism performs on the subject's concupiscence, since the latter is the active presence of the original sin in the subject. It erases what constitutes the current culpability in that presence, but it leaves untouched that which forms the subject's permanent structure. After baptism, concupiscence by itself can no longer be considered an actual sin in the subject. But it remains as the law of sin, that is, as what tirelessly drives the subject to commit sin unless he resists it. In the regenerate it is no longer itself a sin. 49 However, one can continue to call it sin for 2 reasons. 50 Because it comes from sin and because, when it wins out, it commits sin. But after ceasing to be itself a sin, it continues to be the thing that connects the original sin, of which it is structurally the effect, to current sins, of which it is genetically the principle. In what form does it go on existing? As the projection, the shadow cast by the fall, of which it is the analogical consequence, as it were. From the fact that the fall is a deterioration of being, concupiscence is itself weakness and infirmity. In the medical vocabulary commonly used in Christian literature to designate sin, Augustine, when he wishes to bring out the difference between notions, tends to utilize the terms wound or disease to speak of the act of sinning, and the terms disposition, affectio or volitudo, or weakness, languor, to speak of concupiscence. A passage of the last pages of De Nuptiis et Concupiscentia shows this word game in practice. Those wounds, vulnera, which are inflicted on the body produce lameness in a limb, or difficulty of motion. That wound, however, which has the name of sin here, Augustine means the original sin, wounds the very life, which was being righteously lived. Whence it came to pass that our nature having then and there been deteriorated, in deteritus commutata, by that great sin of the first man, not only was made a sinner, but also generates sinners, and yet the very infirmity, under which the virtue of a holy life has drooped and died, is not really nature, but corruption, non est eutici natura, sed vitium, precisely as a bad state of health, mala in corpore valtudo, is not a bodily substance or nature, but disorder. Very often, indeed, if not always, the ailing character of parents is in a certain way implanted, and reappears in the bodies of their children. 51. But the correlative and inseparable aspect of the infirmity that characterizes concupiscence is the force of the movements of that same concupiscence. That whereby it is weak, as the subject's will in regard to himself, and also that by which it is strong, as the presence in the subject of the bad will. The imputability, the reatus, that makes concupiscence an actual culpability was erased by baptism, then, but not the active presence of that concupiscence. It acts in some manner, agita alicid, even in one who is regenerated. And what is the form of that activity, if not the bad and shameful desires? 52 Augustine's basic propositions concerning the presence of concupiscence in the heart of men are too familiar now to need revisiting. Let's just recall that in this presence he sees the principle of a spiritual combat that can reach its definitive end only on the day we are liberated from the body of death, which is our body today. But let's also recall that this body of death is not a material element which has held us prisoners since the fall. It characterizes the very way in which we exercise our will, and no sin has been committed by us without us. In every case, our will had a part in it. Let the sinner not try to hide behind the excuse that it wasn't he who acted, but the concupiscence in him. Such talk would show only that he doesn't know himself, for, whereas he is altogether himself, his mind determining and his body executing his own purpose, he yet supposes that he is himself no longer. 53 Finally, let's recall that since concupiscence belongs to the very structure of our fallen will, that the latter by itself can will only in the form of concupiscence, so they don't confront each other as two foreign elements, hostile to one another and juxtaposed by force, but are amalgamated in a nature which is that of the fall. Concupiscence could never be defeated in spiritual combat if divine grace did not intervene. 3. The effects and consequences of the Augustinian theory of concupiscence have obviously been considerable. I would just like to underscore an aspect of it that concerns the government of souls and the sexual conduct of spouses in particular. This government involved their juridification, or rather the insertion of elements that would give a juridical type of formalization to practices, rules, prescriptions, and recommendations that had previously been reflected primarily in the forms of spiritual asceticism and the techniques of purification of the soul. In centering his analysis of concupiscence not on the problem of the pure and the impure, of the soul and the body, of matter and spirit, of passion and self-control, but on that of the voluntary and the involuntary, or more exactly on the very structure of the will, it's clear that he was inscribing it in a system of juridical references. He undertook the task to which Western Christianity would apply itself for so many centuries, and to which, or to the impossibility of which, it would owe the great fracture of the Reformation in the 16th century, namely positing the sinner as a subject of law, or, as we would say in another vocabulary, positing the subject of desire and the subject of law as existing simultaneously and in a single form. The two most important notions, no doubt, for this juridification were those of consent, consensus, and usage, usus. 1 De nuptiis et concupiscentia 54 had carefully distinguished between the imputability the reatus of concupiscence and that of sin. The first was established by the operativity of concupiscence as original sin in every individual newly arrived in the world, and it was imputability that was removed by baptism, although concupiscence itself remained intact. Things work differently with sin. Once committed, the act disappears, but its reatus remains. A distinction in which Julian of Eclanum saw only a dialectic featuring the reciprocal of all the contraries. The trouble was that he didn't see the possibility that the reatus of the cause concupiscence would be done away with, without also erasing that of the sin, or that the sin could be incriminated without making the concupiscence from which it stems into a substantial evil in the human being. The answer that Augustine gives him in Book 6 of Contra Julianum 55 allows one to locate the exact point where the imputability of the sin, compared to the concupiscence, is formed. Even after baptism the concupiscence is there in act, since baptism has erased only the juridical aspect that made it reprehensible. But what does in act mean? Certainly not that it is always active, always manifest, and constantly insistent in the form of pressing desires, for it is sometimes dormant, lacking an object that invites covetousness. Just as a timid man is actually timid, even if he fears nothing because there's nothing to fear, it is present only as a quality. But on that basis, it can be in act as an activity, in the form of a desire that may have been aroused by an object. It is not yet a sin, that is, an imputable element, since while having changed in its form from being a general disposition, it has become an active desire. It remains that stigma of the original sin whose reatus has been obliterated. But conversely, even as an activated disposition, it never dominates the soul entirely, it never compels any act whatsoever. For the latter to take place, there has to have been a specific act of the will. However strong the pressure of concupiscence, and precisely insofar as the latter is the form of the will, however fallen it is from the being it got from God, it cannot become an act without the very act of the will. There cannot be any sin without this supplement, however minimal and invisible one might imagine it to be, which means that one wills what concupiscence wants. And that is the meaning of consent. It is what makes possible the imputation of an act having its origin in a concupiscence which is not imputable itself. As another passage of Contra Julianum says, the Spirit does a good work in not consenting to evil concupiscence, but does not perfect the good because it does not destroy the evil desires themselves, and when the flesh has an evil desire, but does not fulfill it, because the Spirit does not consent to it, the flesh does not fulfill damnable works. 56. At first glance, this notion of consent may not appear very different from what can be found in the spirituality that Cassian promoted in the same period in the West. After all, the ascetic labor that it prescribed had consent as one of its main themes, to welcome or not, to accept or reject the desires that presented themselves to the mind depending on whether they appeared to be divinely inspired or the devil's work. However, consent there doesn't have quite the same form or the same mechanisms. For Cassian, it's a matter of the entry into the soul of elements, ideas, images, suggested actions that must be questioned as to their value and their origin. It's a problem of opening or closing the doors of the soul, of rejecting a possible corruption that may have found its way in, of protecting the soul, therefore, so that it might finally focus the clear gaze of contemplation on the eternal things. In him, consent conforms above all to the model of the threshold. It has an exterior and an interior, it selects, it opens or closes, it welcomes, it expels, so that with this mechanism one is again presented with the traditional form of the division between the pure and the impure. In Augustine, consent has a different form and a different mode of action. There is a fundamental reason for this, whereas in a spirituality like that of Cassian, desire and will are two different agencies. Concupiscence for Augustine belongs to the very form of volition. As he sees it, consent is not the acceptance, by the will, of a foreign element, it's a way for the will to will, as a free act, what it wills as concupiscence. In consenting, and one would say the same thing of its opposite, refusing the will takes itself as an object. When it consents, it doesn't just will what is desired, it doesn't simply want what is wanted in the desire. It wills that will which has the form of concupiscence, it takes itself for an end as a fallen will. It assumes its own condition as concupiscent will. Reciprocally, non-consent doesn't consist in vanquishing desire by expelling the representation of the desired object from the soul, but by not willing as the concupiscence would have it do. Schematically, consent in Cassian, and in others with similar views, focuses essentially on the object of desire that one drives out as object of the representation, so that it does not become an object of the will. Consent and refusal in Augustine unfold within the will, in the movement by which it wills itself or doesn't will itself as it is. In that procedure, the subject takes itself as the object of its own will, proposing to will or not to will the concupiscent form of its fallen will. Consent as a necessary element for the constitution of an act imputable as a sin is therefore not simply the transformation of a desire into a real act, it is not even simply the acceptance of that desire in thought, in the form of a received representation. It is the act of the will upon itself and on its form rather than on its object. When the subject consents, it doesn't open the gates to a desired object, it constitutes itself and confirms itself as a desiring subject. At that moment the movements of its concupiscence become imputable to it. Consent, and this is the reason for the central role it plays in Augustine and will play later, makes it possible to designate the subject of concupiscence as a subject of law. To this structure of the subject of law, subject of concupiscence has important effects in the codification of marital relations. People will be able to say, and they'll be right, that Augustine changed very little in the content of the prescriptions that were accepted before him or in his time. Prohibition, at risk of a major sin, of sexual relations outside of marriage, in the form either of adultery if at least one of the partners is married, or of fornication if neither of them is, the recommendation not to practice marital relations in certain circumstances during the time of prayer or certain periods of the year. 57. Extremely severe condemnation, as abominable crimes, of any sexual act that would be performed contrary to natural usage. This would occur when the man did not make use of the female organ meant for procreation. 58. Blame for all the excesses spouses may indulge in when, while respecting that natural usage, they go beyond what is strictly required by it, minor sins. This general profile of the prohibitions isn't different from the one that was already familiar and that the non-Christian moralists had long presented at least as pressing recommendations. But Augustine takes up this whole set, systematizes it, and bases it around the notion of usage. Usus. This is actually a complex notion that he finds already employed, but to which he gives a much more precise meaning. The usage of marriage was taken to mean sexual relations between spouses, both because it was marriage that legitimized an act which was blameworthy outside the law, and because this act consisted in the exercise of a right thus acquired, over the other's body. So the usage of marriage had a meaning that was both institutional and corporeal, juridico-physical. One made use of a right in making use of a body. Augustine introduces a new dimension into this already formed notion. In the sexual act between spouses, one doesn't simply use the right of marriage and the body of the other, one makes use of one's own concupiscence. That was the problem, in fact, since the sexual act and procreation after the fall cannot take place without involuntary and hence shameful movements of concupiscence. Can one avoid deducing that all marital sex is bad in itself? How can it be said that marriage is a good if the act that legitimizes it is in itself an evil? Either one cannot hold that marriage is positively a good, and not simply a lesser evil compared to fornication, or one cannot maintain that the evil of concupiscence necessarily accompanies every sexual relation without exception. Now, the notion of usus is precisely what enables both of these propositions to be preserved, but this requires two disjunctions, in the marital relation, between the movement of libido and the act of will, and in this act of will, between the consent that one could call objective with respect to this movement itself, and that cannot be accepted, since it is inseparable from the sexual relation, and the consent or non-consent which is subjective with respect to that concupiscence as a form of will. In this sexual encounter one can in fact willingly satisfy the concupiscence, that is, will that fallen form of willing, or intend instead to engender children, intend to keep one's partner from falling into fornication. In the marital relation, while the unfolding of the sexual act is not modifiable in its concupiscent structure, the consent is modifiable, it remains free. Usus is thus a certain modality of the dynamic between consent and non-consent. It can set ends that are such that the subject won't will itself as a concupiscent subject at the moment it is committing an act whose conditions of accomplishment involve concupiscence. This conception comes with a set of consequences. It opens up the possibility of considering the sexual relation as being unavoidably connected with an evil, that is, with a concupiscence that is the direct result of the first transgression and the first visible punishment it received, but at the same time of seeing a specific act of will in these sexual relations when one engages in them, an act that will be bad or not, a sin or not, depending on whether or not it wills the form of concupiscence. This is the meaning of the famous formulation that will be repeated for more than a millennium: in marital relations, one makes use of an evil in any case, but one can use this evil in a good or a bad manner, and this is where the possibility of sin resides. The importance of this conception becomes clear when one compares it to Julian's propositions. Visibly, they are exactly symmetrical and inverse, with Julian saying, "He who holds to the mode of natural concupiscence uses a good well. He who does not hold to the mode uses this good evilly. Lastly, he who from love of holy virginity also despises even the lawful one, refusing what is good so as to arrive at what is better." And Augustine, "He who holds to the mode of natural concupiscence uses an evil well. He who does not hold to the mode uses an evil evilly. But he who, despises even the lawful mode, refrains from the use of evil, and attaches himself to what is more perfect. 59. Underneath the term-by-term correspondence of the two formulations, one cannot help but recognize a profound dissymmetry. For Julian, as the pleasure taken in sexual relations is a good arranged by God Himself in the creation, it can only be good to have recourse to it provided this is in the forms placed by providence and designed by nature. The sin begins with deviation or excess. The usage he speaks of in his text is therefore the modality of the physical act, its form, and in this, Julian remains well within the framework of a morality of excess. For Augustine, as the evil of concupiscence is found in human nature, the decisive point is to be situated in the ends pursued, which is to say in the very form of the will. That form is what determines the value of the physical act. 60. And with Augustine one enters into a morality of the juridical subject. In Julian, it is the sin, the excessive act, that determines the evil and makes it appear. In Augustine, the evil is pre-existent and fatally inscribed in the sexual encounter, but the sin that derives from it is sufficiently distinct from it that it is never necessitated by it, and it constitutes an imputable act. Thus the idea of a usage of concupiscence, which Augustine inserts into his analysis of the sexual act between the justified usage of marriage and the natural usage of the body, allows the individual, that is, each one of the two partners, to be thought of as forming a single subject of desire and of law. It is one and the same subject, and not through a juxtaposition of two natures, or through an exile of the soul in a foreign world, which acts in the necessity of desire and in the freedom of good and evil. But it's important to see that, despite this unity of the subject, desire remains an evil and its usage remains independent. It is possible to make an utterly non-concupiscent use of concupiscence, but the latter will not be done away with for all that. It often happens that one makes use of it just for the concupiscence, so that the latter seems to carry the day, but this usage will nonetheless remain a specific and imputable act. Now, through this very irreducibility, one sees very large possibilities open up for juridifying sexual relations between spouses. If the sexual act were naturally a good in itself, the codification of these relations could be implemented as a function of the form that is judged to be natural, everything else being excess, abuse, violation of the limits, crossing into the counter-natural. In this way, one would remain within a morality of nature. If the sexual relation were defined only by the evil or defilement that it carries with it, the codification would be implemented based on an ideal of complete continence, and the value of behaviors would be ranked in relation to the ideal. One would then be in an ethics of purity. Finally, if one supposed that the evil of desire could be absorbed little by little into the exercise of a will that controls and limits it, one would still be reliant on the prescriptions of theological wisdom. But the separation, in the sexual act, between the evil of libido and the possibility of using it well or badly enables the sexual behaviors to be codified according to these uses, the ends they give themselves, the circumstances they alter, etc. The two ends that are considered legitimate procreation, preventing the other from sinning, will thus serve as a guiding principle for controlling the unfolding of sexual acts between spouses and for defining what is permitted and forbidden, under what conditions, on what occasions. Augustine, it's true, doesn't develop these possibilities very much. They will be developed, and much later, not just as a logical development, moreover, but when a whole ensemble of other processes in medieval society and the medieval church will have increased the importance of the juridical type of relations. The fact remains that in the Augustinian analysis one finds the theoretical matrix that will make such developments possible. Marital relations which, under the overall recommendations of moderation, modesty, and respect, and under the general finality of procreation, remained a private and secret matter, will give rise to endless rules and a developed casuistry concerned with how to exercise one's rights and discharge one's duties within it. Medieval Christianity, especially from the 13th century on, will doubtless be the first form of civilization to develop such verbose prescriptions regarding sexual relations between marriage partners. To the rules of marriage, to those concerning the exchange or transfer of goods in that alliance, to the rules of mutual comportment between the partners, which one finds in most societies in various forms and with very diverse mechanisms of constraint, it adds this singular feature, a very precise codification of the moments, the initiatives, the invitations, the acceptances, the refusals, the positions, the gestures, the caresses, even the words, as we'll see, that can take place in sexual relations. The great dimorphism that had characterized ancient life, separating those sexual relations about which one speaks, one tells, and which are necessarily outside of marriage, from those of matrimony which are out of view and excluded from discourse, that great dimorphism disappears. One speaks as much about the latter as the former, if not more, at least in the practice of confession. Sex in marriage thus became an object of jurisdiction and veridiction. But in Augustine and in his time, those are still only possibilities. What was more important for then, perhaps, is that with the idea of concupiscence as an evil, it was possible to combine, under the same theme of spiritual combat, the exercise of virginity and the practice of marriage. One deals with the same evil in the two states, the same renunciation of the concupiscent form of the will is required, the difference being that in marriage non-consent follows a certain usage that virginity will artfully turn away from. The two states were defined as rather similar practices with regard to concupiscence, of which there was now a theory capable of justifying both, with their difference of value but also their intrinsic connection. And above all, one can see that, in such a conception, the notions of consensus and usus don't serve to directly define relations between spouses. They establish their codification only through the consent, or non-consent, that each individual gives to their own libido. This means that all regulation of sexual behaviors can be applied on the basis of the relationship that everyone maintains with themselves. The problematization of sexual behaviors, whether it's a matter of knowing what they are in truth or of defining what they should be, becomes the problem of the subject. The subject of desire, whose truth can be discovered only by the subject itself in its innermost being. The subject of law, whose imputable actions are defined and separated into good or bad according to the relations it has with itself. In a word, we can say that the sexual act in the ancient world was thought of as a paroxysmal block, a unified convulsional event where the individual would lose themselves in the pleasure of their interaction with the other, to the point of mimicking death. It was not something calling for analysis. It only needed to be resituated within a general economy of pleasures and forces. This block was fragmented, in Christianity, by rules of living, arts of conducting oneself and others, techniques of examination or procedures of confession, by a general doctrine of desire, the fall, transgression, and so on. The unity reconstituted itself, however, in such a way that the diffraction remains and its analysis is possible. It is possible in the form of theory and speculation as well as in the practical form of individual examination, whether by others or by oneself. And in these latest forms, it is not merely recommended but obligatory. So there was a reconstitution around what can be called, by contrast with the economy of paroxysmal pleasure, the analytic of the subject of concupiscence. In that analytic, sex, truth, and law are bundled together, by ties that our culture has tended to draw closer rather than loosen. Appendices. Appendix 1. What is to be demonstrated? 1. There exists a relatively constant prescriptive core in Christianity. This core is ancient. It formed prior to Christianity. It is clearly attested in the pagan authors of the Hellenistic and Roman period. 2. One finds this core again without major modification in the apologists of the 2nd century. Clement of Alexandria incorporates it into his Platonist-inspired theology, along with a group of precepts deriving from Stoicism. 3. A new definition of the relations between subjectivity and truth will give this ancient prescriptive core a completely new significance, and bring important modifications to the ancient conception of the pleasures and their economy. 4. These modifications involve the analysis of the domain of the aphrodisia and the relational mode which the subject is urged to maintain with them more than the division between permitted and forbidden. Hence it is not so much the law and its content that have changed, but experience as a condition of knowledge. Appendix 2. I. It appears, then, that the Christianity of the first centuries defined two regular and distinct modalities according to which the individual needed to manifest themselves in truth if they were to liberate themselves from evil. On one hand, a great penitential ritual that was unique and comprehensive, that involved the whole of their existence and reshaped their entire life, sometimes in a definitive way; on the other, a continuous practice of examination and vigilance that attempts to apprehend and disclose the deepest stirrings of the soul. On one hand, an alliturgy in which the truth-doing of gestures, attitudes, tears, mortifications, and forms of life seems to far outweigh the formulations of discourse; on the other, an alliturgy in which truth-telling seems to impose an all but exhaustive verbalization of the secrets of the soul. Exomologesis as manifestation of sinful being can be set against exagoriasis as enunciation of the movements of thought. This opposition seems to be justified both from the standpoint of the technology appropriate to each of these practices and from that of their institutional context. The technique of exomologesis of the penitent involves the structuring, radical intensification, and highlighting of a set of discontinuities, a break with one's former life, whose forms and marks one abandons, an estrangement from the community, toward which one humbles oneself to show how unworthy one is of remaining a member, a break with one's own body which one abandons to hunger, misery, lack of care, a clash between life and death, since by placing oneself like Lazarus at the threshold of the tomb one contrasts the death of the body which one accepts to the eternal life of the soul which is its recompense. In this interplay of discontinuities, ruptures, and clashes, the truth comes to light in the form of a manifestation. It is not the wrongs committed that appear in their details, with their conditions and their author's share of responsibility; it's the very body of the sinner, the sinful body, as the first transgression has marked it, destined to die, defiled by impurities, troubled by needs it cannot satisfy. And this manifestation is not simply the revealing of a hidden figure, it is a test for the subject, or rather the subject itself. A test in two senses, since by practicing the rigor of this relentlessly and as long as possible, or at least for the set time span, the sinner will win his reconciliation, and like a metal subjected to the test of fire, the impurities that were blended with their soul will separate out and be burned up in the fierce struggle of the penitent against himself. The penitent's exomologesis is a double manifestation, of the renunciation of what one is and of the being of defilement and death that one renounces, as a purifying test of oneself conducted by oneself. In his long-term remolding of his life as an art that is learned and practiced, the monk also subjects himself to the test of self-renunciation. But in a different sense and by other means. Since he has detached himself from the world, he won't have to make the truth of evil appear in the form of discontinuity and rupture, but rather in the form of a triple continuity, a constant watchfulness over oneself, one's thoughts, their spontaneous flow, their insidious movement, the maintenance of a relation of spiritual direction that obliges one to speak and to listen, to confess and to submit, and humility toward everyone plus strict obedience to the community's rules. The manifestation peculiar to exagoriasis is expressed through language; it involves a mandatory discourse, frequent and as thorough as possible, addressed to the one charged with directing the conduct of the one confessing; it has as its main object that which hides deep in the soul, and hides there both because it consists in the very first movements of the soul, so tenuous still that they risk escaping one's gaze if the attention wanders, and because one is dealing with the incitements of the seducer, who disguises himself in deceptive forms. So here exagoriasis has the task of telling the truth but as the result of acts of knowledge which in the depths of oneself light up the unperceived and reveal the presence of the other. Self-renunciation thus takes a very particular form; it's a matter of focusing a continuous attention, as detailed and deep as possible, on oneself. Not, however, in order to know what one is at one's core, not in order to extract the authentic, primitive, and pure form of a subjectivity, but in order to discern the deceptions of the evil one in the deepest mysteries of the soul, and consequently to refuse to participate through one's will in all the movements that are just so many temptations, and finally, in order to abandon all personal volition in favor of God's wishes and the lessons of one's director. Schematizing enormously, we can say that the exomologesis specific to the penitential status relates to a ceasing to be which, within the confines of life and death, promises the next world through a renunciation of the real, and that the examination of owl of monastic life aims at a ceasing to will which expels the other in the depths of the soul through the formulation of the true. Moreover, each of these two practices appears to have its own institutional setting. The penitential dramaturgy finds its place in a community of believers where it's a matter of extending a second lifeline to the one who has fallen, but in such a way that the fallenness can be answered by a hope of forgiveness while the manifest brightness of the satisfaction will match the scandal of the transgression. As for the examination of owl, it would seem to have its place, rather, in a monastic life where the objective of contemplation makes thought control necessary, where the communitarian existence calls for obedience exercises as a form of ascesis, and where the practice of direction must determine the measured and righteous ways of asceticism. Further on, we'll see what limits ought to be given to this contrast and what correctives should be brought to it. Yet it should be kept in mind even when it is relativized, even when it is related to an ensemble that incorporates its elements. The dimorphism, in Christian societies, between life in the world and life under monastic rules was too constant and too important a phenomenon not to have had decisive consequences in this regard and others as well. And in fact many of the great modifications that the procedures of penance would undergo between the 6th and the 16th centuries originated in practices that were emblematic of the monastic milieu. Starting in the 7th century, private chargeable penance came out of the monasteries. Those regular and systematic examinations of conscience that were practiced in the monasteries were taken up by the devotio moderna and spread in secular milieus, and it was again the religious orders that were the main agents of the spread of spiritual direction, that phenomenon which was so prominent in the 16th and 17th centuries. In the growing importance assumed by the techniques of examination, of oneself and others, and by the procedures of verbalization of transgressions, and in the correlative shrinking of the status of truth-doing compared to truth-telling, the monastic institutions played a decisive role. For more than a millennium, they were, if not the constant, at least the very intense seminary of the art of arts, the regimen animarum. They developed it, disseminated it, at times augmented it. It was sometimes copied from them, and people tried to use it in competition with them and to limit their influence. They were a real factor in the substantial upsurge in the penchant for discourse and the will to know, volonté de savoir, that characterize the experience of self and others in our societies. And when one will hear it said in the 17th century and in a rather questionable way from a dogmatic standpoint that confessing is a way of directing consciences, one can say that exagoriasis has prevailed over exomologesis, that at least it largely overshadows it. 1. In any case, the history of the relations between wrongdoing and truth-telling in the Christian West could not be written without referring to the existence of these two forms, their differences, their tension, and the slow movement that ended up privileging one at the expense of the other, when, in the course of the 16th century and more so all through the 18th, the question of the government of individuals became, from the political viewpoint and the religious viewpoint as well, a major problem. 2. It would be a mistake, however, to imagine that these were two problems without overlaps and deriving from two radically separate institutional ensembles. Things are more complicated, first, because an examination of the institutions shows how the practices are juxtaposed and intermixed; next, because, looking at the practices themselves, one can recognize not only components but a foundation which they have in common. 1. It is certain that the monastic status was not compatible with the status of penitent, and all the more so as the monk appeared more and more clearly as leading the penitential life par excellence. When it's a matter of the monk who has renounced the world and its service, and has pledged to always serve God, why would he be made to do penance? For the monk, public penance is of no use because, recovered from his sins, he weeps, and he has made an eternal pact with God. 2. However, while one doesn't have to become a penitent as well after becoming a monk, some elements of the penitential rites are utilized in the monastic life. Cassian's texts, and especially the institutes which refer to the practices of the cenobium, are very clear on this point. Forms specific to public penance are described in that work, and the expression publice penitere reappears several times, without it being a matter of assuming the status of penitent, of course. Thus Paphnutius, who accepts, in a spirit of humility, being wrongfully accused of a serious sin, is subjected to a treatment just like one that could be evoked by Tertullian, Ambrose, or Jerome in regard to public penances, and when he had immediately left the church, he continually shed tears at his prayers, and fasted thrice as often as before, and prostrated himself in the sight of men, with all humility of mind. But when he had thus submitted himself with all contrition of flesh and spirit for almost a fortnight, so that he came early on the morning of Saturday and Sunday not to receive the Holy Communion but to prostrate himself on the threshold of the church and humbly ask for pardon. 3. But short of these great manifestations meant to atone for serious sins, one finds a record of other practices, intermediate between the confession of temptation and the solemn and long-lasting exomologesis. Moreover, Cassian lists a series of transgressions that call for a precise penitential act, determined in advance: accidentally breaking an earthenware jar, hesitating even slightly in chanting a psalm, replying roughly, unnecessarily, impertinently, obeying carelessly, preferring reading to working, lingering after the service instead of going back to one's cell, talking with someone from the world outside the presence of the elder, and so on. Point 4. Cassian employs the expression public penance to designate the prescribed sanction, although it seems that this involves only a certain number of elements borrowed from the great dramaturgy of canonical penance: separation from the community, gesture of supplication, attitude of humility. 5. When all the brethren are assembled for service, he must lie on the ground and ask for absolution until the service of the prayers is finished, and will obtain it when by the abbot's command he is bidden to rise from the ground. 6. There we have a sketch of a whole monastic discipline combining the ostentatious manifestations of penitential rites and the control of gestures and thoughts in a continual and unconditional relation of obedience. The importance of this juxtaposition is twofold. First, it manifests the penitential sense which will be given to the monastic institution, more and more insistently. Organizing a disciplined art of contemplation by way of humility, submission to the other, and purification of the heart is the objective that seems to have been given originally to the cenobium. Point 7. And Cassian doesn't say that the end, finis, or the goal, destinatio, of monastic existence is to lead the life of penance. Yet one sees a principle of coincidence emerging from his texts. Indeed, on the one hand he gives the notion of penance a narrow meaning, when he speaks of it as the collection of procedures at the end of which the transgressions can be forgiven by God. Point 8. But he also gives it a very general definition, which refers to the results not only of these practices, but of all the spiritual exercises of monastic life. Penance is thus characterized as a state, the state which the monk must try to attain. It consists in never again yielding to the sins. 9. This state has its marks, the principal one being that one's heart is freed from what inclines to its sins, and this mark, indicum, itself has signs that allow it to be recognized. The very image of faults has been erased from the secrets of the heart, and by image one should understand not just the delight that one takes in thinking of it, but also the mere fact of remembering it. Point 10. Penance is therefore that purity of heart which the examination, the humility, the patience, the obedience, the discretion, and the trust in the elders, as well as the determination not to conceal anything from them, can, with the grace of God, produce in the soul. And since contemplation, which is the purpose of monastic life, is possible only by means of such a purity of heart, one sees that penance, understood not only as a procedure for remission but as a constantly maintained purified state, ends up coinciding in some with monastic life itself. That life must be directed toward the avowal of transgressions, penitential manifestations, the discovery of the heart's secrets, and the opening of the soul. A perpetual discourse: while then we do penance, the shower of tears which is caused by the confession of our faults is sure to quench the fire of our conscience. 11. But this very thing will make it possible to purify one's thought, down to its deepest recesses, of everything that may give rise to temptation, that constitutes its first stirrings or allows its last traces to subsist. A forgetting, consequently, and a silence of the heart. In this powerful pulsation of confession and forgetting, the monastic life reveals what it is, the penitent life par excellence, penance, exercise, for penitence, state, it being understood that the state is never anything else than a combat that demands a permanent exercise. Now, this tendency to think of monastic existence as the very practice of the life of penitence accompanied an institutional evolution whose historical importance was considerable. The Cenobitic discipline, the relations of hierarchy and obedience, the rules of life in common and of individual behavior gave more and more space to practices that can be called intermediary, between the great penitential rites and the perpetual examination of thoughts. These were practices, of a juridical and regulatory type moreover, that tend to define a code where specific sanctions are paired with specific infractions. Actually, this development is only sketched out in Cassion, where it is mainly a matter of showing how the smallest offenses are answered by acts of satisfaction that are at the same time harsh, public, and humiliating. Thus, one sees a monk on duty for the week who does public penance for having overlooked 3 lentils that fell to the floor. 12 And Saint Jerome relates that in the 3 women's monasteries directed by Paula, speech excesses were sanctioned by exclusion from the common table and standing upright at the refectory door. 13 But a comparison between the Cenobitic institutes and the rule of the Master or that of Saint Benedict shows the increasing importance of these punitive codifications that establish between transgression and penitence a rather different relation from the preceding ones. Firstly, this relation includes a principle of proportionality. The measure of excommunication or of chastisement should correspond to the degree of fault, which degree is estimated by the abbot's judgment. It includes a clear distinction that separates public faults from those whose matter is hidden. The latter must be disclosed to the abbot only and to a few elders capable of attending to their own wounds and those of others. Finally, it includes a principle of progressive correction. Punishments are less severe if the guilty party is less than 15 years old, the repeat offense alters the penalty, the abbot lectures the delinquent and must watch over him in particular. Point 14. In a word, the monastic institution, insofar as it presented itself as the place of permanent penitential life, deployed a whole ensemble of procedures designed to ensure the remission of evil by expelling it, correcting it, or healing it. At one extreme one finds the ritualistic and ostentatious forms of exomologesis, at the other the techniques of examination and confession in the discourse of Exagriasis, and between them the methods for punishing according to a code that defines the gravity of the faults and the proportional punishments. Between the manifestation of the true through the acts and gestures of the penitential status, a sort of verification, and its enunciation in a permanent relation of direction, veridiction, the monastic rule brings into being what will later become, in Western Christianity, the most important form of the relation between the evil and the true, between wrongdoing and truth-telling, namely jurisdiction. Conversely, it would be just as incorrect to see on the side of the laypersons nothing but the solemn forms of public penance. Among them, as well as among the monks, there was a whole gradation of diverse practices going from the canonical forms that marked one's belonging to the order of penitence to the subtle modalities of direction. First of all, one should note the difference, indicated from the origin, between serious sins that call the purification of baptism into question, and the little daily failings that show how far one still is from complete perfection. The 3 great falls that had occasioned, in the 2nd century, long discussions about penance were idolatry, homicide, and adultery. Subsequently, the system of sins and the distinction between those that necessitated canonical penance and those for which it wasn't necessary became much more complicated. 2 axes of distinction emerged, that of the public and the hidden, on the one hand, that of the serious and the minor, on the other. One sees the idea affirmed that the public nature of penance, apart from its functions of humiliation and of the sinner's manifestation, must have the role of responding to the public awareness of the fault. The example must compensate for the scandal. But conversely, if the transgression is secret, and if no one has any reason to be scandalized or to find a bad example in it, the stir of the spectacular exomologesis risks having harmful effects. Hence the idea that the hidden fault must be atoned for rather with a private penance. We must strike back at all those sins that have been committed in front of everyone and more secretly at those that have been committed in a secret way. 15 In the same spirit, Saint Leo, a bit later, will criticize the, perhaps local, practice of publicly reading the list of faults committed by the sinners. 16 And will recommend not disclosing the details except in secret confession. The arguments given in the 5th and 6th centuries for non-public forms of penance are interesting, moreover, in that they clearly show a discontent with those solemn routines, a reluctance to yield to such humiliations, and a tendency to postpone till the last period of one's life the acceptance of a penitential status that loses all its content as a result. When St. Leo's counsel of human prudence, while it is good, he says, not to refuse to blush before men when one has committed a fault, yet there are sins that it is best not to make public, because they might serve the enemies of those who confess them in that way. 17 Pomerius will go even further in the Vita Contemplativa, since he advises those who are loath to confess their faults to impose their own penance on themselves and to voluntarily withdraw from the communion. 18 In any case, this will be a binary system, public fault public penance, private fault private penance, that the theologians of the Carolingian epoch will emphasize, basing themselves on the authority of Saint Augustine. The other distinction is established between serious sins and minor sins. The former, first defined by the triad idolatry homicide adultery, were broadened and systematized in a more or less approximate way as infractions of the Decalogue. 19 And Cesar, the Bishop of Arles, gives, through different sermons, a list that can be summarized as follows: sacrilege, apostasy and superstition, homicide, adultery, concubinage, fornication, bloody or lascivious spectacles, theft, false witness, perjury, and calumny. 20 In contrast to these major sins, there are the minor or everyday faults, those that one risks committing almost unawares, or at least to which one sometimes attributes no importance. It's for minor faults that Saint Cyprian recommends that one go find the priests, that one confess to them in all sweetness and complicity, and that one lay bare to them one's burden of conscience so that they might supply a remedy. 21 Now, for these faults of lesser importance, resorting to the penitential status is not required. Various means can be brought into play. One can refer to the famous list of the means of remission that Cassian recalled in his 20th conference: charity, alms, tears, confession, affliction of the heart, life improvements, intercession of saints, conversion of others, pardon of offenses. But above all, it is taken to be the priest's task as a therapist to choose the satisfaction to be accomplished depending on the transgression and the sinner. Since men sin in such different ways, it stands to reason that they cannot be healed in the same way, some through teaching, others through exhortation, others through tolerance, others through reprimand. 22. So one can see the role of the priest as a life guide and director of souls taking shape within the lay community. The ars artium that undoubtedly developed in a more intense, deliberate, and carefully theorized manner in the monastic milieu didn't remain foreign to the functions of the bishop, or the priest, in relation to the believers he was responsible for. And this was keyed to two principles. The first is that the whole Christian life must be a life of penance. The metanoia, that change which accompanies baptism, is not the act of a moment, it must span an entire life, subjecting it to the perpetual humility of supplication. 23 So the bishop is called upon not just to grant penance, to lay on hands, to decide reconciliation, to concern himself with the committed evil, to try to determine its gravity and see to its expulsion. He must also constantly watch over everyone's existence and their everyday life. Hence the second principle: the head of the community, whether he is called bishop or priest, must be like a shepherd with his flock, taking care of everyone and each one individually, and striving to know them down to the bottom of their soul. As Saint Gregory says, at the beginning of the 6th century, what is most important are not the sins that are visible and known by all, it's the hidden transgressions. There are walls that must be pierced and secret doors that must be opened. 24 And if the pastor is required to carefully examine the external conduct of the faithful, It's in order to discover what abominable and criminal things their heart may contain. Point 25. The relation of direction and the practice of examination confession are therefore not exclusively reserved for the Cenobitic institution, even if it is there that they received their most complex elaboration in the 3rd century, and in the context of the persecutions, Saint Cyprian had especially emphasized the general tasks of teaching and the assistance, oversight, and encouragements that were needed by the fallen away. Point 26. Saint Ambrose also places, unequivocally, the duty of instruction among the primary concerns of the episcopal office, Episcopi Proprium Munis Dicere Populum 27. But it is significant that at the beginning of the 6th century, Gregory the Great opens his Regula Pastoralis with an explicit reference to Gregory of Nazianzus, seeming to indicate thereby that the role of the bishop or priest, like that of the abbot or the elder in the monastery, is to direct souls. The art of conducting souls is the art of arts, the science of sciences. Who does not know that it is incomparably more difficult to heal the wounds of souls than those of bodies? 28. No one can call oneself a physician without knowing the remedies, and yet there are some who are not afraid to take on the sole physician's mantle without knowing the rules of that divine science. 29. In sum, one can approach the analysis of penitential practices, or more precisely that of the relations between wrongdoing and truth-telling, in 2 ways, according to a technical or praxeological perspective, which makes 2 distinct procedures appear, that of exomologesis and that of exagoriasis, or according to an institutional perspective, which makes a continuum of practices appear, where these 2 schemas stand side by side, combine, or project intermediary figures. A duality, therefore, of truth procedures, a duality of forms of aliturgy, or of ways for the Christian to cleanse himself, his body and his soul, his life and his discourse, the locus of emergence of the truth of the evil he wants to cleanse himself of. But also a gradation of instituted practices and rituals, a gradation in the forms of behavior that are imposed on individuals, and that are meant to respond to the evil with a set of conducts going from public and solemn mace rations to secret and quasi-perpetual confession. The 2 great forms of aliturgy are thus brought into effect, sustained, and drawn closer to each other by an institutional domain that presents a certain unity, despite the difference of status between secular life and regular life. The unity is constituted by the existence of a quite particular form of power. A power that is specific to the Christian churches and to which it would be very hard, no doubt, to find equivalents in other societies and religions. A power one of whose most important functions is to conduct the life of the faithful as a life of penance, to constantly require, as the price of evil, the deployment of truth procedures, exomologesis or exagoriasis. 3. The idea of a power that would be exercised on men in the same way as the shepherd's authority over his flock appeared long before Christianity. A whole series of very ancient texts and rites make reference to the shepherd and his animals to evoke the power of the gods or the prophets over the peoples they have the task of guiding. In Egypt, in Mesopotamia, it seems that the theme of the divine or royal pastorate was clearly marked, while remaining rather rudimentary. In the coronation ceremony, the pharaohs received the emblems of the shepherd. 30. The term shepherd figured on the list of titles of the Babylonian and Assyrian kings, to convey both that they were the proxies *1 of the gods and that they needed to ensure, on the latter's behalf, the well-being of the flock. 31. But among the Hebrews, the thematic of the pastorate is much more ample and complex. It covers a large part of the relations between the Eternal One and his people. Yahweh governs by leading. He walks at the head of the Hebrews when they leave the city, and by his strength, he guides them toward the pastures of his holiness. 32. The Eternal One is the shepherd par excellence. The shepherd reference characterizes the monarchy of David, in that his reign was legitimized by having been given responsibility for the flock by God. 33. It also characterizes the role of those who, brought to the head of the people, communicated Yahweh's will to him and let themselves be guided by him in guiding the sheep as they should. You have led my people like a flock by the hand of Moses and Aaron. 34. It also marks the messianic promise, the one who is to come will be the new David, as against all the bad shepherds who have scattered the sheep, the one to come will be the unique pastor. designated to bring back his flock to him. By contrast, in classical Greece, the theme of pastoral power seems to have occupied a minor place. The Homeric sovereigns were indeed designated as shepherds of the peoples, but without there being much more than a trace of an ancient titulature. But later the Greeks don't seem to have been inclined to make the relation between the shepherd and his sheep the model of relations that must obtain between the citizens and those who command them. The term shepherd is not part of the political vocabulary either in Isocrates or in Demosthenes. 35 exceptions, the Pythagoreans, where some see an Oriental and even a specifically Hebraic influence, others just a popular belief. 36 And of course, Plato in the Republic, the Laws, and the Statesman. In the first two texts, the theme of the shepherd is relatively ancillary. It serves to conduct a moral critique of the arguments of Thrasymachus. 37 or to define the functions of certain subordinate magistrates. 38 On the other hand, it occupies a central position in the Statesman. When one determines to define what the royal art of commanding consists in, it's to this theme that one turns: isn't the king the shepherd of men? We know that in applying the method of division to this theme, the interlocutors of the statesman fail. And they fail because the particular activity of the shepherd with his flock, feed it, care for it, lead it by the sound of his music, or set up fertile unions, can designate the functions of the baker, the physician, or the gymnast, but it can't specifically characterize one who exercises a political power. Or rather, according to the lesson of the myth, the phases of the world must be distinguished. When the latter turned on its axis in a certain direction, every species was guided by its spirit shepherd. The human flock, for its part, was guided by the divinity itself. Everything in the way of food was furnished to men and they returned to life after death. A meaningful affirmation, since the divinity was their shepherd, they had no need of a political constitution. 39 But when the world started to turn in the other direction, the shepherd god having withdrawn, men needed to be led, not, however, by a human shepherd, but by someone able to weave the elements of the city together like the threads of a cloth. He must make a tight web out of all the different individuals. The political man is not a herdsman, he is a weaver. So Plato doesn't exclude the figure of the herdsman altogether, but he divides its role. On the one hand, he relegates it to the past of a mythical history, on the other, to the auxiliary activities of the doctor and the gymnasiarch. But he dismisses it when it's a matter of analyzing the real city and the role of the one who exercises power. Politics in Greece is not a shepherd's affair. It will take the spread of Oriental themes in Hellenistic and Roman culture for the pastorate to appear as the adequate image for representing the highest forms of power. The task of the shepherd is so elevated, says Philo of Alexandria, that it is rightly attributed not only to kings, sages, souls of a perfect purity, but even to God Almighty. 40 In the political literature of the imperial age, the power of the prince is sometimes likened to that of the shepherd, either to manifest the mutual attachment that must bind the sovereign and his people. 41 Or to exalt the preeminence of the one who rules over his subjects as much as the shepherd over his animals. 42 Let's forget places and chronologies for a moment. Let's not try to learn what place and what meaning the shepherd figure might have in the different cultures where one saw it appear. Let's take it as a theme that circulates in the Hellenistic and Roman world, during the period when Christianity will take it over and give it, for the first time in the history of the West, an institutional form. What type of power, then, was represented in the figure of the shepherd? One gathering. His power consists in a relation essential to the multitude. It is exercised on the number, be it innumerable, rather than the surface area. Others build the edifice of a state, a city, a palace with solid foundations. He gathers a crowd. He who scattered Israel will gather them and watch over his flock like a shepherd. 43 This gathering has two operative mechanisms. Singleness, because he is the one and only the shepherd constitutes the unity of the sheep. By subjecting the peoples to his unique will, the sovereign herdsman ensures that the loyal men all walk at the same pace. 44 An instantaneous action, it is his voice, his gesture that creates, at each moment, the flock out of the multitude. I will signal for them and gather them in. 45 With him absent, the animals cannot help but scatter. Unlike the founder of an empire or the lawgiver, he does not leave his work behind him. 2. Guiding. It is characteristic of the shepherd not to set the boundaries of a country, nor to conquer new lands. His residence is his route, he crosses the prairie, leads men to the springs, he makes his way in the desert. Ammon, the shepherd god of the peoples of Egypt, led the folk over all the paths, he guided the king at all times in each of his excellent undertakings. 46. The shepherd is the master of transhumances. When the others exercise their power, for the most part they stay above, whereas he goes forward, O God, when you went out at the head of your people. 47. Which relates to several essential differences. His power doesn't have its raison d'etre there where he is, it locates its purpose in an elsewhere and a later. A power that has the form of a mission. It doesn't consist in laying down the law once and for all, but in setting the goal and choosing moment by moment, according to the circumstances, the best path. A power that indicates. Finally, rather than bending the peoples to his will, the shepherd shows them the way that he himself is taking, he gives them the example and directs them less by a might that makes things tremble than by a singular and somewhat mysterious force. A power that draws. 3. Nourishing. Brilliant companion who participates in God's pastorate, who takes care of the country and nourishes it, shepherd of abundance. 48. The shepherd is not one who levies taxes, or accumulates treasures. His role is to make the animals prosper by giving them more than enough to drink and eat. He makes life abundant, not in the very broad sense where good governments enrich the state, but in the precise sense that he ensures, head by head, the maintenance of all. Because of your beneficent mouth, O my shepherd, all the people look anxiously to you. 49. He is a nurturing principle. The sophists, and Thrasymachus with them, were mistaken in believing that the shepherd's power was self-seeking, like any other, only concerned night and day with utilizing the animals for his benefit, good eating or a profitable market. What they imagined was not a shepherd. The latter must be concerned only with procuring the best possible conditions for the flock. 50. Curse, 2, on the kings of Israel who did not think first and only of their people. Woe to you shepherds of Israel who only take care of yourselves. Should not shepherds take care of the flock? 51. The shepherd's relation with his sheep has 3 characteristics, then, by its desired objective, it must be productive of abundance or at least of life or survival. By its form it is on the side of zeal, application, potentially of worry and sorrow. 52. Finally, its effect is in a sort of overall identification between the plumpness of the flock that one takes nothing from and the wealth of a shepherd who thinks only of them. Power over, seems to turn into an attention to, that justifies and ends up enveloping all its effects of authority. 53. 4. Watching over. The shepherd's attention extends to all, but his art is to cast a particular eye on each one. Where the king saw only indifferently subjugated subjects, as the magistrate of equal citizens, pastoral kratism tries to consider the individuality of each one. Which means first of all that to the extent possible one must take the slightest differences into account. The shepherd of men should never forget that between them as between acts, there are dissimilarities, besides which nothing human, as it were, remains stable. Which also means that for the shepherd of the multitudes the law, as a general imperative imposed on all in the same way, is assuredly not the most correct method of government. Which means, finally, that he would be able to play his role only by coming close to each sheep, assessing its age, its nature, its strength and its weakness, its character and its needs. He would have to prescribe exactly what is suitable to it and it alone. 54. This is doubtless one of the most characteristic traits of the pastoral mode of power. He is responsible for the whole flock, but he must modulate the care to be given to each of the heads that compose it. A power over multiplicities which he unifies, and at the same time a power of decomposition that individualizes. Omnes et singulatum, according to a formula that will remain in use for a long time, what could be called the shepherd's paradox, the major challenge which the pastoral of power must constantly face. 5. Saving. The ultimate task of the shepherd is to bring back the flock safe and sound. Salvation in this case comprises 4 essential tasks: ensure that the flock escapes the dangers that threaten it where it is and force it to go in search of a refuge elsewhere, hence determine the opportune departure, wake the sleeping animals, in some call out, I will bring you out from the peoples and gather you out of the countries where you are scattered. 55 Turn away the enemies that may present themselves on the path, keep them at a distance like guard dogs do, defend. 56 Know how to avoid the perils of the route, the fatigues, famine, and diseases, dress the wounds and sustain the weakest ones, in some take care of. 57 Finally, rediscovering the right path, make sure that all the animals have returned to the fold, gather them in. The Good Shepherd must save the whole world, but also the least of the sheep that might be in danger. It is here that the shepherd's paradox becomes a decisive test. For there are cases where to save the whole flock, one must exclude the animal whose illness risks infesting all the others. It is necessary to make a selection between the elements that are healthy and those that are not, those that are well-bred and those that are not well-bred, give one's care to the former and send back the others, keep only what is healthy and uncontaminated. 58 But there is the opposite case, and it is there perhaps that the singularity of pastoral power distinguishes itself most clearly from the role of the magistrate or the skillful sovereign. The latter always knows that the city, the state, the empire must be saved, even if this one or that one has to perish for the salvation of all. The shepherd, however, is prepared, when a single sheep is threatened, to act for a moment as if the rest of them didn't exist. For the shepherd, each one of the sheep is priceless, its value is never relative. Moses, when he was Jethro's shepherd, had lost one of his lambs. He went looking for it and found it next to a spring. I didn't know that you had gone off because you were thirsty, you must be tired. He had brought it back on his shoulders, and Yahweh, seeing that, had said, since you feel pity for a man's flock, you will be the shepherd of my flock, the shepherd of Israel. 59 Between the salvation of everyone and the salvation of each one, both absolute imperatives, pastoral power multiplies irreconcilable obligations. 6. Giving account. The imminence of famine and death, the need for a constant protection, and the concern with salvation dominate relations of the sheep and the shepherd. They don't allow for the latter to ever be innocent of the bad things that happen to them, the least of his faults. Negligence, avidity, egoism risks leading them to their perdition. If they are driven hard just one day, all the animals will die. 60. A fault the shepherd would immediately pay for himself, for if the flock is lost, it is he himself who will lose, and he will go hungry in his turn if he reduces it to famine. The shepherds have become stupid, therefore they have not prospered, and all their flock is scattered. 61. But he will also have to report his failings to the one who handed over his animals for him to lead. Ambivalence of pastoral power, it is total, it has to oversee everything down to details. The shepherd takes responsibility for everything having to do with the flock. His power is undivided in its exercise, its only limit and its only law being the well-being of the animals themselves. But the time comes when the shepherd must report everything. The pastorate is a power that is born in the morning and dies with the evening, a transit power not only by its object, but also by the form according to which it is delegated and given back. The shepherd receives the flock only to return it. Even if he is king, he has charge of it only because he was chosen. You took me from the middle of the mountains, you called me to be the shepherd of men, you entrusted me with the scepter of justice. 62. He will be asked for an accounting of his faults, and if he has lost the flock, he will be punished. Yahweh will ask, where then is the flock you were entrusted with, the sheep that were our pride? 63. And seeing that the shepherds have failed, he will tell them, because you have scattered my flock and driven them away and have not bestowed care on them, I will bestow punishment on you for the evil you have done. 64. The shepherd's power is caught in a long network of responsibilities where the faults are tied both to immediate sanctions and deferred punishments. He is subjected to a perpetual counting of the animals in his care and given back, a toting up of the living and the dead, a reckoning of mistakes, poor decisions, and instances of negligence. I realize that I've mixed together, contrary to any method, many disparate things, Plato and the Bible, the gods of Egypt and the kings of Assyria. This is because it was only a matter of showing that in speaking of the gods, kings, prophets, or even of the magistrates as shepherds at the head of their flock, one doesn't just celebrate their power or goodness through the use of a familiar metaphor, one also designates a certain way to exercise power. Or at least one designates an ensemble, without systematicity but not without coherence, particular functions that go with a certain type of authority. Even detached from the political religious contexts in which it took on its profound value, the image of the shepherd had its logic. A considerable double event for the ancient world, Christianity is the first religion to organize itself as a church. And that church defines the power that it exercises over the faithful over each and all of them as a pastoral power. Far from being in Christianity a way of representing some specific aspect of power, the figure of the shepherd covers, on the contrary, all the forms of ecclesiastical government. All of them justify themselves by the fact that, through the example of Christ the shepherd and under his direction, they have to lead the human flock, including the least of the sheep, to the eternal pasture land. This is not just a metaphor, it implies the setting in place of institutions and procedures designed to regulate the conduct of men throughout society. The term should be understood in the sense of the word, a way of directing, a way for them to behave. Christianity and the Church established a general power capable of conducting the conduct of men, a power very different from those which the ancient world knew, be it that of the prince over the empire, of the magistrate over the city, the father over the family, the owner over his clientele, the master with his servants or slaves, the schoolmaster with his disciples. And if Christianity was able, rather quickly, to insert itself into the organization of the Romanitas, this was perhaps in part because it brought with it such procedures of power, new enough and specific enough not to be immediately incompatible with those that already existed, effective enough to respond to a whole ensemble of recently emerged needs. Pastoral power became an institution that was at the same time global, that concerns in principle all the members of the community, specialized, since it has particular objectives and methods, and relatively autonomous, even if it is linked to other institutions with which it interferes or from which it draws support. There is no question here of summarizing this institutional process even briefly. I only wish to indicate some of the modifications that Christianity brought to the earlier thematic of the pastorate, those allowing the importance attributed to the confessions of the flesh to be understood. That is, those that tend to make the pastorate a government of men through the manifestation of their individual truth. They have two main aspects which the Latin patrology brings into clear focus. One, the first, concerns the nature and form of the ties that attach the shepherd to the entire flock and to each one of the sheep. A. In the ancient thematic of the pastorate, the shepherd owes his flock zeal, his attention, his vigilance and vigils, his devotion, a relation of charity, necessary to the flock's survival. In Christianity, it's the very life of the shepherd that must be capable of being offered to the flock for the flock. He defends against the wolves, he gives his existence for it, and it is by his sacrifice that the sheep gain access to eternal life. 65 On the Christ-like model, the death of the shepherd, his death in this world at least, is the necessary condition of the salvation of the flock. A sacrificial relation where the shepherd is exchanged against each and all, gaining his own merit in this way by the act that saves the others. 66. B. Before Christianity, the reciprocity between the shepherd and the flock obeyed a principle of overall causality: fatness of the flock, wealth of the shepherd, poor condition of the livestock, poverty of their master. In the Christian form of the pastorate, the reciprocity is not about causality but identification, and it is established, moreover, point by point. Each suffering by each sheep is a pain felt by the shepherd, its progress is his own improvement. The shepherd's compassion is an immediate identity, he feels deep in his heart the infirmity of the weak souls, he considers the advancement of his brethren as his own and takes pleasure therein. 67. See, the Christian shepherd doesn't just have to account for each animal, but for each fault, each fall, each step taken. On the fateful day, he will be rebuked for the sins of the sheep, if he was nt*2 able to prevent those sins by his teaching, his vigilance, his strictness, or his charity. Even those who denied, even the lapsa will be able to argue that they were not supported, encouraged, supplied with teaching and saving counsel. 68. D. The shepherd's sin is at the center of the relation he maintains with the flock. His own faults lead to the missteps of the sheep, and become all the more serious, and the sins of the flock increase his culpability. The importance consequently for the shepherd to be as pure and flawless as possible. No impurity ought to pollute him who has undertaken the office of wiping away the stains of pollution in the hearts of others. 69. But the importance, too, of not falling into the sin of pride, into blindness with regard to his own sins, of not ascribing any superiority to himself, and even of keeping his own imperfections always in mind. 70. The servant of all, a sinner among the others, and even more so than the others, since he must recognize his weaknesses in the sins of the flock. E. Which means that the shepherd must not derive any pride from being designated as such, no reason for exerting a domination. Potsdam 71. On the example of Saint Gregory, he should tremble when he sees himself charged with the direction of souls, an apprehension that he must never lose if he wishes to stave off pride, illicit thoughts, inappropriate and iniquitous thoughts. And it would be a sin, however, to shirk this duty and leave the sheep without a shepherd. 72. Between the Christian pastor and his flock, the economy specific to sin and salvation, the contagion and multiplication of transgressions, the exchange of sacrifices, vigilance as regards oneself which must never be separated from the solicitude for others, establish much more numerous, complex, and solid links than those existing in the ancient thematic of the shepherd. And above all, the individuality of the connection plays an essential role, because of the direct communication established between each act of each believer and the merit of the pastor, and the problematization of the pastor himself, who is not by some natural or institutional right the good shepherd, but like all the others a sinner whose faults each sheep must fear. 2. Christianity demands of the pastor a form of knowledge which goes well beyond the skill or experience that tradition attributed to the shepherds of men. At the heart of the pastoral activity, the Church inscribed an imperative of truth, or rather a set of imperatives. An imperative of doctrinal rigor. For want of knowing the truth himself, and being unconditionally attached to it, the pastor will lead the flock to its doom. It cannot be that the priests, being the first guides, lose the lights of science without those who follow them remaining bent over from the weight of the sin that oppresses them. 73. And he must always make sure that the members of the community remain attached to that truth and by it, for it's the truth that unites them, error that separates them, scatters them far from the path and makes it necessary finally to exclude them. It's the pastor's job to bring back the bleeding errant sheep, whom the heresies of the sectarian spirit will tend to separate. 74. An imperative of instruction. A shepherd of truth, the pastor must supply spiritual nourishment to all in the form of correct doctrine. Episcopi proprium munis dicere, said Saint Ambrose right at the beginning of De Officiis Ministrorum. But this instruction is more complex than a simple lesson. First, because the pastor, whose science is never ready to hand, must learn by teaching. 75. The truth is revealed for him in the zeal and charity of his speech. And then it cannot be a matter of communicating doctrine alone, what he teaches must appear and show its presence in his life, his conduct, his virtue, it must be like a living face of the truth that he preaches. 76. Finally, he cannot teach everyone in the same way. The minds of the auditors are like the strings of the zither, strung differently, one can't play them in the same way. Often certain procedures are beneficial to some and harmful to others, one can't instruct men like one does women. The rich like the poor, the cheerful like the sad. 77. An imperative of knowledge of individuals. One who guides the community must be familiar with each person, therefore, and each one must be able to confide in him. When they are set upon by temptation, the weak have to seek refuge in the bosom of their pastor, like children in the bosom of their mother. 78. But the pastor also has to discover, even against their resistance, the things they are hiding, or hiding from themselves. According to the word of Ezekiel, digging into the wall, and opening the hidden doors. 79 That is, examine the external conduct of sinners in order to discover thereby what they are concealing in their heart that is the most criminal and detestable. 80 The extraction of truths willfully or involuntarily hidden forms part of the shepherd's relation with his flock. An imperative of prudence. As attached as he may be to celestial things, the pastor must not be ignorant or neglectful of the realities. He must apply himself to examining all things, of making a right and exact discernment of good and evil, know how to study times, places, manners, and persons when it's a matter of saying or doing something. 81 He must be careful not to throw out his words on the fly. 82 Not to be either too indulgent or too severe. 83 Not to do, when he punishes, like those clumsy woodcutters whose axe flies from their hand and strikes their friends. 84 Without losing any of his fidelity to the pure doctrine, without detaching himself from the contemplation of the highest things, the pastor must not forget the needs of the neighbor and he must stoop to the material necessities of his brethren. 85 Hence the pastorate is a nexus for the formation and transmission of truth. In the Christian Church, the shepherds know how that familiarity with things, combining anticipation and vigilance, becomes more precise and complex, with rules and methods, for, in the shepherd's relation with the sheep, truth has become a decisive operator, in the dual form of a doctrinal conformity that one must know and spread, and individual secrets that must be uncovered, even if it means punishing and correcting. In any case, they must be reckoned with. Skip notes. *1 Manuscript, M.A.N.D. Ants. *2 Manuscript, SILAPU. Appendix 3. Declare your fault in order to destroy your fault, says St. John Chrysostom, in the second of his homilies on penance. He recalls that God, after the crime, questioned Cain. Not that God needed his reply to know what the voice of blood proclaimed on earth. He only wanted the murderer to say, "Yes, I killed." He was asking him at least to acknowledge, homos homologies tauta. 86 And God will punish him because he refused to acknowledge that, because he claimed not to know. Two expressions employed by St. John Chrysostom are worth retaining. Because Cain was not the first to declare his transgression, God declined, not to directly forgive his act, but to allow him metanoia, that is, the lack of a confession deprived Cain of the very possibility of repentance, of conversion, of turning away, or being turned away, from the committed crime. It was necessary to declare the crime in order to separate oneself from it. Further, and as a consequence, what God will punish is not so much the murder itself as Cain's impudence. 87 An important term, anadia, it relates to the temerity of the evident lie, to the absence of repentance concerning the crime committed, to the contradiction in the fact that Cain is ashamed to admit what he wasn't ashamed to do, to the affront, finally, against God who was offering the criminal the possibility of being pardoned. 88 The indecency of the non-avowal thus shifts the crime against Abel toward an offense against God. In any case, the sin against the truth that was owed to God overrides the sin against the blood tie with the brother. Now, what does the punishment for this impudence consist of? Doubtless, the law of blood called for the death of the culprit. But Cain will stay alive, and this is precisely his punishment. His punishment will be to become the law incarnate on earth, nomos impsukos. He will have to walk through the world like a living law, a walking steel, sealed with his own silence, but which makes the voice bellow louder than a trumpet. Phone, the word is significant. It is the same as the one employed to designate the voice of Abel's blood drying on the furrows. Since there was no confession to silence it, it is still this cry that makes itself heard in Cain's punishment. But with this blood cry, the voice, the phone that resounds in Cain's voice, presents two differences. It doesn't demand death for death, on the contrary, it tells every man in this world, "Don't do what I did." And moreover, this voice is not that of the spilled blood and the abandoned dead body, it is a voice that is now joined to Cain. For having avoided the confession that would have brought him relief, he has himself become the law that never falls silent. A person who killed him would be cursed 7 times over. Cain was seized by the law, he cannot get free of it, he will travel the world moaning stenen endlessly broadcasting the cry of the law, which no discourse of confession, homologia, can interrupt. 89. The patristic tradition often contrasts Cain with two other figures, Eve and David, who both recognized their fault. In the same second homily on penance, St. John Chrysostom evokes, after Cain's silence, the confessions of David. In fact, he draws up, around each of these two figures, two cycles of truth and the transgression that opposes it term by term. Cain knew his sin, David, claims Chrysostom, was not aware of his, and to establish this fact, which is not justified by anything in the Bible, he evokes a philosophical conception of passion. The soul must direct the body like the soul directs the chariot. If it is dazzled by some passion, or if it is inebriated, or even if it is just distracted, it no longer knows where it is going, and the chariot tips over in the mud. It was this way with David who, drunk with passion, did not know that he was in the process of sinning. Another difference, it is God who presents himself to Cain, the all-powerful God whom nothing escapes. It is only Nathan who presents himself to David. Nathan is a prophet like David, he has no preeminence over him. One imagines a physician who wants to treat another physician, and David might very well have rebuffed him, saying, "Who are you? Who sent you? What audacity is pushing you?" No authority in any case, no coercion, could force David to speak in spite of himself. Better, Cain had to reply to the question that already pointed to his crime, "Where is Abel?" David, for his part, hears himself being offered a fable, to spare his own flock. A rich man kills one of the sheep of a poor man who had only that one possession. The fable, as one understands it according to Chrysostom, had two functions: a test of the king's judgment, an apology to decipher to identify the guilty one. So tested, David replies by rendering the sentence himself, "The man who did that deserves death." As for the enigma, it is Nathan who solves it, "You are the man who did that," but David immediately accepts the designation and with the admission occupies the place that Nathan assigns him, "I have sinned against the Eternal One." In his two responses, to the test and to the enigma, David stands in contrast to Cain. The latter had negated the law that joined him to his brother, "I am not his keeper," and when he had ended up recognizing the magnitude of his crime and asked for the death sentence himself, it was not at the right moment and caro it was after the fact, once the voice of the blood had denounced him. David, on the other hand, had begun by stating the law, delivering the sentence, and condemning himself without knowing it yet. Then, once the truth was discovered, he had placed himself under the sentence that he had just pronounced. Made in this way, David's avowal appears with its two faces, that of the formulated and accepted sentence and that of the admitted fault, and with all the more merit as it was not a matter of reducing the severity of a sentence one had oneself decided in advance. Thus analyzed through David's adultery, or rather the carefully altered version that St. John Chrysostom gives of it, the avowal appears as being not just the recognition that he's committed a transgression, but the profound adherence to the sentence that condemns him. 90 In accordance with the thematic essential to Christian penance, the sinner who confesses like David is both his own accuser and his own judge. You have had the greatness of soul to admit your fault, you have formulated your own sentence. If the pardon responds immediately to the avowal, this is because the latter is not simply an accurate statement of the facts, it's also because it incorporates the constituent elements of a judicial procedure. Truth-telling, veridiction, involves its effects of remission in a relation to jurisdiction, a relation that shifts the agency that accuses and the one that judges onto the subject. Eve is the other figure who is regularly contrasted with Cain. In the 17th homily on Genesis 5, Chrysostom makes Eve and Adam into sinners who confess. This confession has two forms. A verbal form when Adam then Eve, after having tried for a moment to hide, reply to God who is calling them and acknowledge that they did eat the forbidden fruit. Chrysostom notes that if God asked the man, "Did you eat?" and the woman, "Why did you eat?" if therefore he solicited confessions from them, on the other hand to the serpent, whose sin is unforgivable, he does not extend this lifeline, and he only says, Since you did that, you will be damned. But this verbal confession was preceded by another, which was not in words, but both in conscience and in gesture. As soon as they ate the fruit, Adam and Eve felt naked, they were ashamed and sought to cover themselves. This interpretation of shame as a form of confession is important, and it clarifies what Chrysostom describes, in the 19th homily, as Cain's impudence, his anadeia. By giving this modesty the value of a confession, Chrysostom means first of all that the confession is not simply a communication to the other of something which one already knows, but that it is above all an interior discovery. He also means to say that the confession is a gesture that both conceals and shows, more exactly that it shows by intending to hide. This desire to hide authenticates the awareness that one has done wrong, and the telling gesture shows that one is not afraid to reveal this awareness to everyone. Hence, at the heart of the confession there needs to be this game of modesty. Without the shame of having sinned, and thus without the desire to conceal it, there would be no confession, but only an impudent sin. But if this shame leads one to hide to the point of not being willing to confess, and entails that, like Cain, one denies one's own crime, then this shame becomes impudence. Because Adam and Eve had this shame that is not ashamed to confess, their fault is not irremissible. And if their fault resulted in the fall of men, their modesty, which uncovers in concealing, is like the first form of what will appear as redemption. As against the serpent and Cain, who belong to the race of malediction, Adam and Eve, like David, are placed on the genealogical tree of salvation. And by their confession, in this exegesis by Chrysostom, this doubtless fundamental idea in Christianity emerges very clearly, that sin, at the very moment it contravenes God's will or breaks his law, makes an obligation of truth come into effect. The latter has two aspects: one must recognize oneself as the author of the committed act and recognize that this act is evil. It is this obligation of truth that Cain evaded with his "I don't know," which added a truth crime against God to the blood crime against his brother. It is this obligation that Adam, Eve, and David submitted themselves to, thus redeeming the disobedience of the law through obedience to the principle of truth-telling. At the core of the economy of sin, Christianity placed the duty of truth-telling. But the exegeses of John Chrysostom, which are there only as examples and a first indication, make it clear that this duty of truth doesn't simply have an instrumental role in the procedure of forgiveness, a way to obtain it, or to lessen the penalty. The crime scarcely committed, a debt of truth is contracted with God. This debt is so essential, so fundamental, that if one settles it, even the gravest sin can be pardoned, but if one shirks it, not only does the committed transgression remain, but one commits another one that is necessarily more serious, since it is pointed directly at God. It is significant that Saint Ambrose, commenting on the same passage of Genesis 4:9-15, as Saint John Chrysostom, affirms like him that in Cain, God punished the man who didn't tell the truth more than the man who killed his brother. Non tam majora crimine parasitii quam sacrilegii 91. Where Chrysostom spoke of impudence, Ambrose speaks of sacrilege. Not that there is any difference of severity between them. Anadeia, in Chrysostom, designated the violation of the relation of modesty which the sin causes the sinners to contract with God. It is this infraction that Ambrose, in the juridical Latin vocabulary, designates as a sacrilegium. A little later, Saint Augustine will give Cain's non-avowal an apparently quite different meaning. He also stresses that the question posed by God is nothing more than a test offered to Cain so that he might possibly save himself, for God knew exactly what had been done. But by answering "I don't know," Cain gave in a sense the first figure of the Jews' refusal to hear the Savior. Cain rejects the call to recognize the truth of his crime, the Jews will reject the call to recognize the truth of the gospel. One mendaciously says that he doesn't know what the voice of blood is crying out and what God recalls. The others mendaciously deny what the blood of Christ is crying and what the scripture had heralded. Fallax ignoratio, falsa negatio 92. But by thus shifting the lesson of Cain from the avowal of faults to faith in the gospel, St. Augustine doesn't modify anything basic in what the homilies on penance and de paradiso were saying. he strongly and explicitly links together what Chrysostom and Ambrose, in the text in question, left implicit, namely that the obligation of truth in relation to transgressions is deeply connected to the obligation of truth in relation to the revelation. Truth-telling and believing, veridiction in regard to oneself, and faith in the word are or should be inseparable. The duty of truth, as belief and as confession, is at the center of Christianity. The two traditional meanings of the word confession include these two aspects. In a general way, confession is the recognition of the duty of truth. I will leave aside, of course, the problem in Christianity of the duty of truth understood as faith, and consider only the duty of truth understood as an avowal, which produces its effects in an economy of fault and salvation. But the relations between these two aspects will need to be evoked again and again. And this insofar as it must always be emphasized that in Christianity truth-telling of the transgression occupies a much more important place, no doubt, and in any case plays a much more complex role than in most religions, and they are numerous that require the confession of sins. At the very least, compared with the Greek and Roman religions, Christianity imposes on its believers an obligation to tell the truth about themselves that is infinitely more imperious in its form and more demanding in its content. It is through these new rules of veridiction that one must try to understand what is said in Christianity about the flesh. Appendix 4. But the central problem is elsewhere. It is in the necessity of thinking the possibility of sexual relations prior to the fall outside the category of corruption. Corruption, in effect, as it was utilized by most of Augustine's predecessors, established between the death of individuals and the union of the sexes both a commonality of essence and a reciprocal causality. Impure, the sexual act was a form of corruption, just like death, since it is the destruction of the body. So the sexual act could be thought of as one of the effects of that corruption which struck men when death was imposed on them as a punishment. And conversely, one could consider that by bringing impurity into the body, it imperiled incorruptibility and exposed them to destruction. The basic reformulation carried out by Augustine consists in dismantling this global category of corruption by separating, on the one hand, death from mortality and, on the other, the union of the sexes from a corrupted state of the body. That the first couple would not have died if they hadn't sinned is clearly shown, according to Augustine, in the Genesis text, 2:17, when you eat of the forbidden fruit, you will surely die. So it is after and because of the transgression that death is produced, but like the intervention of an already formed possibility, which before that event had not yet found the conditions for its realization. In the case where it would be the very possibility of death and not its realization, which would be owing to the transgression, God would not have spoken of a temporal succession, but of a necessary implication. He would have said, if you eat of it, you will die. One must imagine, then, that man, on leaving the hands of the Creator, bore the possibility of death within him, like an absolutely healthy body, which is not infected with any form of disease or aging, can be said to be mortal. But it's in a different sense that one says a sick body risks dying. Such was the state of mankind after the fall. This life, I do not say just starting with birth, but from the first moment of our conception, is it anything but a kind of nascent illness that leads us fatally to death. 93 So mortality must be distinguished from death, or rather mortality before the sin must be defined as the ontological condition of man as he was created. Far from marking a defect, it was capable of marking his virtue and his wisdom, as long as it remained in suspension as a general condition and as long as he followed the law of God faithfully. And mortality after the sin should be defined as the effective progression of death throughout a life whose original sin constituted, for all men, a kind of protracted illness. The mortality of the human condition is not the effect of a corruption, even if the day comes when, fatally, all men die from the corruption of their bodies. 94. Furthermore and symmetrically, Augustine separates the sexual act from corruption, at least the act in its beginning and its originary possibility. A passage of the City of God is especially significant on this point. Concerned with maintaining the principle of an uncorrupted paradisiacal existence, Many exegetes denied any physical relation between Adam and Eve before their transgression. Humanity before the fall was virgin, therefore, and virginity today was therefore, mutatis mutandis, a return to this original status. Now, Augustine accepts both the possibility of a real physical relation and the maintenance of the woman's virginity. The husband would have fertilized the wife without the spur of a seductive passion, in the serenity of soul and the perfect integrity of body. If experience cannot show it to us, this is not a reason to doubt it, for those parts of the body would not have been aroused by a troubling ardor, but employed according to the needs by a power of self-control. Thus, the seed would have been communicated to the wife while preserving her virginity, like at present the menstrual flow can be produced without any effect on virginity. Because it is by the same path that the one is introduced and the other expelled. 95. Further on, it will be necessary to come back to the meaning of this fertilizing effusion that would have been absolutely voluntary and would have occurred without a rupture of the hymen. What should be stressed here is that the sexual relation is accomplished without physical corruption. And corruption should be understood both as an attack on the corporeal integrity of the woman and as the violence of a movement that involuntarily overwhelms the body of the man. The first couple would have been able to remain exempt from all these phenomena that release the body from the soul's mastery, that traverse it with uncontrolled movements, that strike it like a disease and partly destroy it, from all this that announces and prepares the fatality of death. They would have known and honored marriage and a bed without defilement. 96. But once this general category of corruption that linked the sexual relation to death and impurity has been separated out, the problem is knowing what the relation of the sexes among mortals might be, mortals for whom death was not yet inevitable, and among whom sin had not yet introduced impotence, weakness, the passions, and all the maladies of the body and the soul. In short, the theory of the relations between the sexual act and concupiscence will need to be constructed.